welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is called The Resonance of Silk and Stinger. Summary. In this alternate universe, the Hyuga and Aburame clans are bound by rigid traditions, guarded secrets, and the heavy expectations placed upon their heirs. But behind closed doors, a secret betrothal unites two unlikely prodigies, Neji Hyuga, a genius suffocating under the caged bird's seal, and Arisa Aburame, a quiet tactician commanding a lethal, living hive. Finding a rare and unspoken freedom in each other's presence, Neji and Arisa refuse to be shaped as mere weapons for their village. Together, they rewrite their predestined fates, stepping onto the battlefield not as isolated shinobi, but as a singular, devastating harmony of gentle fist and insect mastery. The Resonance of Silk and Stinger is a story of quiet rebellion, shared genius, and unwavering loyalty, written as a heartfelt tribute to the legacy of Neji Hyuga. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Crimson Blessing, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 1: The Weight of the Forehead Protector. The morning air in the Aburame compound did not carry the scent of cherry blossoms or the charcoal smoke of the village's morning grills. Instead, it smelled of damp earth, moss, and the faint, metallic tang of chitin. Arisa Aburame sat cross-legged on a smooth cedar porch, her long, plum-purple hair spilling over her shoulders like a silken waterfall. Most of her clan remained in the shadows, their presence felt only by the low-frequency hum of their hives. But Arisa was a creature of the light. Her amber-red eyes were fixed on a small, iridescent beetle crawling across her palm. It was a bikochu, a rare tracking insect she had raised from a larva. Today is the day, she thought, her fingers steady. Today, the academy ends and the reality begins. She felt a presence before she heard it. A soft, rhythmic vibration in the air that her insects picked up instantly. Her heavy-guard beetles, tucked away in the massive clay gourd strapped to her back, stirred with a protective rustle. Arisa didn't reach for a kunai. She knew that specific chakra signature, cool, precise, and as sharp as a winter frost. "You're early, Neji," Arisa said, not turning around. Neji Hyuga stepped out from the shadow of a towering oak tree. At 12 years old, he already carried himself with the gravity of a man who had seen the end of the world and found it lacking. His white, pupilless eyes scanned the compound, settling on Arisa. To Neji's Byakugan, Arisa was a spectacle of biological complexity. Her chakra system wasn't just a network of pathways, it was a highway for thousands of tiny, living sparks. She was a sun, and the insects were her orbiting planets. "The graduation exam begins in an hour," Neji replied, his voice level. "I thought it prudent to ensure you hadn't lost yourself in the forest again, Arisa." Arisa stood up, the beetle taking flight and disappearing into the folds of her forest-green trench coat. She turned to face him, offering a faint, knowing smirk. "Lost? The forest is the only place I truly know where I am. Besides, we both know the exam is a formality. Neither of us intends to fail." Neji walked closer, stopping just outside the range of her personal space, a boundary they both respected, yet frequently tested. He noticed a stray strand of purple hair caught in the high collar of her coat. For a moment, his hand twitched, a rare impulse to reach out and smooth it, but he remained still. "Destiny has already dictated our success," Neji said, though his usual bitterness was softened by her presence. "But the proctor is demanding. He expects perfection. Then we shall give him perfection," Arisa said. She stepped off the porch, her boots hitting the dirt with a soft thud. As they walked toward the academy, The silence between them was heavy with things unsaid. They had been friends since they were 7, brought together by the fact that they were both anomalies. Neji was the genius of the branch house, shackled by a bird in a cage. Arisa was the Aburame who refused to hide, a girl who wore her power on her sleeve. Neither of them knew yet about the scroll locked in Neji Hyuga's study, the betrothal contract signed by their fathers months prior. They only knew that when they were together, the world felt less like a prison and more like a battlefield they could conquer. The Academy Courtyard, the final trial. The Academy Courtyard was a chaotic swarm of nervous energy. Irika Yumino stood at the front, a stack of blue forehead protectors resting on a table beside him. To the other students, these were symbols of adulthood. To Neji and Arisa, they were simply tools. Next, Neji Hyuga, Irika called out. Neji stepped forward. His performance was, as expected, flawless. His clone jutsu was indistinguishable from the original, his transformation was perfect, and his substitution was so fast it left a blur. When he took his protector, he didn't tie it around his waist or arm like the others. He tied it firmly across his forehead, covering the green seal that haunted his dreams. Next, Arisa Aburame. The whispers started as Arisa approached. Look at that gourd, it's huge. Is she really going to bring bugs into the classroom? Her eyes, they're so red. Arisa ignored them. She stood before Irika, her gaze steady. The clone jutsu, please, Irika requested. Arisa didn't weave a single hand sign. She simply closed her eyes. Suddenly, the air began to shimmer. Thousands of tiny, black kikeichu insects poured from her sleeves and the neck of her coat. They coalesced, buzzing in a synchronized frequency that mimicked the refraction of light. Within seconds, 3 perfect copies of Arisa stood in the room. Unlike standard clones, these had physical weight. The floorboards creaked under them. An insect clone, Irika remarked, impressed. And your transformation? Arisa gave a sharp whistle. The insects shifted, rearranging themselves with terrifying speed. In her place stood a perfect replica of the third Hokage, complete with a pipe that emitted a faint, smoky vapor, actually a pheromone cloud released by the bugs. Pass, Irika said, handing her the protector. Congratulations, Arisa. You are a kunoichi of the leaf. Arisa took the metal band, the cool steel grounding her. She didn't put it on immediately. She walked back to the shaded corner of the courtyard where Neji was waiting. You used the swarming mirage variant, Neji noted, his arms crossed over his chest. A bit flashy for an Aburame, isn't it? I'm not like the others, Neji. You know that, she replied, finally tying the protector around her neck, the metal resting against her collarbone. I prefer my enemies to see exactly what is coming for them. It makes their fear taste better to my hive. Neji felt a strange stir of pride. He liked her ferocity. It was a sharp contrast to the submissive nature of the Hyuga branch house. Come! The forest is calling, and we have hours before the team assignments. I want to spar. Looking to lose again, Hyuga? Arisa teased, her red eyes dancing with a rare spark of mischief. In your dreams, Aburame. The Forest of Death, Training Ground 44. They didn't go to the standard training grounds. They headed for the Forest of Death, a place most genin avoided until the Chunin exams. For Arisa, it was a sanctuary. The towering trees and the aggressive wildlife provided the perfect backdrop for her particular brand of mayhem. They found a clearing where the roots of a giant tree broke through the soil like the ribs of a buried titan. No hold barred? Arisa asked, dropping her trench coat to the ground, revealing her mesh armor and the leather bracers on her arms. None, Neji replied, dropping into the gentle fist stance. His feet slid across the dirt, centering his weight. Be a Kugan! The veins around his eyes bulged. To him, the world turned into a grayscale map of chakra. He could see Arisa's heart beating, the steady flow of blue energy through her coils, and the thousands of tiny pinpricks of chakra within her gourd. Arisa didn't wait. She slammed her hands together. Secret technique! Insect sphere! A black cloud erupted from her back, a living wave of kikeichu that rushed toward Neji from all sides. Neji didn't flinch. He moved with a grace that bordered on the supernatural. 8 trigrams. Palms revolving heaven! He began to spin, a dome of pure blue chakra erupting around him. The insects hit the barrier and were sent flying, unable to penetrate the absolute defense. But Arisa had anticipated this. As the cadence slowed, she was already in the air, her hand reaching into a hidden pouch on her thigh. Summoning, Scout Swarm! Instead of Kikachu, she released a handful of specialized borer beetles. These insects didn't drain chakra, they exploded on contact with a high-pitched pop, releasing a sticky, conductive resin. Neji sensed a threat and leaped backward, but the resin coated the ground where he was supposed to land. His foot slipped, a mistake he never made. In that split second, Arisa was on him. She moved with the speed Guy had been drilling into her during their private sessions. She didn't use a kunai, she used her palms, mimicking the very style Neji used. Clack! Her bracer met his forearm. Neji recovered instantly, thrusting 2 fingers toward her shoulder to close her tenketsu. Arisa twisted her body midair, a swarm of beetles emerging from her sleeve to form a literal shield over her shoulder. Neji's fingers hit the hard shells of the insects instead of her flesh. They separated, both breathing heavily, a mere 3 feet apart. You've been practicing against my gentle fist, Neji accused, though his tone held a note of admiration. You used the beetles to pad the impact. I have to, Arisa panted, her face flushed from the exertion. If you touch me once, the fight is over. I have to be faster than your eyes, Neji. Neji looked at her, really looked at her. Her purple hair was messy, a few leaves were stuck in her clothes, and her red eyes were glowing with the thrill of the hunt. He felt a sudden, sharp pang in his chest that had nothing to do with chakra exhaustion. You are the only person who can truly push me, Arisa, Neji said softly. Arisa walked toward him, not stopping until she was inches away. The humming of her hive slowed to a peaceful purr. She reached out and straightened his forehead protector, her fingers lingering for a second against the cool metal. And you're the only one who doesn't look at my insects as if they're a curse, she replied. They stood there in the deepening shadows of the forest, 2 12-year-olds carrying the weight of ancient clans and dark destinies. For a moment, the world of shinobi, the war, the missions, the death, didn't exist. There was only the buzzing of the hive and the rhythmic beat of 2 hearts perfectly in sync. We should go back, Neji said, though he didn't move away. The Hokage will be announcing the teams soon. I hope we're together, Arisa said, stepping back and picking up her coat. Destiny, Neji murmured, a small, genuine smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sometimes has a way of getting things right. As they walked back to the village, Arisa's hand brushed against Neji's. He didn't pull away. Instead, he closed his fingers around hers for a brief, firm second, a silent promise that whatever the future held, they would face it as one. The sun set over Konoha, casting long shadows. It was the end of their childhood, and the beginning of a legend. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 2, The Green Beast and the Iron Maiden. The atmosphere in the academy classroom was thick enough to choke a summon. It was the day of team assignments, the moment that would determine the trajectory of their lives. For most, it was a day of excitement and anxiety. For Neji and Arisa, it was a tactical calculation. Arisa sat at the back of the room, the massive clay gourd on her back forcing her to lean slightly forward. She was meticulously cleaning her leather bracers with a soft cloth, her amber-red eyes occasionally flickering toward the doorway. Next to her, Neji sat with his arms crossed, his posture as rigid as a statue. To the casual observer, they appeared indifferent to the chaos around them, but beneath the surface, their senses were dialed to the maximum. You're tense, Arisa murmured, her voice barely audible over the chatter of the other students. I am observant, Neji corrected. The Jonin instructors are gathered in the hall. Their chakra signatures are varied. Arisa's insects had already ventured out. A few of her microscopic scouts were clinging to the ceiling panels in the hallway, relaying the vibrations of footsteps back to her. There is one signature that feels like a wildfire, she whispered. Intense, erratic, and incredibly fast. Before Neji could respond, the door swung open with such force it nearly hit the wall. Youth! A man clad in a skin-tight green jumpsuit, sporting a bowl cut that shone with a terrifying luster, leaped into the room. He struck a pose, his teeth flashing in a nice guy pose so bright it seemed to emit its own light. Irika Yumino sighed, rubbing his temples. Guy-sensei, please. We haven't finished the announcements. Nonsense, Irika-kun. The flames of passion wait for no man. Might Guy turned his gaze toward the back of the room. His eyes locked onto Neji, then shifted to Arisa, and finally to a bowl-cut boy sitting 3 rows down who looked exactly like a miniature version of himself. Team 9. Rock Lee. Neji Hyuga. Arisa Aburame. Report to Training Ground 3 immediately. The classroom went silent. Neji closed his eyes for a moment, a vein throbbing in his temple. Arisa simply stood up, the heavy ropes of her gourd creaking. It seems, Neji said, his voice dripping with icy resignation, that destiny has a sense of humor. Training Ground 3, the Trial of the Bells. When they arrived at the training ground, the third member of their team, Rock Lee, was already doing one-handed push-ups. He was sweating profusely but looked as though he were enjoying a day at the beach. Hello, teammates! Lee shouted, jumping to his feet. I am Rock Lee. I look forward to burning with the fire of youth alongside you. Neji looked at Lee as if he were a particularly confusing species of plant. You have no chakra, Neji stated flatly, his Byakugan already active. Lee's expression didn't falter. I possess no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu, Hyuga-kun. But I will become a splendid ninja through taijutsu alone. Neji scoffed, turning away. A failure remains a failure. You cannot change what you are born with. Arisa stepped forward, her red eyes studying Lee. She could feel the heat radiating off his body, the sheer caloric burn of a human machine pushed to its limits. Energy is energy, she said, her voice neutral. Whether it comes from a scroll or a muscle, it can be harvested. Don't underestimate him, Neji. Excellent observation, Arisa Kyuen. Guy appeared in a whirlwind of leaves. He held up 2 silver bells. The rules are simple. You have until noon to take these bells from me. If you don't, you go back to the academy. There are only 2 bells, Neji noted. One of us is intended to fail. The world of a shinobi is full of hard choices. Guy flashed another blinding grin. Begin. Guy vanished. Scatter, Neji commanded. They moved instantly. Neji took to the high branches, his Byakugan scanning for Guy's heat signature. Lee charged straight ahead, his speed surprising even Neji. Arisa, however, became one with the undergrowth. She dropped into a low crouch, her green coat blending into the foliage. Gourd release, hive net, she whispered. She uncorked the top chamber of her gourd. Instead of a cloud, a thick, silver-gray silk began to pour out. This wasn't just insect silk, it was reinforced with chakra and woven by specialized spiders living within her gourd. She began to string a nearly invisible web between the trees, creating a sensory perimeter. Clang! In the center of the clearing, Lee had found Guy. The sound of their kicks colliding echoed like hammer blows. Neji descended from the trees like a bird of prey, his fingers pointed for a strike. Gentle fist, 2 palms. Guy parried Neji's strike with the back of his hand, laughing. Such precision! Such grace! But you lack the speed to catch the wind. Arisa watched from the shadows. She realized that neither Neji nor Lee could land a hit individually. Guy was a master of movement. He was playing with them. She needed to change the environment. Neji! Drive him toward the creek! Arisa signaled through a high-frequency whistle that only an Aburame, and a Hyuga with enhanced hearing, could detect. Neji didn't hesitate. He shifted his stance, using his palms to push Guy laterally. Lee, catching on, began a series of high roundhouse kicks that forced Guy to step back, closer and closer to the trees where Arisa's web was waiting. Guy landed on a patch of seemingly empty air, only for his foot to snag. The chakra-infused silk was incredibly sticky, designed to hold prey much larger than a man. "Now!" Arisa shouted. She stood up, her arms extended. "Secret technique, insect pillar!" The ground beneath Guy exploded. Thousands of black beetles erupted in a vertical column, surrounding the Chunin. The insects didn't attack. They created a physical wall of vibrating carapaces, momentarily blinding Guy and muffling his senses. Neji and Lee moved simultaneously. Neji's fingers were inches from the bells, and Lee's hand was outstretched from the opposite side. At the last millisecond, Guy let out a roar of laughter. His chakra spiked, a terrifying, raw explosion of green energy. The inner gates flickered for a fraction of a second. The pressure was so immense that Arisa's insect pillar was blown apart, the beetles scattered like dust in a hurricane. Guy appeared 20 feet away, the bells still jingling at his hip. "Incredible! A coordinated trap!" Guy wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Arisa-kun, your tactical use of the environment is superb. Neji-kun, your willingness to follow a teammate's lead shows a growing mind. And Lee-kun, your spirit is unmatched." He walked over to them, but instead of sending them back to the academy, he put a hand on each of their shoulders, including Arisa, who was busy recollecting her scattered insects. "You pass. Because you realize that the only way to catch a master is to work as a pack. You didn't fight for yourselves, you fought for the team." Sunset, the quiet after the storm. Hours later, after Lee had dragged Guy off for 5,000 victory laps, Neji and Arisa sat by the stream. The water was cool, reflecting the orange and purple hues of the setting sun. Arisa was carefully checking her heavy guard beetles for injuries, her brow furrowed in concentration. "He is loud," Neji finally said, breaking the silence. "He's a genius in his own way," Arisa replied, not looking up. "The way he moves, he doesn't use chakra to enhance his muscles. He uses his muscles to generate chakra. It's the reverse of how we operate." Neji looked at his hands. "He broke through your insect pillar with raw pressure alone. If he had intended to kill us, we would be dead before we could blink." "Then we have to get stronger," Arisa said. She turned to him, her red eyes soft in the twilight. "We have a team now, Neji. A loud one, a strange one, but a team." Neji leaned back against a moss-covered rock. For the first time in years, the weight of the bird in a cage seal felt a little lighter. He looked at Arisa, noticing the way the fading light played off her purple hair. "I don't mind the noise," Neji admitted quietly. "As long as you're there to help me drown it out." Arisa smiled, a genuine, rare expression that reached her eyes. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a small, translucent beetle. She held it out to him. "This is a Kikeichu queen," she said. "She's harmless. She's bred for communication. If you keep her with you, I can always find you. I can hear what you hear." Most people would find the idea of an insect parasite creepy. Neji reached out and let the tiny creature crawl onto his palm. He watched as it settled near his wrist, its chakra signature humming in a peaceful frequency. "I accept," Neji said. They sat there together as the stars began to poke through the velvet sky. In the distance, they could hear the faint, rhythmic chanting of Lee and Guy as they ran across the village walls. But here, by the water, there was only the sound of the stream and the quiet resonance of two souls finding their rhythm. Arisa leaned her head against Neji's shoulder. It was a bold move, one that would have made a younger Neji recoil. But now, he simply shifted his weight to make her more comfortable. "Tomorrow is our first mission," Arisa whispered. "D rank," Neji predicted with a sigh. "Likely weeding a garden or finding a lost cat. Then we will find that cat with more precision than any shinobi in history," Arisa teased. Neji let out a short, dry laugh, a sound so rare it made the insects in Arisa's gourd flutter. Indeed. Destiny demands the cat be found. As the moon rose, the Aburame queen and the Hyuga genius made their way back to the village, their shadows stretching out and overlapping until they became one. Chapter 3: The Echo in the Forest. The transition from academy students to active duty shinobi was less of a leap and more of a grueling, repetitive climb. As Neji had predicted, the initial weeks of Team 9 consisted of a relentless cycle of D-rank chores. They had painted fences in the blazing sun, cleared irrigation ditches, and, to Neji's immense silent fury, chased a particularly agile calico cat through the bustling crowds of the marketplace. However, Gai-sensei's training was anything but mundane. Every evening, after the mundane tasks were finished, they were pushed to the brink of physical collapse. Training Ground 3, the Midnight Spar. The moon was a sharp silver sliver in the sky, casting long, skeletal shadows across the training field. While Rock Lee was currently occupied with kicking a log 2,000 times, Neji and Arisa stood at opposite ends of the clearing. Again, Neji commanded, his voice tight with focus. Arisa didn't respond with words. She adjusted the heavy dual-chambered gourd on her back, the ancient sealing formulas etched into its clay glowing faintly with her chakra. She reached into her forest green trench coat and pulled out a small, jagged whistle carved from insect bone. She blew a silent note. From the shadows of the surrounding trees, a low hum began, not the frantic buzzing of her kikaichu, but a heavy, rhythmic thrumming. For large insects, each the size of a hawk, descended from the canopy. These were her scout wasps, specialized summons that acted as extensions of her own nervous system. You're relying on numbers, Neji observed, his Byakugan activating with a surge of pressure that ruffled his long hair. I can see the chakra threads connecting you to each one. It's a weakness. Is it? Arisa countered. She flicked her wrists, and the leather bracers on her forearms hissed. A cloud of microscopic spores was released into the air. In a swarm, Neji, there is no center to strike. Neji moved first. He was a blur of white and tan, his feet barely touching the grass as he closed the distance. He dodged the first wasp with a fluid tilt of his head, and struck the air where the second was hovering. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm! A pressurized wave of chakra erupted from his hand, sent the giant insect spiraling backward. But as he turned to strike Arisa, he realized she wasn't there. His Byakugan spun, scanning 360 degrees. He found her, or rather, he found 5 of her. She had deployed her insect clones, but these were more advanced than the ones she had used at the academy. They were laced with the spores she had released, which acted as a visual and chakra-based interference. To his eyes, each clone had a near-identical chakra signature. She's learned to mask the core hive, Neji thought, a flicker of genuine respect crossing his mind. The clones moved in a circular formation, mimicking the swaying, death dance, of the great praying mantis. It was a hypnotic, predatory movement. Suddenly, they all struck at once. Neji didn't panic. He planted his heels and began to spin. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven! The blue dome of chakra shrieked as it met the force of the incoming clones. Upon contact, the clones didn't simply dissipate. They exploded into thick clouds of chakra-draining beetles. The insects clung to the outer shell of the chitin, desperately trying to find a gap in the rotation to reach Neji's skin. Neji stopped his spin abruptly, the sheer force of his chakra blowing the insects outward. He was breathing harder now, his white robes slightly tattered. Arisa was standing 10 feet away, her red eyes tracking his every move. You're getting faster, he noted, his gaze softening just enough for her to see. But your defense is still open on the left when you transition from the mantis style. Arisa let out a soft huff, wiping a smudge of dirt from her cheek. And you still hold your breath for half a second before you initiate chitin. If I were a toxic larvae wasp, that half second would be the end of you. They stood there for a moment, the tension of the spar slowly bleeding away into the cool night air. Lee's rhythmic thwack 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 against the log was the only sound in the clearing. Come here, Neji said, his voice dropping an octave. Arisa walked toward him, the heavy gourd on her back clattering softly. When she was within reach, Neji didn't strike. Instead, he reached out and took her hand. His fingers were callous from years of taijutsu, but his grip was surprisingly gentle. He turned her palm upward, looking at the small bruises where her bracers had chafed against her skin during the high-speed movements. "You push yourself too hard," he murmured. "I have to keep up with a Hyuga genius and a man who works out in his sleep," Arisa replied, her thumb tracing the line of his knuckles. "I won't be the one left behind, Neji. I won't be the weak link in this team." Neji looked up from her hand, his pale eyes locking onto her amber-red ones. In the moonlight, the intensity of his gaze was enough to make the insects in her hive stir with a sympathetic vibration. "You can never be a weak link," Neji said, his voice filled with a rare, raw honesty. "To me, you are the only one who sees the world clearly. The others, they look at the cage. You look at the sky." He leaned in, his forehead coming to rest against hers. It wasn't an act of overt intimacy, but a quiet understanding, a sharing of space and breath that felt more significant than any words. Arisa closed her eyes, letting the humming of her hive settle into a peaceful, resonant purr. For a moment, the forest of death felt like their own private kingdom. The call to action. The peaceful moment was shattered by the sudden arrival of a messenger hawk, its sharp cry echoing through the trees. It spiraled down, landing on a nearby branch. Gai-sensei, who had been meditating, which looked remarkably like doing handstand push-ups in a tree, caught the bird and unrolled the scroll attached to its leg. His normally boisterous face turned uncharacteristically serious. "Team 9! Gai shouted, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "The D-ranks are over. The Hokage has issued a direct order. A group of bandits, likely reinforced by missing Nin, has been harassing the merchants on the border of the Land of Fire." Lee stopped his kicking instantly, his eyes shining. "A real mission, Gai-sensei?" "Yes, Lee. A C-rank mission that could easily escalate." Gai turned to Neji and Arisa. "We leave at dawn. Prepare your equipment. This will be the first true test of your synergy." Neji and Arisa shared a look. The playful banter of the spar was gone, replaced by the cold, sharp focus of the shinobi. "My scouts are already at the perimeter," Arisa said, her hand going to the hilt of the small tanto she kept hidden in the folds of her coat. "I'll have the trail mapped by the time we reach the gate. And I will ensure no one approaches us unseen," Neji added, his Byakugan deactivating as he stood tall. Dawned the path forward. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the hidden leaf village in shades of gold and rose, Team 9 stood at the great gate. Arisa had changed into a fresh set of tactical gear, a darker green trench coat with reinforced plating over the shoulders. Her plum-purple hair was tied back in a high, practical ponytail, though a few rebellious strands still framed her face. Neji stood beside her, his traditional Hyuga robes replaced by a more streamlined combat tunic. "Remember," Neji whispered to her as Gai and Lee began their enthusiastic stretching exercises. "The forest is your domain, but I am your shield. Don't take unnecessary risks." Arisa reached out, her hand brushing against his sleeve where her communication beetle was tucked away. "And you remember that even a genius can't see a microscopic parasite until it's already inside. Stay close to me, Neji." They stepped through the gate and into the unknown. The story of the hive and the eye had truly begun, and neither the bandits nor the world itself was ready for the harmony they were about to unleash. Chapter 4: The Border of Shadows. The journey to the border of the Land of Fire was a blur of emerald canopies and rhythmic footfalls. Under Mike Guy's leadership, travel was less of a march and more of a high-speed endurance test. For Rock Lee, it was a chance to practice his two-finger handstand sprints, but for Neji and Arisa, it was an exercise in tactical silence. As they approached the border, the lush forests began to thin into rugged, rocky terrain. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and something sharper, the smell of stagnant water and cold iron. "Halt!" Guy commanded, his hand raised. The team came to an instantaneous stop on a ridge overlooking a narrow mountain pass. Below them, A small merchant caravan was stalled, their wagons circled in a defensive formation. Surrounding them were nearly a dozen figures dressed in mismatched leather armor, brandishing jagged blades. Bandits! Lee hissed, his fists clenching. They are attacking innocent travelers. Guy-sensei, let us bring the hammer of youth down upon them. Patience, Lee. Neji interrupted, his Byakugan already active. The veins around his temples stood out in sharp relief. Look closer. Those aren't just bandits. The three in the back, their chakra signatures are too stable, too dense. They're missing Nin from the hidden stone. Arisa stepped up beside Neji, her amber-red eyes narrowing as she studied the terrain. The wind is blowing south to north. If I deploy the swarm from the ridge, the scent will give us away before they arrive. I need to get into the tall grass at the base of the pass. I'll go with you, Neji said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Guy-sensei Lee, if you take the frontal assault, you'll draw their attention. Arisa and I will pick off the specialists in the rear. Guy flashed a thumb up, his expression uncharacteristically grim. A sound plan. Lee and I shall be the anvil. You two be the hammer. Move out. The descent, silent harmony. Arisa and Neji moved like shadows. They descended the rocky cliffside with practiced ease, their movements synchronized so perfectly they seemed to share a single breath. When they reached the tall, dry grass near the caravan, Arisa dropped to one knee. Gourd release, parasitic fog, she whispered. She didn't uncork the gourd this time. Instead, she channeled her chakra into the clay itself. A fine, shimmering mist began to seep from the pores of the vessel. It wasn't water vapor. It was a cloud of microscopic rinkachu, phosphorescent insects that fed on the chakra of anyone they touched. Stay within 3 feet of me, Arisa warned softly. The sweet signature of my personal chakra is the only thing keeping them from targeting you. Neji moved closer, his shoulder almost brushing hers. He could feel the cold, buzzing energy of the fog as it swirled around them. Through his Byakugan, he watched as the fog drifted toward the missing Nin. They've noticed the drop in temperature, Neji reported. The one in the center is weaving signs. Earth style, most likely. He's going to try and harden the ground to detect vibrations. Let him, Arisa smirked. My insects don't need to walk. Suddenly, the air was filled with a booming shout as Guy and Lee launched themselves into the center of the bandit group. Dynamic entry! The chaos was immediate. As the bandits scrambled to deal with the green whirlwind of taijutsu, the 3 missing Nin in the back prepared to intervene. No, Neji said. He erupted from the grass, a white bolt of lightning. The first missing Nin barely had time to turn before Neji was in his guard. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. The strikes were surgical. Each hit closed the vital tenketsu, causing the shinobi's chakra to backflow and rupture his own pathways. The man fell without a sound. The second missing Nin, a hulking man with a scarred face, slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style, mud wave! The ground beneath Neji turned to liquid, threatening to swallow him. But before the trap could settle, a high-pitched, droning hum filled the air. Secret technique, insect tornado! Arisa appeared on a nearby rock, her arms outstretched. A massive funnel of black beetles spiraled from her sleeves, colliding with the mud wave and scattering it into dry dust. The beetles then veered toward the giant shinobi, coating him in a literal suit of biting, stinging armor. Gah! Get them off! The man screamed, flailing blindly. Neji, the last one! Arisa shouted. The third missing Nin, the leader, had realized the trap. He wasn't interested in his comrades. He was reaching for a scroll to summon a large-scale explosive. Neji leaped over the flailing giant, but he was mid-air, vulnerable. The leader smirked, pulling a kunai laced with explosive tags. Die, Hyuga! Worth whack. A massive, emerald-colored blade intercepted the kunai inches from Neji's face. Arisa had completed her hand signs. Summoning, Great Praying Mantis, Kamakiri-sama! The giant insect loomed over the leader, its scythe-like arms gleaming in the sun. Arisa landed gracefully behind the mantis, her red eyes burning. "You're fighting a queen and a king," Arisa said, her voice cold and steady. "You never had a chance." Neji landed beside her, his palm already glowing with chakra. He didn't even look at the bandit leader. His eyes were on Arisa, checking for any signs of injury. Finding none, he turned his attention back to the enemy. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher! He struck the air, sending a massive shockwave of chakra through the mantis's legs and into the leader. The man was sent flying back into a rock wall, unconscious before he hit the ground. The aftermath, a moment of intimacy. With the missing Nin defeated, the remaining bandits surrendered to the overwhelming power of Guy and Lee. The merchants, tearfully grateful, began to reorganize their wagons. Guy and Lee were busy helping the merchants clear the road, leaving Neji and Arisa in the quiet of the mountain pass. Arisa dismissed Kamakiri-sama with a respectful bow, the giant insect clicking its mandibles before vanishing in a puff of smoke. She leaned against a tree, her breathing heavy. The triple contract summoning always took a toll on her chakra reserves. "Your sweet chakra is fading," Neji noted, walking over to her. He didn't ask, he simply reached out and caught her as her knees buckled slightly. "I used too many Rinkachu," she admitted, her head resting against his chest. "The feedback from the Beetle King, it's a lot to process at once." Neji didn't say "I told you so." Instead, he sat her down on a flat stone and sat beside her. He took her hands in his, closing his eyes. "Let me," he whispered. He began to pulse his own chakra into her palms. Normally, a Hyuga's chakra was too sharp and aggressive for healing, but Neji had spent years learning to temper it specifically for Arisa. He smoothed the jagged edges of his energy, turning it into a warm, soothing stream that bolstered her depleted reserves. Arisa sighed, the tension leaving her shoulders. "You're getting better at that. It feels like sunlight. It's the only time I allow my chakra to be soft," Neji replied, his eyes remaining closed as he focused on her pathways. The sun began to set behind the mountains, casting a long, golden glow over the pass. In this moment, they weren't the weapons of the leaf. They were just two people, bound by a contract neither of them fully understood yet, but both had begun to cherish. Arisa looked at Neji, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his long hair fell over his shoulders, the quiet strength in his hands. She felt a surge of affection so strong it made her insects flutter in a rhythmic, heartbeat-like pattern. "Neji," she said softly. "When we get back, let's go to the Forest of Death. Not to train. Just to be." Neji opened his eyes. The fatalism that had once defined him was nowhere to be found. He looked at her with a clarity that surpassed the Byakugan. "I would like that, Arisa." He leaned down and pressed a brief, lingering kiss to the center of her forehead, right above the bridge of her nose. It was a seal of a different kind, one of choice, not of blood. "Team 9! The flames of youth demand we return home at top speed!" The moment was interrupted by Guy's booming voice from down the path. Neji sighed, a small smile playing on his lips. "Duty calls," he said, helping her to her feet. "Then let's go home," Arisa replied, her hands slipping into his for a final squeeze before they resumed their positions. They ran back toward Konoha, the hive and the eye moving as one, their destiny no longer a curse, but a path they were carving together, step by agonizing, beautiful step. Chapter 5: The Silent Vow of the Forest. The return to the Hidden Leaf Village was marked by the exuberant praise of the third Hokage. Team 9 had not only secured the merchant route, but had neutralized missing Nin without a single casualty. To the village, it was a successful mission. To Neji and Arisa, it was a confirmation of a truth they had felt since childhood. They were simply better when they moved together. As promised, 2 days after their return, the pair escaped the watchful eyes of Guy and Lee. They didn't head for the busy dango shops or the crowded marketplace. Instead, they moved toward the towering iron fences of Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. The sanctuary of the deep wood. The air inside the forest was 5 degrees cooler and thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient ferns. Giant, bioluminescent mushrooms clung to the trunks of trees that were hundreds of years old. For most, this was a place of nightmares. For Arisa, it was home. She walked with a lighter step than usual, her heavy combat trench coat replaced by a simpler, high-collared dark tunic that showed the graceful lines of her shoulders. Her plum-purple hair was down, flowing behind her like a silken banner. "The insects are restless today," Arisa remarked, her amber-red eyes scanning the canopy. "They can feel the shift in the season. The cicadas are preparing for their decade-long slumber." Neji followed half a step behind her, his hands tucked into the sleeves of his tan robes. His Byakugan was deactivated, giving his face a softer, more approachable appearance. "It's quiet," he noted. "No shouting about youth. No sound of falling logs. Just the hum." Arisa led him to a hidden clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from between the roots of a massive white oak. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in jagged, golden spears. "I used to come here when I was 6, Arisa said, sitting on a flat, mossy rock at the water's edge. "The other children in the clan were too afraid of the giant leeches. But I found that if you hum at a certain frequency, the leeches become docile. They'll even carry messages across the water for you." Neji sat beside her, his knees nearly touching hers. "You were always different, Arisa. Even before we were officially teamed. I remember watching you in the academy courtyard. You never looked for approval from the teachers. You only looked at your hands as if you were holding the entire world in your palms." Arisa looked down at her hands, then reached out and took Neji's. She turned his palm over, tracing the faint lines there. "I wasn't holding the world, Neji. I was just trying to keep the hive stable. People think the Aburame command insects. We don't. We negotiate with them. If my heart rate is too high, they become aggressive. If I am afraid, they starve. I had to become a statue so they could live." Neji's grip tightened on her fingers. "You don't have to be a statue with me." The unspoken bond. The intimacy in the air was palpable, more dense than the humidity of the forest. Neji reached out, his hand hesitating for a fraction of a second before he tucked a stray strand of purple hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered on the warm skin of her neck. "Arisa," he whispered, his voice uncharacteristically thick with emotion. "There is something my uncle, Hayashi, mentioned to me last night. Something about a contract." Arisa's heart skipped, a rhythm her insects immediately echoed with a soft, internal buzz. "A betrothal?" Neji's eyes widened slightly. "You knew? My father is not as stoic as he pretends to be," she admitted with a small, wry smile. "He told me the night we graduated. He said that the Hyuga and the Aburame have always been the eyes and the skin of this village. It only made sense to bind them." Neji looked away toward the bubbling spring. "I hated the idea at first. Not because of you, never because of you. But because it felt like another cage. Another destiny carved into my life without my consent. And now?" Arisa asked, her voice barely a whisper. Neji turned back to her, and for the first time, Arisa saw a flicker of vulnerability in the genius of the Hyuga. He reached out with both hands, cupping her face. His thumbs brushed over her cheekbones, just below her piercing red eyes. "No," Neji said. "I realized that destiny didn't choose this. I did. I would have found my way to you whether there was a scroll signed in blood or not. You are the only person who makes me feel like I am more than just a branch house servant. You make me feel like Neji." Arisa leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering shut. "I don't care about the clan politics, Neji. Or the contracts. I chose you when we were 7 and you shared your lunch with me because I was too busy feeding my beetles to eat. I chose you every time we sparred and you didn't hold back." She reached up, her hands resting on his wrists. "If this is a cage, then at least we're in it together." Neji leaned in, closing the distance between them. It wasn't a fast or aggressive movement, it was a slow, inevitable convergence. When their lips finally met, it wasn't like a battle. It was like the settling of a hive, a moment of perfect, resonant peace. Niji's kiss tasted like the mountain air, and the faint bitterness of tea. Arisa's was sweet, like the nectar she used to draw her summons. In that kiss, the quiet understanding they had shared for years finally found its voice. The Guardian's promise. When they finally pulled apart, the world seemed sharper, more vivid. "We have years before the marriage is finalized," Neji said, his forehead resting against hers. "Until then, we are just shinobi. We will grow stronger. I will protect you, Arisa. Not because the contract says so, but because my soul demands it." Arisa smiled, a mischievous glint returning to her eyes. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a small, obsidian-colored beetle. She placed it on Neji's shoulder, where it immediately burrowed into the fabric of his robes. "That's a Kaneichu," she explained. "It feeds on negative intent. If anyone even thinks about harming you, I'll know before they even draw their kunai." Neji chuckled, a sound that was becoming more frequent the more time he spent with her. "Always the tactician. Always your partner," she corrected. They stayed by the spring until the shadows of the forest grew long and the first fireflies began to blink in the undergrowth. They didn't need words anymore. The bond was sealed, not by a Hokage's decree or a clan elder's brush, but by the shared heartbeat of two geniuses who had decided that their destiny was, for once, entirely their own. As they walked out of the forest of death, hand in hand, the insects in the trees seemed to sing a little louder, a symphony of chitin and wings celebrating the union of the hive and the eye. Chapter 6: The Prelude to the Chunin Exams. The air in Konoha had shifted. It was no longer the lazy, humid warmth of early summer, but a charged, electric tension that crackled through the streets. Shinobi from distant lands, the sand, the cloud, and the grass, began to appear in the local taverns and training grounds. The Chunin exams were approaching. For Team 9, who had been operating as genin for a year, the announcement came not with a flourish, but during a grueling vertical climb exercise on the face of the Hokage rock. "My youthful disciples!" Guy shouted, hanging upside down by a single toe from Lord Second's stone chin. "The time has come to prove that the power of perseverance can outshine any natural talent. I have recommended you all for the Chunin selection exams." Rock Lee let out a primal scream of joy, his grip on the stone tightening so hard it cracked. "Guy-sensei! I will not let you down! I will show the world that a ninja who only knows taijutsu can reach the top." Neji, suspended a few feet away, remained silent. His wide eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the village gates stood open. "The caliber of the participants will be higher than anything we've faced on missions," he noted. "I can sense the chakra of the sand genin from here. It's heavy. Like shifting earth." Arisa, crouched like a spider against the stone, adjusted her heavy clay gourd. A few of her scouts were darting in and out of the crevices in the rock, feeding her information on the gusts of wind. "Quality over quantity, Neji," she said, her voice a calm anchor in the wind. "Let them come. My hive hasn't had a proper feast in months." The confrontation at the academy. A few days later, the team arrived at the academy for registration. The hallways were a gauntlet of intimidation. Genin from other villages were using genjutsu to hide the room numbers, testing the newcomers before the exam even began. Neji saw through the illusion instantly, his Byakugan deactivating as they walked past the fake room 301. However, as they rounded the corner, they were intercepted by a group of sand shinobi. The leader was a boy with a massive sand gourd on his back, Gaara. The air around him felt frigid, a stark contrast to the desert heat he originated from. Beside him stood a girl with a giant fan and a boy draped in bandages. "Move!" Gaara whispered. The word carried the weight of a death sentence. Neji stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "This hallway is for all examinees. Your village origin does not grant you priority." The sand within Gaara's gourd began to churn, a low, grinding sound that made the hair on the back of Neji's neck stand up. "Your blood, it has a peculiar scent," Gaara murmured, his pale eyes fixed on Neji. "I wonder if it tastes as refined as it looks." Before the sand could erupt, a soft, high-pitched hum filled the corridor. Arisa stepped out from behind Neji, her amber-red eyes glowing with a predatory intensity. "You should be careful, sand user," Arisa said, her voice smooth as silk. "My heavy guard beetles don't like the smell of mineral-rich sand. They find it abrasive. If they decide to ground it into dust, you might find your gourd feeling quite empty." She flicked her wrist, and several cicadas settled on the walls around the sand team. They didn't attack, they simply sat there, their wings vibrating at a frequency that interfered with the atmospheric moisture Gaara used to manipulate his sand. The girl with the fan, Temari, frowned. "An Aburame? I thought you people stayed in the dark." "I prefer the light," Arisa countered. "It makes it easier to see exactly where to strike." The tension was broken by the arrival of a proctor, but the message had been sent. As the sand team moved away, Neji felt a hand on his shoulder. "He's dangerous, Neji," Arisa whispered. "That sand, it isn't just a weapon. It's alive. It has a chakra signature separate from his own." "I saw," Neji replied, his face grim. "But no matter how alive it is, it has points. And where there are points, there is a way to close them." Midnight, the strategists rest. The night before the first stage of the exams, Neji and Arisa sat on the roof of the Hyuga estate. The village was unusually quiet, the calm before the storm. Neji was fastidiously wrapping fresh bandages around his hands, his movements rhythmic and precise. Arisa was sitting with her gourd uncorked, allowing her, Vespa, wasps to fly in small, controlled circles above them to strengthen their wings for the coming battles. "Are you afraid?" Arisa asked suddenly. Neji stopped his rapping. He looked at his hands, then at the moon. "Fear is a reaction to the unknown. I know my strength. I know yours. I am not afraid of the battle, Arisa. I am wary of the cost. These exams are designed to break people." Arisa moved closer, leaning her head against his shoulder. The plum purple of her hair contrasted beautifully with the stark white of his robes. "Then we won't let them break us. We've survived Gai-sensei's morning sun training. We've survived the forest of death. This is just another mission." Neji turned his head, his lips brushing against her hair. "You always make it sound so simple." "Because it is," she said, looking up at him. Her red eyes were fierce. "We are the hive and the eye, Neji. There is no genin in this village, or any other, who can stand against the harmony we've built." Neji reached out, tracing the line of her jaw with his thumb. The fatalism that had once been his shadow was nowhere to be found. In its place was a quiet, burning resolve. "I have a gift for you," Neji said. He pulled a small, silver charm from his pocket, a pendant shaped like a dragonfly, the wings etched with the Hyuga flame. "It's a protective seal. I've infused it with my own chakra. If we are separated in the second stage, I can use my Byakugan to find this frequency from miles away." Arisa took the charm, her fingers trembling slightly. She didn't say thank you. Instead, she reached into her tunic and pulled out a small, hollowed-out jade ring. "This is a home hive," she explained. "It contains a single queen. She won't bite, but she will hum whenever I am thinking of you. It's a bit more organic than your seal." Neji took the ring and slipped it onto his pinky finger. He felt the tiny, rhythmic vibration of the insect inside, a heartbeat that wasn't his own, yet felt perfectly familiar. "Tomorrow," Neji said, his voice a low vowel. "Tomorrow," Arisa echoed. They sat there for a long time, watching the stars, two prodigies who had found a way to bridge the gap between cold genius and living warmth. The Chunin exams were coming, and while the world expected them to be rivals, they were something far more dangerous. They were a pair. Chapter 7: The Written Battlefield. The first stage of the Chunin exams was held in a massive, windowless hall within the academy. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, ink, and the nervous sweat of over 100 genin. For many, the sight of the proctors, scarred, stern-faced Chunin and Jonin, was enough to cause their hands to shake. Ibiki Marino, a man whose face was a roadmap of torture and interrogation scars, stood at the front. He explained the rules with a cold, sadistic glee. The 10th question, the penalty for being caught cheating, The dwindling point system. It was a psychological minefield designed to break the weak-willed. Neji sat several rows ahead of Arisa. To the proctors, he looked like a model student, back straight, pen moving with rhythmic efficiency. But beneath his calm exterior, his Byakugan was active at its lowest possible output, masked by the sheer density of the crowd. He wasn't looking at his own paper. He had finished the complex ballistics and cryptology problems in the first 10 minutes. He was watching the room. He saw the mirrors in the ceiling, the subtle hand signals of the hidden plants, and the frantic scratch of pens. More importantly, he was watching Arisa. Arisa sat with her chin resting in one hand, her amber-red eyes half closed as if she were bored. She didn't look at her paper at all. Instead, she was focused on a tiny, microscopic gnat that was hovering near the ear of a proctor 3 rows over. Information gathering is the core of this test, Arisa thought, a small smirk touching her lips. She didn't need mirrors or translucent chakra threads. She had a network. Through the Beetle King relay, she was connected to dozens of tiny insects she had released the moment they entered the room. They crawled over the shoulders of the smartest-looking students, their compound eyes transmitting jagged, flicking images of the answers back to her brain. Suddenly, she felt a familiar vibration. The jade ring on her pinky finger, the home hive Neji wore, was humming. It was a rhythmic, steady pulse. He's finished, she realized. He's sending me the rhythm of the answers. Neji was tapping his pen against the desk in a subtle, erratic pattern. To anyone else, it was nervous fidgeting. To Arisa, it was a complex Aburame code they had developed during their long missions. He was verifying the data her insects had gathered, ensuring she didn't fall for any of the trap answers the proctors had planted on the plants. The 10th question. Silence! Ibiki's voice boomed, cutting through the scratching of pens. It is time for the 10th question. The tension in the room spiked to a fever pitch. Ibiki laid out the ultimatum. Stay and risk being banned from the exams forever if you get the question wrong, or leave now and try again next year. Arisa felt the wave of panic wash over the room. Several genin stood up, their faces pale, and walked out. She didn't move. She looked at the back of Neji's head. He was a pillar of absolute stillness. He won't leave, she thought. And neither will I. She reached out with her chakra, sending a tiny, reassuring pulse through the air. A single Kakechu drifted from her sleeve and landed on Neji's collar. It didn't drain his chakra. It simply sat there, its wings vibrating in a low, soothing frequency. We are here together, the insect whispered through its movement. Neji's shoulders relaxed by a fraction of a millimeter. He didn't need to look back to know she was smiling. You, all pass! Ibiki finally announced, a rare, terrifying grin splitting his scarred face. The 10th question was a test of your resolve. A shinobi who cannot bet their life on a single choice is useless. The relief in the room was almost physical, but it was short-lived. A window shattered, and a giant banner draped across the front of the room, held by a kunai. A woman with short, spiky purple hair and a trench coat thrown over her shoulders landed in front of them. I am Enko Mitarashi, the proctor for the 2nd stage, she shouted, her eyes glinting with a dangerous spark. Follow me. We're going to the 44th training ground, and I'm going to cut the number of remaining teams in half. The gates of 44. They stood at the perimeter of the forest of death. The towering iron fences looked more like prison bars than training boundaries. Each team was handed a scroll, either heaven or earth, and told they needed both to pass. Here, Neji said, handing their heaven scroll to Arisa. Hide it within the gourd. Even if they knock us unconscious, they won't want to reach inside your hive to find it. A wise choice, Arisa noted, the clay vessel on her back uncorking just enough to swallow the scroll into its dark, buzzing depths. As the gates began to creak open, Lee tightened his leg weights and let out a determined huff. Neji-kun! Arisa-kun! Let us move with the speed of a falling star. We shall be the first to reach the tower. Speed is important, Lee, Arisa cautioned, her red eyes scanning the dense tree line. But in this forest, the shadows have teeth. We move in a triple leaf formation. Neji, you lead the sight. Lee, you provide the vanguard. I will cover the rear with the scouts. Neji nodded, his Byakugan activating with a familiar surge of power. The forest is 10 kilometers in diameter. I see at least 3 teams already setting traps within a 1-mile radius. We go through the canopy. Most teams will stay on the ground to avoid the giant predators, but that's exactly where the traps are densest. Then we take the high ground. Arisa agreed. The signal horn blew, a long, low blast that echoed through the trees. Go! Neji commanded. They vanished into the foliage, a blur of white, green, and plum. As they leaped from branch to branch, Arisa felt the forest greeting her. The wild insects, the giant leeches, the carnivorous centipedes, the stinging flies, began to chatter in her mind. Strangers in the wood, they buzzed. Blood in the air. Let them come, Arisa thought, her hand brushing the dragonfly charm Neji had given her. They'll find that this hive has more than just stings. Beside her, Neji moved with effortless grace, his eyes never stopping their frantic, 360-degree scan. He glanced at her, and for a fleeting second, the coldness of his Byakugan softened. They were entering the place where they had spent their happiest hours, but this time, it was a war zone. And they were ready to win. Chapter 8. The Predators of the Canopy. The Forest of Death was a living, breathing entity. To the uninitiated, it was a maze of thorns and venom, but to Team 9, it was a familiar playground, albeit one currently infested with rival predators. Neji led the way through the upper canopy, his feet landing silently on branches that would have snapped under less disciplined shinobi. His Byakugan was a constant flicker of intensity, cutting through the dense humidity and the thick bark of the giant trees. Hold! Neji signaled, a sharp downward motion of his hand. Lee and Arisa froze instantly. Arisa crouched on a branch, her forest green coat blending into the moss. She felt the vibration through her boots, a rhythmic, heavy thumping from the forest floor below. What is it, Neji-kun? Lee whispered, his hand hovering over the bandages on his arms. A team from the hidden rain, Neji reported, his gaze fixed on a point 300 yards ahead. They've set a perimeter of Saban traps laced with a paralytic agent. They're waiting for someone to stumble into the clearing. Arisa closed her eyes, extending her consciousness to the scouts she had released minutes prior. They aren't alone, she added. There's a second team, hidden grass, circling around their rear. They're waiting for the rain team to spring their traps so they can scavenge the remains. It's a stalemate of cowards. We do not have time for stalemates, Lee declared, his eyes burning. We must forge ahead with the power of youth. We'll go over them, Neji decided. But we need a distraction to ensure they don't look up. Arisa reached into the dual-chambered gourd on her back. I'll give them something to look at. Gourd release, phosphorescent swarm. She released a cloud of tiny, glowing beetles. They weren't combat-oriented. Instead, they emitted a flickering, strobe-like light that mimicked the appearance of a high-level jutsu being prepared in the distance. The swarm descended toward the clearing, dancing just out of reach of the rain team's sensors. As the rain and grass teams turned their attention toward the mysterious light, Team 9 moved. The mid-air ambush. They were halfway across the clearing when the air suddenly turned cold. Neji's Byakugan flared. Arisa, dodge! A massive gust of wind, sharpened like a butcher's knife, tore through the canopy. The branch Arisa had been standing on was sliced clean through. She tumbled into the air, her plum-purple hair whipping around her face. Summoning, Vespa! In a puff of white smoke, the giant, aggressive hornet appeared beneath her. Arisa landed on its back, her hands gripping the chitinous plates of its neck. Neji! To your 12 o'clock! She shouted. From the shadows of a giant fern, a trio of shinobi wearing hidden sound protectors emerged. Their leader, a man with strange, perforated gauntlets, smirked. The Hyuga prodigy and the bug girl. My master wants to see what you're made of. The sound ninja thrust his hands forward. Decibel blast! A concentrated wave of high-frequency sound tore through the air. Neji leaped into the path of the blast, his hands moving in a circular blur. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven! The blue dome of chakra collided with the sound wave. The vibration was so intense it shattered the surrounding bark, but the Kaiten held firm. Lee! Now! Neji commanded from within the spin. Lee was a blur of green. He dropped from the branches like a meteor, his leg extended. Leave hurricane! He struck the sound ninja's lead man, but the shinobi turned into a puddle of liquid, a water clone. Behind you! Arisa screamed. She dove Vespa toward the ground, her hand reaching into her coat. Secret technique, insect jar! Thousands of black beetles erupted from her sleeves, forming a protective sphere around Lee just as the real sound leader attempted to strike him with a vibration-laced kunai. The beetles absorbed the impact, their bodies shattering to protect the teammate within. The resonance of the hive, and the eye. Neji landed beside Arisa, his face a mask of cold fury. He hated when his teammates were put in unnecessary danger. They're using sound to disrupt my Byakugan's depth perception, Neji whispered to Arisa. The vibrations are echoing off the trees, creating ghost images of their chakra signatures. Arisa stood tall, her red eyes locking onto the sound leader. Then we'll drown out their noise with our own. Neji, give me a 3-second window of absolute silence. Understood. Neji surged forward. He didn't use the gentle fist for a killing blow. Instead, he used a series of rapid-fire, vacuum palms, to push back the air, creating a momentary vacuum around the sound team. For 3 seconds, sound could not travel. In that silence, Arisa acted. She slammed her palms onto the clay gourd. The Beetle King, sensory overload. The massive scarab inside the gourd let out a low-frequency pulse that traveled through the ground rather than the air. The sound ninja, whose inner ears were highly sensitized to vibrations, were suddenly hit with a biological feedback loop. They clutched their heads, their balance shattered. Now Lee! Neji! Arisa cried. Lee didn't hesitate. Hidden Lotus! He kicked the disoriented sound ninja into the air, while Neji followed up with a devastating strike. 8 trigrams 64 palms! Neji moved with surgical speed, closing every single tenketsu in the leader's body. The man hit the forest floor like a stone, his chakra system completely locked down. The spoils of war. The remaining sound ninja fled into the shadows, leaving behind their equipment and, more importantly, a scroll. Arisa walked over and picked it up. She unrolled it slightly. It was an earth scroll. We have both, she said, her breathing heavy but steady. She looked at Neji, who was deactivating his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes slowly receding. Are you all right? Neji walked over to her, his hand reaching out to steady her. He noticed a small cut on her cheek from a flying splinter. Without thinking, he reached out and wiped the blood away with his thumb. I am fine, he said softly. But the forest is getting more dangerous. The sound, they weren't just here for the scroll. They were hunting. Let them hunt, Arisa replied, leaning into his touch for a brief second. She reached into her pocket and felt the dragonfly charm he had given her. It was warm, vibrating with his residual chakra. They'll find that team guy is the most dangerous thing in these woods. Lee approached them, his thumbs up and a wide grin on his face. A marvelous victory! Our synergy is like a blazing bonfire of youth. Neji offered a small, rare smirk. Come! The tower is only 4 miles away. If we move now, we can reach it before nightfall. As they resumed their journey through the canopy, Arisa felt the humming of the jade ring on her finger. Neji was thinking of her, a steady, rhythmic pulse of protection and pride. They were more than a team, they were a force of nature, and the Forest of Death was finally beginning to realize it. Chapter 9: The Tower's Shadow and the Serpent's Breath. The central tower of the Forest of Death loomed over the canopy like a concrete titan, its gray walls stained by decades of moss and the blood of failed aspirants. As Team 9 neared the clearing surrounding the structure, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest shifted from the chaotic hunger of wild beasts to a cold, predatory stillness. Neji signaled for a halt on a massive branch overlooking the final stretch of the perimeter. "The tower is unguarded on the exterior," he whispered, his Byakugan scanning the stone walls. "But the density of chakra signatures inside is rising. At least 6 teams have already arrived." Arisa sat back on her heels, her fingers tracing the etched insect motifs on her gourd. She felt a strange prickle at the base of her neck. Her scouts were behaving erratically. Some were dying in the distance, their life forces snuffed out not by physical force, but by a sheer, overwhelming pressure. "Something is wrong," Arisa murmured. "The wind, it carries a scent I don't recognize. It's like ozone and rotting scales." "Maybe it is just the smell of victory, Arisa-kun," Lee whispered loudly, though even he looked wary, his hand resting on the hilt of a kunai. "No," Neji said, his voice hardening. "Arisa is right. Look at the birds." High above, the forest avian life was fleeing the area near the tower's western gate. Neji turned his gaze toward the dense thicket they had just bypassed. His veins bulged as he pushed the Byakugan to its limit. "There's a signature, it's massive. Dark. It's not a genin. It's not even a jonin. It's something else." Suddenly, a scream echoed through the trees, followed by a sound like 1,000 snakes hissing in unison. "The Uchiha team," Neji identified, his brow furrowing. "They're being engaged by a single shinobi. But the chakra, it's leaking like a poison." The choice of the wise. Arisa stood up, her plum-purple hair catching the dim light filter. "We have both scrolls. Our priority is to enter the tower. If we interfere with whatever is happening out there, we risk the mission." Neji looked at her, then back at the direction of the screaming. He was a man of logic and destiny, but the quiet understanding he shared with Arisa told him that she wasn't just being cold, she was being protective. She knew that the dark energy out there was something that could extinguish even their light. "You're right," Neji conceded. "But we move quickly. Lee, vanguard formation. Arisa, if anything comes within 20 feet, don't wait for a signal. Unleash the heavy guards." They leaped from the trees, crossing the open ground in a blur of speed. They reached the massive wooden doors of the tower's ground floor without incident, but as the heavy iron bolts slid home behind them, the temperature seemed to drop. The interior of the tower was a labyrinth of cold stone hallways. Following the instructions on the scrolls, they entered a small, windowless room. "Open them together," Arisa said, handing Neji the heaven scroll while she held the earth scroll. As the paper unfurled, a summoning formula flared to life. In a cloud of white smoke, a figure appeared, not a monster, but a familiar face. "Irika-sensei?" Lee exclaimed, his eyes wide. The academy instructor smiled, though he looked weary. "Congratulations, Team 9. You've completed the second stage in record time for this year. You are among the first to arrive." Irika's eyes lingered on Neji and Arisa, noting the way they stood, shoulders touching, a seamless overlap of their personal space. "The third stage won't begin for several days. Until then, you are to rest in the upper quarters. Use this time. The battles ahead will not be about scrolls, but about individual strength." The sanctuary of the stone. The upper quarters were sparse, stone bunks, a small washroom, and a balcony overlooking the internal atrium of the tower. After a quick meal of ration pills and water, Lee had predictably begun a regimen of 5,000 post-scroll squats. In the corner, Neji and Arisa retreated to the balcony. The sun was setting outside the forest, casting long, bloody streaks across the horizon. "That chakra we felt," Arisa said, leaning her elbows on the cold stone railing. "It didn't feel human, Neji. It felt like the forest itself was trying to vomit." Neji stood beside her, his long hair loose now, framing a face etched with a rare exhaustion. "There are things in this world that even the Byakugan shouldn't look at for too long. Whatever happened out there, the Uchiha boy is still alive, for now. But the balance of this exam has shifted." He turned to her, his pale eyes searching hers. "In the third stage, it's individual combat. There's a high probability we will have to face each other." Arisa didn't flinch. She reached out and took his hand, her thumb tracing the jade ring on his pinky. If we do, I won't hold back. And neither will you. That's the promise we made when we were 7, remember? To be the only ones who can truly challenge each other. Neji's fingers curled around hers. I remember. But the thought of striking you, it's becoming harder to reconcile with the person I've become when I'm with you. Arisa stepped closer, the scent of her sweet chakra-laced hair filling his senses. Then don't think of it as striking me. Think of it as a conversation. A very loud, very fast conversation between a hive and an eye. She stood on her tiptoes, pressing her forehead against his. In the dim light of the tower, the quiet understanding was no longer quiet. It was a roar. I won't let anyone else defeat you, Neji, she whispered. And I expect the same from you. Neji leaned down, his lips ghosting over hers before settling into a firm, lingering kiss. It was a kiss of preparation, a vow that no matter what happened in the arena, the bond forged in the deep woods and the stone halls would remain unbroken. Destiny might dictate that we fight, Neji murmured against her lips. But we dictate who walks away from the battle together. Outside, the forest hissed and groaned as the darkness took hold, but within the stone walls of the tower, the queen and her genius were a fortress of their own. Chapter 10: The Preliminary Trials. The internal atrium of the tower was a cavernous space, cold and clinical. The air was thick with the residue of powerful chakra as the remaining genin, battered, bloodied, but still standing, gathered on the lower floor. High above, on the spectator balconies, the Jonin instructors stood like gargoyles, their eyes scanning the survivors. Lord Third, the Hokage, stood at the center with a weary but sharp gaze. Beside him, Hate Gecko, the proctor for the preliminaries, coughed into his hand, his pale face illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Due to the unexpected number of survivors, Hate announced, his voice raspy, we will conduct preliminary rounds to thin the field before the final tournament. The matches will be decided by the electronic board. Arisa stood shoulder to shoulder with Neji, her forest green trench coat open, her hands resting near the pouches of her specialized beetles. She felt the heavy gaze of the sand team across the room, but her focus remained on the screen. The board spun, names blurring into a mess of light before clicking into place. Match 1, Sasuke Uchiha vs Yora Akato. Arisa watched the battle with a clinical detachment. She saw the way Sasuke struggled with the strange, pulsating mark on his neck, the same dark energy she had sensed in the forest. She glanced at Neji, whose Byakugan was focused on the Uchiha's chakra flow. It's suppressing him, Neji whispered, his voice low enough only for her to hear. The seal is feeding on his chakra, but he's using raw willpower to keep it at bay. It's inefficient. And dangerous. He's driven by something other than the exam. Arisa noted, her amber-red eyes narrowing. That's a weakness. The matches proceeded in a blur of violence and desperation. Shino Aburame, Arisa's cousin, won his match with the stoic efficiency characteristic of their clan, though his style was far more subtle than Arisa's high-intensity combat. Then, the board spun again. Match 4, Arisa Aburame vs Tsukumi Diosu. Neji's hand momentarily brushed against Arisa's arm, a silent gesture of support. The sound ninja from the forest. He uses vibration. Don't let him get a rhythm. He's already lost, Arisa replied, her voice cooling to the temperature of ice. He just doesn't know it yet. The Hive versus the Echo. Arisa stepped into the arena, the heavy clay gourd on her back echoing with a low, hungry hum. Dosu stood opposite her, his hunched posture and the metallic gauntlet on his arm making him look more like a scavenger than a shinobi. The girl with the bugs? Dosu hissed. In the forest, you had the advantage of the trees. Here, there is nowhere for your swarm to hide. My sound travels through the air, through the floor, through your very bones. Begin! Hate shouted. Dosu struck first, slamming his gauntlet against the stone floor. A visible ripple of sonic energy tore across the ground, designed to shatter Arisa's balance and rupture her internal organs. Arisa didn't move. She didn't have to. Gourd release, heavy guard shell. Instead of a cloud, a dense, physical shield of beetles erupted from her gourd, forming a curved wall in front of her. The sonic wave hit the shield with the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. The beetles vibrated, their interlocking carapaces absorbing and dispersing the frequency. You think sound is your ally? Arisa's voice carried over the ringing in the air. My hive communicates through vibration. We were born in the hum. She flicked her wrists. From her leather bracers, hundreds of microscopic, dampener mites took flight. They didn't attack Dosu, they filled the air between them, creating a thick, invisible curtain of biological mufflers. Dosu struck his gauntlet again, but this time, the sound was muffled, dying before it reached halfway across the arena. What? My sound, it's being eaten. Not eaten, Arisa said, stepping forward. Neutralized. And now, the counter-resonance. She reached into her coat and pulled out her bone-carved whistle. She blew a note that was inaudible to the human ear, but the arena floor began to tremble. Thousands of Kikaichu began to crawl from the cracks in the masonry, insects she had seeded into the room the moment she arrived. Secret technique, the whispering death. The insects didn't bite. They began to vibrate their wings in perfect unison, creating a frequency that matched the resonant frequency of Dosu's metallic gauntlet. The metal began to shriek, glowing with the heat of the vibration. Dosu screamed, clutching his arm as the gauntlet threatened to shatter. He lunged at Arisa, desperate to break her concentration, but he was moving through a sea of insects that drained his chakra with every step. Arisa ended it with a single, fluid motion. She stepped into his guard, her hand glowing with a sweet chakra that acted like a beacon. Summoning, Great Praying Mantis Partial! A giant, emerald scythe materialized for a split second, the flat of the blade striking Dosu across the chest with the force of a battering ram. He was sent sprawling across the arena, unconscious before he hit the wall. The genius's turn. Winner, Arisa Aburame! Arisa walked back to the balcony, her breathing barely elevated. Neji was waiting for her, his expression one of quiet pride. The dampener mites were a brilliant adaptation, he noted. I learned it from watching your Kaiten, she admitted, leaning against the railing beside him. The best defense isn't just stopping the attack, it's making the attack irrelevant. The board spun again. The room went quiet as the names settled. Match 8, Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. The air grew heavy. Arisa felt the shift in Neji's chakra. It turned cold, sharp, and jagged. He looked down at the shy, trembling girl standing in the arena below. Hinata, his cousin? The heiress of the main house. Neji, Arisa said softly, her hand finding his. Don't let the past dictate the strike. She is not the one who put the seal on you. Neji didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on Hinata, his jaw set in a hard line. The main house and the branch house, it is the destiny of the bird to be caged, and the duty of the cage to be strong. She needs to understand the reality of the world we live in. He walked down the stairs, each step echoing like a funeral knell. Arisa watched from above, her heart tightening. She knew the bitterness that lived in Neji's soul, the bird in a cage, that she had spent years trying to soothe. In the arena, Neji's Byakugan flared with a terrifying intensity. You should withdraw, Hinata-sama, Neji said, his voice devoid of emotion. You are not a warrior. You are a victim of a destiny you didn't choose, just as I am. But in this arena, there is no main house. There is only the strong and the weak. The battle was a tragedy in motion. Hinata fought with a desperate, heartbreaking bravery, but Neji was a master. He moved with a cold, surgical precision, striking her tenketsu with the indifference of a man dismantling a machine. Arisa watched, her knuckles white as she gripped the railing. She saw the moment Neji's anger threatened to boil over, the moment he prepared a killing blow. Neji! Stop! Arisa's voice cut through the tension of the room, sharp and commanding. Neji froze, his palm inches from Hinata's heart. He looked up, his white eyes meeting Arisa's red ones. In that gaze he saw the person he had become when they were alone in the forest of death, the man who straightened her hair and fed her beetles. The bloodlust in his eyes flickered and died. He pulled back, his hand trembling slightly. Winner, Neji Hyuga! As the medics rushed to the arena, Neji walked back up the stairs. He didn't look at the jonin who had intervened. He walked straight to Arisa. He didn't say a word, but he reached out and gripped her hand so hard it bruised. Arisa didn't pull away. She stood there, his anchor in the storm of his own making. The preliminaries are over, Arisa whispered. We have a month before the finals. Let's go home, Neji. Neji nodded, his head bowing. They walked out of the tower together, the hive and the eye, leaving the ghosts of the Hyuga clan behind them in the cold stone halls. Chapter 11: The Month of the Moon and the Moth. The month-long reprieve before the final tournament transformed Konoha into a hive of frantic activity. While the village prepared for the influx of daimyo and dignitaries, Neji and Arisa retreated into a world that belonged only to them. The incident with Hinata had left a lingering shadow in Neji's eyes. He spent the first week in a state of icy silence, his training sessions with Gai-sensei bordering on self-destruction. It wasn't until a warm Tuesday evening, under the pale glow of a waxing moon, that Arisa finally intervened. She found him at Training Ground 3, his knuckles bleeding through his bandages as he struck a reinforced iron post. The sound of bone meeting metal echoed through the clearing. The post isn't going to bleed, Neji, Arisa said, leaning against a nearby tree. She wasn't wearing her trench coat. Instead, she wore a simple sleeveless black tunic, her plum purple hair tied up in a messy bun. Neji didn't stop. The post doesn't need to bleed. It only needs to break. And what happens when you break? Arisa stepped into his space, her hand catching his wrist mid-strike. Neji froze. His breathing was ragged, his chest heaving. For a moment, the cold genius was gone, replaced by a boy drowning in the expectations of a legacy he hated. He looked down at her, his Byakugan deactivating to reveal eyes that were clouded with exhaustion. I almost killed her, Neji whispered, his voice cracking. If you hadn't shouted, the cage would have closed on both of us. Arisa didn't offer empty platitudes. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a small vial of translucent honey. She began to untie his ruined bandages, her fingers steady and warm. The cage only closes if you stop fighting to stay outside of it. You didn't kill her. You chose to listen to me instead of the ghosts. That is growth, Neji. Not failure. She applied the honey, infused with the healing enzymes of her medical mites, to his bruised knuckles. The cooling sensation seemed to sap the tension from his shoulders. The finals are in 3 weeks, Neji said, his voice regaining its composure. Naruto Uzumaki is my opponent. He talks of changing destiny, of becoming Hokage despite his status. He is a fool, but his chakra is bottomless. Then we make your defense just as bottomless, Arisa replied. She looked up at him, a spark of challenge in her amber-red eyes. I've been developing something. A way to combine our signatures. If I concede your Kaiten with my heavy guards, we can create a barrier that doesn't just repel attacks, it consumes them. Neji's interest was piqued. A symbiotic defense? Exactly. But it requires a level of chakra synchronization we've never attempted. We have to be in total resonance. The training of the two souls. The following weeks were the most intense of their lives. They moved deep into the Aburame compound, into the Whispering Caves, where the air was thick with the scent of wild nectar. They sat opposite each other for hours, hands joined, practicing the delicate art of chakra molding. Neji would release a steady stream of his sharp, precise Hyuga energy, while Arisa would weave her sweet, rhythmic Aburame chakra around it. At first, the energies clashed. Neji's chakra was like a blade, Arisa's like a swarm. But slowly, they began to find a middle ground. Steady, Arisa whispered during one midnight session. Don't fight the hum. Let the insects guide the flow. Neji closed his eyes. He felt the tiny, rhythmic pulses of the beetles in Arisa's gourd. He realized he wasn't just sensing her, he was sensing the entire ecosystem she commanded. He adjusted his output, softening the edges of his chakra until it felt like a silken thread. Suddenly, a golden light erupted between their palms. A single Kakachu flew into the center of the light, its wings glowing with a brilliance that illuminated the cave. The insect didn't die. It grew stronger, its carapace shimmering like reinforced steel. "We did it," Neji breathed, looking at the glowing insect. "The resonance is stable." "It's more than stable," Arisa said, a triumphant smile lighting up her face. "It's a new style. The gentle hive dot." The night before the finals. The evening before the tournament, the village was quiet. The banners for the daimyo were already fluttering in the wind, and the stadium was a silent arena waiting for the blood and glory of the morrow. Neji and Arisa stood on the roof of the Aburame estate. For the first time in weeks, they weren't training. They were simply being. Arisa reached into the collar of her coat and pulled out the dragonfly charm Neji had given her. It was glowing faintly, reacting to his proximity. "Whatever happens tomorrow, Neji, the world is going to see you differently. They won't just see a branch house prodigy. They'll see a man who defied the stars." Neji looked at the jade ring on his pinky. The queen inside was humming a peaceful melody. He reached out and pulled Arisa into his arms, his chin resting on the top of her head. "I don't care what the world sees," Neji said, his voice a low, steady vow. "I only care that you are there to see it. If I win for us. If I lose knowing that I am free because of you." He pulled back just enough to look into her red eyes. The intimacy between them had deepened into something profound, a bond that transcended team loyalty or a betrothal contract. It was a choice they made with every breath. Neji leaned down and kissed her. This time, there was no hesitation, no preparation for battle. It was a kiss of profound tenderness and absolute possession. Arisa responded with equal fervor, her hands tangling in his long, dark hair, pulling him closer as if she could pull his very soul into her hive. "I love you, Neji," she whispered against his lips. Neji's heart hammered against his ribs, a rhythm more powerful than any keitan. "And I love you, Arisa. Beyond destiny. Beyond blood." They stayed on the roof until the moon reached its zenith. Tomorrow, the arena would test their strength, their skill, and their resolve. But tonight they were invincible. The hive and the eye had become a single heart, beating in the darkness of the hidden leaf. Chapter 12: The Uncaged Bird. The atmosphere in the grand stadium was electric, a cacophony of thousands of voices that felt like a physical weight against the eardrums. High in the central box, the third Hokage sat beside the Kazekage, their presence lending a heavy gravity to the proceedings. Arisa stood in the tunnel, the shadows concealing the vibrant plum of her hair. She adjusted the dual-chambered gourd on her back, feeling the restless vibration of the Beetle King. Her matches were scheduled for later in the day, but her heart was already in the arena. Neji stood beside her, his white robes pristine, his long hair tied back with a new, dark ribbon Arisa had given him. He was a pillar of absolute stillness, but Arisa could feel the heat radiating off him, the focused intensity of a man about to challenge the heavens. "He's loud," Arisa murmured, nodding toward the arena where Naruto Uzumaki was already shouting at the crowd. "His chakra is messy. Like a whirlpool that hasn't found its center. He is a loudmouth and a failure," Neji replied, though his voice lacked the biting cruelty it once held. "But failures are unpredictable. They don't know when to stay down." Arisa reached out and took his hand. His palm was dry and steady. "Don't just win, Neji. Show them who you are. Not the branch house genius. Not the bird in the cage. Just Neji." Neji looked down at her, his pale eyes softening for a fleeting second. He squeezed her hand, a firm, grounding pressure, before letting go. "I will be waiting for you in the winner's circle, Arisa." He stepped out of the tunnel and into the blinding sunlight. The roar of the crowd was deafening. The battle of ideology. The fight began with a flurry of movement. Naruto was aggressive, relying on his shadow clones to swarm Neji from all angles. But to the Byakugan, numbers were irrelevant. Neji moved through the sea of orange jumpsuits like a ghost, his strikes precise and devastating. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. From the spectator balcony, Arisa watched with bated breath. Beside her, Rock Lee was cheering so loudly his face was turning purple, but Arisa was silent. She could see the way Neji was controlling the flow of the battle, his movements fluid and economical. He was a master at work. But then, the tone changed. Naruto began to talk, about destiny, about the Hyuga's curse seal, about the unfairness of the world. Neji responded with the cold, hard logic of his past, eventually removing his forehead protector to show the world the green seal that branded him as a servant. You see? Neji's voice echoed through the stadium. Destiny is decided at birth. You are a failure, and I am a genius. That is the truth of this world. Arisa gripped the railing, her knuckles white. No, Neji, she thought fiercely. That isn't you anymore. As Naruto tapped into the red, bubbling chakra of the 9 tails, the stadium shook. The raw power was terrifying, a primal force that threatened to drown out everything else. Neji didn't falter. He met the beast chakra head-on, his Kaiten turning into a shimmering dome of absolute defiance. The final clash was a blur of smoke and debris. When the dust settled, Naruto stood over a fallen Neji, only for the Naruto to explode in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto erupted from the ground, delivering a massive uppercut that sent Neji sprawling into the dirt. The stadium went silent as Hade Gecko checked the bodies. Winner Naruto Uzumaki! The resonance of the soul. The medical team rushed onto the field, but Arisa was faster. She leaped from the balcony, her forest green coat fluttering behind her like wings. She ignored the guards and the spectators, her red eyes fixed only on the boy lying in the crater. She reached him just as he was beginning to stir. His robes were stained with dirt, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the sky, his pale eyes dazed. The birds, Neji whispered, watching a flock of white birds fly over the stadium. They're free. Arisa dropped to her knees beside him, her hands glowing with a soft, green light as she immediately deployed her medical mites. You're a fool, Neji Hyuga, she said, her voice trembling with a mixture of relief and fury. Neji turned his head to look at her. The bitterness was gone. The coldness was gone. In its place was a profound, quiet clarity. He reached up, his fingers brushing against the dragonfly charm hanging from her neck. He was right, Neji said softly. The bird chooses its own sky. Arisa leaned down, her hair falling around them like a curtain, shielding them from the eyes of the thousands above. She pressed her forehead against his, her tears mixing with the dust on his face. You did it. You broke the cage. I lost the match. Neji noted, a faint, genuine smile touching his lips. I don't care about the match, Arisa replied, her hand finding his. I care about the man. Naruto approached them, looking battered but triumphant. He stopped a few feet away, seeing the intimacy between the two geniuses. He offered a clumsy, sheepish grin. Hey Neji, you're actually pretty cool. And you, bug girl, you better win your match, or I'll never hear the end of it. Arisa looked at Naruto, her red eyes softening. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, for waking him up. The new dawn. An hour later, in the infirmary, Neji sat on the edge of the bed. His chest was bandaged, but his chakra was stable. His uncle, Hyuga, had just left the room after a long, private conversation, and a humble bow that had changed everything for Neji. Arisa stood by the window, watching the next match begin. She felt a presence behind her. Neji stood up and walked to her, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, breathing in the scent of her sweet chakra. Hayashi told me the truth about my father, Neji whispered. He chose to die. He chose his own destiny to protect his brother. It wasn't a curse, it was a choice. Arisa turned in his arms, her hands resting on his chest. And now you have your own choices to make. Neji looked out at the arena, then back at the girl who had been his light in the darkness for as long as he could remember. He reached into his pocket, and pulled out the jade ring she had given him. He took her hand and slipped it onto her ring finger, a mirror of the one he still wore. "My first choice is you," Neji said, his voice a low, steady vow. "In every life, in every destiny. I choose you, Arisa Aburame." Arisa pulled him down for a kiss that tasted of salt and victory. The gentle hive was no longer just a technique, it was their life. They were two prodigies who had stepped out of the shadows of their clans and into the light of their own making. "No," Arisa said, pulling back with a fierce glint in her eyes. "It's my turn to show them what a queen can do." Neji smiled, a look of absolute confidence. "Go. Show them that the hive never truly sleeps." As Arisa walked toward the arena for her own match, the jade ring on her finger hummed with a resonance so powerful it felt like a second heartbeat. The cage was open, and the sky belonged to them. Chapter 13: The Queen's Gambit. The stadium had barely settled after the emotional upheaval of the Hyuga clash. The workers were still smoothing the churned earth of the arena floor when the electronic board began its frantic dance once more. Neji sat in the recovery wing's spectator box, his forehead wrapped in fresh white linen, his eyes fixed on the screen with an intensity that ignored his own lingering pain. Match 4, Arisa Aburame vs. Temari of the Sand. The crowd roared. The striking anomaly of the Aburame clan was facing the Sand's tactical powerhouse. Arisa walked down the stone stairs, the rhythmic thud-thud of her heavy gourd hitting her back sounding like a drumbeat. She caught Neji's gaze for a fleeting second. He gave a single, sharp nod, not of encouragement, but of recognition. He knew what she was about to unleash. As she stepped into the center of the arena, the wind began to howl. Temari stood opposite her, the giant iron fan strapped to her back, a confident, predatory smirk playing on her lips. "I watched your preliminary match, Aburame," Temari called out, her voice carrying over the wind. "Those little mites of yours work well in stagnant air. But against the Sand's great taskmaster? They'll be blown back to the academy before you can blink." Arisa didn't respond with words. She reached back and pulled the reinforced rope, uncorking the dual-chambered gourd. A low-frequency hum, deep enough to vibrate the spectators' seats, filled the stadium. "The wind is a fickle ally, Temari," Arisa said, her amber-red eyes locking onto the Sand kunoichis. "It carries seeds, it carries scents, and it carries death." The storm versus the swarm. "Begin!" Temari moved with explosive grace. She swung her fan to the first star. "Wind style, great taskmaster!" A wall of pressurized air tore across the arena, intended to shred anything in its path. Arisa didn't dodge. She slammed her hands onto the ground, her chakra flaring in a sweet, intoxicating pulse. "Secret technique, anchor hive!" From the soles of her boots, thousands of heavy-body, grappling beetles erupted, burrowing their barbed legs deep into the stone. They acted as a biological anchor, holding Arisa's feet to the earth as the wind shrieked around her. Her forest-green trench coat whipped violently, but she remained a statue amidst the gale. "Is that all?" Temari yelled, swinging the fan to the second star. "Wind style, sea foam gale!" The wind turned into a series of invisible blades, slicing through the air with surgical precision. Arisa's scouts, the microscopic gnats she had released earlier, were swept away, but that had been her plan. "You're tracking the wrong targets," Arisa whispered. She flicked her wrists, her leather bracers hissing. Instead of flying insects, she released a cloud of heavy guard larvae. They were dense, aerodynamic, and resistant to wind resistance. As Temari's gale pushed them, they used the wind's own energy to spin, turning into tiny, high-speed projectiles that bypassed the fan's defensive currents. Temari gasped, forced to use her fan as a physical shield as the larvae dented the metal ribs of her weapon. "TCH! Persistent little pests!" The great wasp's descent. Temari leaped into the air, opening her fan to the third star. "Summoning, CC!" The weasel summon appeared, its scythe-like blade ready to amplify the wind. But Arisa was already weaving her own signs. "Summoning, Vespa!" The giant hornet erupted from a cloud of smoke, its iridescent wings beating at a frequency that created its own countercurrent. Arisa leaped onto Vespa's back, rising into the sky to meet Temari. The battle became an aerial dance of high-speed transport and stinger barrages. Vespa rained down toxic larvae, each one hatching upon contact with Temari's windshields to begin draining her chakra. Temari countered with gusts that threatened to knock Arisa from her mount. "You're reaching your limit, sand user!" Arisa shouted over the drone of wings. "Not even close!" Temari retorted, preparing her final, most devastating wind jutsu. The resonance of the jade. In the spectator box, Neji's hand went to the jade ring on his pinky. He felt the queen inside humming, a frantic, rhythmic SOS. He closed his eyes, focusing his chakra into the ring, sending a stabilizing pulse back to Arisa. Now Arisa, he thought. The resonance. In the arena, Arisa felt Neji's chakra hit her like a warm wave of sunlight. Her amber-red eyes glowed with a new intensity. She didn't just command Vespa, she became the hive. The Beetle King, absolute silence! She didn't use the ground this time. She used the air itself. Every insect she had seeded into the stadium, the larvae on Temari's fan, the mites in the wind, began to vibrate in a frequency that matched Neji's kaiten. The air around Temari suddenly turned into a gelatinous mass of sound and vibration. Her wind jutsu collapsed. The CC summon vanished in a puff of smoke, unable to maintain its form in the disruptive field. Temari fell from her perch, landing hard on the arena floor. Before she could recover, Arisa descended on Vespa's back, the giant stinger of the hornet hovering inches from Temari's throat. "The wind has settled," Arisa said, her voice calm and absolute. "Yield." Temari looked up at the red-eyed queen, seeing the thousands of insects hovering in perfect, terrifying formation above her. She let out a frustrated sigh and dropped her fan. "I yield." The shadow in the stadium. "Winner, Arisa Aburame!" The crowd's cheers were short-lived. Just as Arisa dismissed Vespa and began to walk toward the tunnel, the air in the stadium changed. It wasn't the wind of the sand or the hum of the Aburame. It was a cold, oppressive darkness. Feathers began to fall from the sky, a village-wide genjutsu. Arisa's eyes widened. "Neji!" High in the box, Neji was already moving. "Release!" He dispelled the genjutsu for himself and the people nearby, his Byakugan scanning the stadium. "Arisa! To the Hokage's box! The sand and sound are attacking!" Arisa didn't hesitate. She uncorked the second chamber of her gourd, releasing the heavy guard swarm in a defensive spiral. "Lee! Wake up the others! The real exam has started!" As the stadium erupted into chaos, the hive and the eye found each other in the smoke. They didn't need words. The tournament was over, but the battle for their home had begun. Neji landed beside Arisa, his hand finding hers for a brief, grounding second. "Destiny didn't plan for this," Neji said, his face a mask of cold, tactical fury. "Then we'll rewrite it," Arisa replied, her red eyes burning. Together, they turned toward the invading forces, two prodigies who were no longer playing for points, but for the lives of everyone they loved. Chapter 14: The Symphony of the Shattered Leaf. The sky above Konoha, once a vibrant blue, was now choked with the gray haze of smoke and the shimmering, deceptive descent of white feathers. The genjutsu was thick, but for Arisa, the sweet chakra circulating through her system acted as a natural filter. Her insects were agitated, their wings drumming against the clay walls of her gourd in a frantic warning. Beside her, Neji's Byakugan was a blinding white flare in the chaos. "The Hokage's box is encased in a four-corner purple flame barrier," he reported, his voice cutting through the screams of the crowd. "4 sound ninja are maintaining it. Orochimaru is inside with the third. We can't break that barrier from the outside without a massive chakra spike," Arisa said, her amber-red eyes scanning the stadium floor where Sand and Sound Shinobi were already engaged with the Leaf's Jonin. "But we can keep the perimeter clear. Neji, look!" A group of giant snakes, summoned by the invaders, began to tear through the stadium walls. One was heading straight for the section where the younger academy students were trapped. "Lee! Cover the eastern exits!" Neji commanded, catching the eye of their teammate who had just dispelled his own genjutsu. "Arisa, with me!" The defense of the north gate. They moved as a single unit, a devastating blur of white robes and green tactical trench coats. As they reached the base of the stadium, 3 sound Chunin intercepted them. One brandished a jagged blade, while the others began weaving signs for a coordinated fire-style attack. "Don't let them finish the signs!" Arisa shouted. She didn't reach for her gourd. Instead, she slammed her leather bracers together. "Secret technique, insect net!" A spray of ultra-thin, chakra-conductive silk threads erupted from her wrists. The threads, guided by microscopic beetles, lashed out and entwined the sound ninja's fingers just as they attempted to form the tiger seal. "My hands! I can't move them!" one cried out. Neji didn't give them a second to breathe. He surged forward, his feet barely touching the blood-stained grass. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He didn't strike one man, he struck all 3 in a rotating sequence of surgical strikes. To the onlookers, it looked like a dance. To the sound ninja, it was the end of their lives as shinobi. Each strike hit a tenketsu with the force of a hammer, sealing their chakra systems and sending them into agonizing paralysis. As the last one fell, Neji turned his head sharply. "The giant snake is breaking through the wall! Arisa, the gourd release!" The hive versus the serpent. The massive 3-headed serpent roared, its scales grinding against the stone of the stadium. It lunged toward a group of civilians huddled near the exit. Arisa stepped in front of them, her red eyes burning with the swarming lotus ferocity Guy had nurtured. She reached back and pulled the heavy, reinforced rope, uncorking both chambers of her gourd simultaneously. The master of 3 contracts, the Great Wasp! In a massive explosion of smoke, Vespa appeared, but this time, the hornet was different. It was covered in a shimmering layer of Arisa's heavy guard beetles, creating a suit of living armor. Vespa! Stinger barrage! The hornet dove, its stinger vibrating at a frequency that could penetrate stone. It struck the serpent's central head, injecting a concentrated dose of Aburame toxin. The serpent thrashed, but Arisa wasn't finished. "Neji, the resonance! Now!" Neji landed on Vespa's back behind Arisa. He placed his hands on her shoulders, closing his eyes. He poured his sharp, refined chakra into her, and she channeled it directly into the Beetle King, residing in her gourd. The result was a biological phenomenon. Thousands of insects erupted from the gourd, but they didn't fly haphazardly. They formed into a massive, rotating drill of chitin and chakra, a gentle hive version of the Kaiten. Secret technique, heaven-spinning swarm! The drill slammed into the serpent's chest. The combined force of Neji's rotational energy and the biting power of Arisa's beetles tore through the serpent's scales like paper. With a final, agonizing hiss, the summon dissipated in a cloud of foul-smelling smoke. The silent promise in the storm. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the battle for the village was far from over. They stood amidst the debris, breathing heavily. Arisa wiped a splash of purple ichor from her cheek, her hands trembling slightly from the sheer chakra output. Neji reached out, his hand steadying her. He looked at the jade ring on his finger, which was glowing with a fierce, protective light. "The Hokage! I can't see his chakra anymore," Neji whispered, his Byakugan fixed on the distant purple barrier. "The flame is flickering. It's ending." Arisa looked toward the roof of the stadium. They both knew what it meant. The third Hokage, the man who had seen them grow from orphans of their clans into protectors of the village, was likely making his final stand. "We can't go to him," Arisa said, her voice heavy with grief. "Our duty is here. Protecting the people he loved." Neji pulled her into a brief, fierce embrace. In the middle of the war-torn stadium, with the smell of smoke and the sound of distant explosions, he kissed the top of her head. "Destiny didn't take him, Arisa," Neji said, his voice regaining its newfound strength. "He chose this. Just like my father. Just like we choose to stay and fight. He pulled back, his white eyes locking onto her amber-red ones. Stay close to me. I won't lose you in this chaos. You couldn't lose me if you tried, Hyuga. Arisa replied, a small, determined smirk returning to her face. She adjusted her gourd and whistled, calling her scouts back to her. Let's find Lee and the others. This village belongs to the leaf, and no snake is going to take it. They leaped back into the fray, the queen and her genius, moving as a single shadow against the encroaching darkness. The exams were truly over, and the legend of the hive and the eye was being written in the blood and fire of their home. Chapter 15. The Price of Peace. The purple flame barrier had flickered out, leaving behind a silence more deafening than the roar of the giant serpents. As the sound and sand forces began their tactical retreat, the true cost of the invasion settled over Konoha like a funeral shroud. The third Hokage was gone, and with him, an era had crumbled into ash. In the aftermath, the stadium was no longer an arena of glory but a triage center. Neji and Arisa stood near the northern rubble, their clothes scorched and their chakra reserves dangerously low. Arisa was on her knees, her hands glowing with a faint, flickering green light. Her medical mites were working overtime, sealing the shrapnel wounds of a young genin from the hidden grass who had been caught in the crossfire. Your pulse is stabilizing, Arisa whispered, her voice raspy from the smoke. Stay still. The hive is holding the vessels together. Neji stood guard over her, his Byakugan deactivated to save what little energy he had left. His long hair was matted with dust, and a jagged cut ran along his jawline, but his posture remained unyielding. He watched the medics carry away the stretchers, his eyes tracking the heavy, rhythmic movement of the village coming back to life. The invasion is over, Neji said, his voice a low vibration in the cool evening air. But the village, it feels different. The air is thinner. Arisa stood up, swaying slightly. Neji was at her side instantly, his arm wrapping around her waist to steady her. She leaned into him, the scent of ozone and iron clinging to their skin. It's the scent of a vacuum, Arisa replied, looking toward the carved faces of the Hokage rock. Lord Third's stone eyes seemed to look out over a village that was now missing its heart. When a king falls, the hive loses its rhythm. We have to find a new one, Neji. The morning of the leaf. 2 days later, the village gathered in the rain. It was a sea of black umbrellas and somber faces. The funeral for the third Hokage and the fallen shinobi was a testament to the will of fire, a flame that burned brightest when the wind tried to blow it out. Neji and Arisa stood with Team 9. Rock Lee was uncharacteristically quiet, his eyes red-rimmed as he stared at the flower-covered altar. Gai-sensei stood behind them, his hand on Lee's shoulder, his usual boisterous energy replaced by a solemn, protective presence. Neji felt the weight of the dragonfly charm beneath his robes. He looked at the portrait of the third Hokage and thought of the bird in a cage. For the first time, he understood that the cage wasn't just the seal on his forehead, it was the fear of loss, the bitterness of fate. He felt a small, warm hand slip into his. He didn't have to look to know it was Arisa. He died for his choice, Arisa whispered, her voice blending with the pitter-patter of the rain. Just like your father. There is beauty in that, Neji. A terrifying, beautiful freedom. Neji squeezed her hand, his fingers interlocking with hers. The jade ring on his pinky hummed, a soft, mournful vibration that resonated with the one on Arisa's finger. I used to think death was the ultimate destiny, Neji said. But seeing them, seeing the way the village stands together, I realized that destiny is what we leave behind in the hearts of others. The moonlit vow. That night, after the ceremonies had ended and the village had retreated into a restless sleep, Neji and Arisa walked through the quieted streets. They ended up at the small bridge overlooking the stream where they had sat after their very first team mission. The moon was full, reflecting in the dark water. Arisa sat on the wooden railing, her plum purple hair damp from the lingering mist. She looked at Neji, who was staring into the distance. Hayashi-sama spoke to my father today, Arisa said softly. Neji turned to her, his expression unreadable. About the contract? About us, she corrected. The elders want to move the marriage forward. They say that in times of war, the clans must be reinforced. They want the hive and the eye to be officially bound by the next full moon. Neji walked over to her, stepping between her knees and resting his hands on her waist. He looked up at her, his pale eyes searching hers with an intensity that made the insects in her gourd stir. And what do you want, Arisa? Arisa reached out, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw, lingering on the scar from the invasion. I want the choice we made in the Forest of Death to be the only one that matters. I don't want to be bound by a council of old men. I want to be yours because I chose to be. Neji leaned forward, his forehead resting against hers. Then that is what we will tell them. We are shinobi of the leaf. We serve the village, but our hearts belong to the contract we signed with our own blood. He pulled a small, silver pin from his pouch, the official insignia of a Chunin. Though the exams had been interrupted, the council had promoted those who showed exceptional merit during the invasion. Both Neji and Arisa had been elevated. He pinned it to her collar, his fingers brushing against her skin. Chunin Arisa Aburame, he whispered. Chunin Neji Hyuga, she replied, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through the grief of the week. They stood there for a long time, held together by the gravity of their shared history and the uncertainty of the future. The village would heal, a new Hokage would be found, and more battles would come. But as the hive and the eye looked out over the water, they knew that whatever darkness arrived, they would meet it as a single, unbreakable resonance. Let's go home, Neji said, taking her hand. We are home, Arisa replied. As they walked back toward the village, the first fireflies of the season began to dance in the grass, a tiny, flickering symphony of light that proved that even after the greatest storm, life always finds a way to hum again. Chapter 16: The Search for the Sannin. The promotion to Chunin was a hollow victory in a village still draped in mourning. The air in Konoha remained heavy, the silence of the empty Hokage office a constant reminder of the power vacuum left behind. While the village council bickered over succession, the burden of security fell upon the newly promoted. Neji and Arisa found themselves assigned to long-range reconnaissance patrols, ensuring the borders remained secure while the village's foundations were rebuilt. The outpost at the border. A week after the funeral, the pair stood atop a jagged cliff overlooking the road that led toward the Land of Fire's central hub. The mission was simple: monitor travelers and look for any signs of lingering sound or sand activity. Arisa was sitting on a flat rock, her dual-chambered gourd humming a low, rhythmic frequency that harmonized with the surrounding woods. She had deployed a web of whispers, thousands of microscopic gnats linked to her sensory network, covering a 5-mile radius. The road is quiet, Arisa noted, her amber-red eyes half-closed as she processed the data. Just merchants and refugees. But there's a strange chakra signature approaching from the south. It's massive yet sloppy. Like a mountain of spilled ink. Neji stood at the edge of the cliff, his Byakugan active. The veins around his eyes were prominent, tracking the anomaly. I see it. One man. He's traveling with a younger boy. Naruto? Neji's brow furrowed. The man is incredible. His chakra system is unlike anything I've ever seen. It's vast, swirling with the density of a jonin, yet he's walking with a stagger. That would be Jiraiya of the Sannin. A voice boomed from the shadows behind them. Gai-sensei dropped from the canopy, looking uncharacteristically serious. He has returned to the village to seek out the next Hokage. And he is taking young Naruto with him on a search for the third Sannin, Tsunade. The silent directive. Gai stepped closer to Neji and Arisa. The council is uneasy. With the third gone, we are vulnerable. Jiraiya-sama is a legend, but he is also a target. The Hokage's advisors have requested a secondary team to shadow them from a distance. A team with exceptional sensory and tracking capabilities. You want us to follow a Sannin? Arisa asked, a spark of challenge in her eyes. Even with my scouts, Jiraiya-sama will know we're there within minutes. He knows already, Guy admitted with a small, proud smile. But he has agreed to the shadow. He wants to see if the next generation has the grit to keep up. This is an unofficial mission, Chunin. Your goal is to provide a perimeter and ensure no outside interference reaches them while they search for Lady Tsunade. Neji looked at Arisa. The idea of tracking a legend was daunting, but the prospect of being out in the open, away from the stifling atmosphere of the Hyuga compound, was a breath of fresh air. We accept, Neji said. The road to Tanzaku quarters. The journey began at dawn. Jiraiya and Naruto moved with a chaotic energy that made traditional tracking difficult. They stopped at every hot spring and tavern, Naruto shouting about training while Jiraiya pursued other interests. Neji and Arisa remained a half-mile back, moving through the treetops. He's doing it on purpose, Arisa whispered as they crouched on a massive pine branch. The erratic stops. He's testing our patience, trying to see if we'll lose focus. I am not concerned with his antics, Neji replied, his Byakugan scanning the horizon. I am concerned with the two signatures trailing us. Arisa's heart skipped. She hadn't felt them. She immediately expanded her web of whispers, pushing her chakra to the limit. Then she felt it, a cold, dead void in the forest, moving with a terrifying, silent efficiency. They have no scent, Arisa hissed, her hands going to her gourd. My insects are ignoring them, as if they aren't even alive. They are alive, Neji said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, icy level. But their chakra is unlike anything I've ever seen. It's black. Cold. One of them. Arisa, his eyes. He has the Sharingan. The confrontation in the shadows. The figures bypassed Neji and Arisa, moving with a speed that defied logic, heading straight for the inn where Naruto and Jiraiya had stopped. They're after the boy, Neji realized. We can't wait for Jiraiya-sama to notice, Arisa said, her plum purple hair whipping as she leaped from the branch. If they reach that room, the collateral damage will be catastrophic. They intercepted the two cloaked figures in a narrow alleyway behind the inn. The air was thick with a sudden, suffocating pressure. The man in the lead wore a straw hat that cast a deep shadow over his face, but the red glint of his eyes was unmistakable. Konoha Shinobi, the man said, his voice a calm, haunting melody. You are far from home. Itachi Uchiha, Neji whispered, his Byakugan flaring to its absolute peak. The prodigy of the massacre. Beside Itachi stood a hulking figure with a sword wrapped in bandages, Kisame Hashigaki. The shark-like man grinned, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Look at that, Itachi! A Hyuga and an Aburame. A pair of blue bloods trying to play hero. Arisa stepped forward, the clay gourd on her back vibrating with a violent hum. You're not going near the boy. How cute! Kisame chuckled, reaching for his sword. I wonder how many of your little bugs my Samahata can eat before it gets full. Arisa's amber-red eyes burned with the fire of the gentle hive. She reached into her coat and pulled out a specialized bone whistle. Let's find out. Neji moved into his gentle fist stance, his chakra forming a visible aura of white flame. The quiet understanding between them was now a battle cry. They were outmatched, facing the most dangerous criminals in the bingo books, but they stood their ground. Neji, the left, Arisa commanded. I have the right, Neji replied. As the moon was obscured by a passing cloud, the alleyway erupted into a clash of black fire and silver wings. The hive and the eye were no longer just genin or chunin, they were the last line of defense for the future of the leaf. Chapter 17 The Shadow of the Raven. The alleyway in Tanzaku quarters felt like it had been plunged into an abyssal chill. The air didn't just carry the scent of the Akatsuki, it felt heavy, as if the very atoms were being crushed by the presence of the two men standing before them. Itachi Uchiha stood motionless, his Sharingan spinning with a slow, hypnotic grace. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki unslung the massive, bandaged Samahata, the sword letting out a guttural, hungry growl that resonated in Arisa's teeth. Move aside, Itachi said. It wasn't a threat, It was a statement of fact, delivered with the cold indifference of a god. Our business is not with the Hyuga or the Aburame. Our business is protecting the leaf, Neji countered, his feet sliding into a wide stance. And that includes the boy you're hunting. Arisa's hands moved in a blur of seals. She knew they couldn't win a battle of attrition against these monsters. She needed to disrupt their rhythm. Gourd release, black rain! Instead of a swarm, a fine, oily mist erupted from her gourd. These were microscopic chakra siphon mites, so light they hung in the air like smoke. They were designed to cling to the skin and drain chakra through the pores, but more importantly, they acted as a sensory dampener. The clash of titans and insects. Annoying little gnats! Kisame grunted. He swung Samahata in a horizontal arc. The sword didn't just cut the air, it inhaled it. The black rain was sucked toward the bandages, the sword pulsing with a sickening blue light as it feasted on Arisa's chakra. Now, Neji! Arisa shouted. Neji lunged, a bolt of white lightning. He knew the Sharingan could track movement, but he banked on the sheer speed Gai-sensei had beaten into him. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher! He struck the air in front of Itachi, sending a massive shockwave of vacuum pressure forward. Itachi didn't move until the last millisecond, his body dissolving into a flurry of black crows that bypassed the blast and reformed behind Neji. Your eyes are impressive. Itachi's voice came from the shadows. But you rely too heavily on what they see. The Byakugan cannot perceive the truth of a nightmare. Arisa felt the air shift. Neji, don't look at his eyes. She slammed her palms onto the ground. Secret technique, insect dome. A massive sphere of Kikaichu erupted from the earth, encasing Neji and Arisa in a protective shell of vibrating chitin. Inside the dome, it was pitch black, but they didn't need sight. Through their jade rings, they could feel each other's heartbeats. He's preparing a genjutsu, Arisa whispered, her voice tight with strain as she felt Samahata beginning to gnaw at the outside of her dome. I can feel the disruption in the insect's nervous systems. Neji, I'm going to flood the dome with a high-frequency hum. It'll act as a constant physical stimulus to break any illusion. Do it, Neji commanded. Outside, Kisame was laughing, his sword tearing chunks out of the insect wall. Come out and play, little bugs! My Samahata hasn't had Aburame flavor in years. The intervention of the sage. The dome was beginning to buckle when a massive surge of chakra, bright, warm, and utterly overwhelming, erupted from the inn above them. Summoning, toad-mouth dwelling! The walls of the alleyway transformed into the fleshy, pulsing interior of a giant toad's esophagus. The stone turned to muscle, and the ground became a sticky, prehensile tongue. TCH. Kisame spat, his feet sticking to the floor. The Sannin. Jiraiya stood at the end of the corridor, his white hair billowing, a sleeping Naruto slung over his shoulder like a sack of rice. He looked at Neji and Arisa, who were just emerging from their collapsing dome. You too, Jiraiya said, his usual boisterousness replaced by a sharp, lethal edge. Get the boy and get out of here. This isn't a fight for Chunin. We can help, Neji started, his pride stinging. No, Jiraiya interrupted. You did your job. You stalled them. Now move! Arisa grabbed Naruto's arm, helping Neji hoist the unconscious boy. They didn't argue. They knew the weight of a Sannin's command. As they retreated into the pulsing corridors of the toad's stomach, Arisa looked back one last time. She saw Itachi Uchiha looking directly at her. For a split second, the coldness in his eyes seemed to flicker, not with malice, but with a strange, fleeting recognition of the bond she shared with Neji. Then, black flames erupted, and the alleyway vanished in a roar of heat. The quiet recovery. An hour later, they were miles away, hidden in a small cave near a mountain stream. Naruto was still asleep, snoring loudly despite the near-death experience. Neji sat against the cave wall, his hands trembling. The encounter with the Akatsuki had shattered any lingering illusions of his own invincibility. He looked at Arisa, who was meticulously feeding her exhausted, heavy guards, with droplets of nutrient-rich honey. We weren't even a distraction to them, Neji said, his voice hollow. If Jiraiya-sama hadn't arrived. Arisa walked over to him, sitting between his knees. She took his trembling hands in hers, her amber-red eyes soft. We're alive, Neji. And Naruto is safe. That was the mission. It's not enough, Neji said, his grip tightening on her fingers. The world is getting darker. The sound, the sand, and now those men. If I can't protect you from them, then my freedom means nothing. Arisa leaned forward, pressing her forehead against his. The jade ring on her finger hummed a steady, reassuring pulse. You did protect me. You stood between me and a god of the Uchiha without blinking. You are the eye, Neji. And as long as you can see the path, the hive will follow. Neji pulled her closer, his chin resting on her shoulder. The fear began to recede, replaced by a cold, burning resolve. He realized that the will of fire wasn't just about the village. It was about the person standing next to you in the dark. When we get back, Neji whispered, I'm asking Gai-sensei to teach me the deeper secrets of the gentle fist. I won't be helpless again. And I'll be right there with you, Arisa replied. As the sun began to rise over the land of fire, the two Chunin watched over the sleeping boy who held the future of their world. They were battered and humbled, but as they sat together in the quiet of the cave, they knew that their resonance had only just begun to find its true power. Chapter 18: The Sannin's Gamble and the Queen's Resolve. The journey back toward the heart of the land of fire was a tense, silent march. Jiraiya led the way, his large frame casting a long shadow over the forest floor. Naruto, having finally woken up and been briefed on the near-miss with the scary-robed guys, was uncharacteristically quiet, his blue eyes reflecting a newfound weight. Neji and Arisa followed several paces behind, their senses still raw from the encounter in the alleyway. Every rustle of a leaf or snap of a twig made Arisa's hand twitch toward her gourd. The air is changing, Arisa murmured, her amber-red eyes scanning the horizon. The humidity is rising. There's a town ahead, Tanzaka Quarters. It's a place of luck and loss. My scouts say the density of chakra there is staggering. It's her, Jiraiya said without looking back. Tsunade. The greatest medical ninja to ever walk these lands. And if we don't find her before the others do, the leaf is as good as gone. The meet at the gambling hall. Tanzaka Quarters was a riot of neon lights and the smell of sake. They found Lady Tsunade in a secluded back room of a high-end gambling den. She looked decades younger than a woman of her legendary status, her blonde hair tied back, a large, gambler kanji on her back. Beside her stood Shizen, a worried-looking woman holding a small pig. Neji activated his Byakugan, his breath hitching. Her chakra, it's not just dense. It's like a coiled spring of pure vitality. But there's a blockage, a grief so thick it's dampening the flow. Who are the kids, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked, her voice like gravel and velvet. She didn't look up from her cards. And why do they smell like Aburame bugs and Hyuga arrogance? They're the future, Tsunade, Jiraiya replied, sitting down across from her. The kind of future Hiruzen died to protect. Tsunade slammed her hands on the table, the wood cracking under the pressure. Don't talk to me about that old man. He chose his end. I'm done with the village. It brings nothing but blood and hollow titles. Arisa stepped forward, ignoring the warning glance from Jiraiya. Titles aren't hollow when people bleed for them, she said, her voice steady. The third didn't die for a title. He died so we could stand here and ask for your help. If you've forgotten what that means, then maybe the legends are just stories. The room went cold. Shizen gasped, and Neji moved instinctively to Arisa's side, his hand on her shoulder. Tsunade finally looked up, her violet eyes boring into Arisa's. You've got a big mouth for a little bug, girl, Tsunade hissed. The trial of the Sannin. The tension was shattered by an explosion that leveled the front of the gambling hall. From the dust emerged a pale figure with serpentine eyes and a man with silver hair and a clinical smirk. Orochimaru, Neji whispered, his stance widening. The reunion I've been waiting for. The Sannin hissed, his gaze lingering on Tsunade before shifting to Neji and Arisa. And look at these little morsels. The Hyuga prodigy and his little hive. How quaint. Orochimaru's presence was a poison. Arisa felt her insects dying within her gore just from the proximity of his killing intent. Tsunade, Orochimaru said, his voice a sibilant caress. Heal my arms, and I will bring back the two people you loved most. Refuse, and I'll level the village you pretend to despise. Tsunade's hands trembled. The conflict in her eyes was agonizing to watch. For a moment, it seemed she might break. She won't do it! Naruto shouted, lunging forward with a half-formed Rasengan. Kabuto, Orochimaru's aide, intercepted him with a flick of his wrist, his hands glowing with a surgical blue light. Stay back, boy. This is a conversation for gods. Neji, the silver-haired one! Arisa commanded. They moved as one. Arisa unleashed a heavy guard, swarmed to act as a physical buffer against Kabuto's chakra scalpels, while Neji surged forward with a flurry of strikes aimed at the man's heart. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kabuto was fast, his movements calculated and precise. He dodged the first 32 strikes, but Arisa's insects had already seeded the air around him. Secret technique, parasitic binding. The microscopic gnats clung to Kabuto's joints, slowing his reactions by a fraction of a second. It was all Neji needed. His palm connected with Kabuto's shoulder, sending a spike of chakra into the man's nervous system. The awakening of the Slug Queen. The battle raged until Tsunade, watching Naruto's blood spill on the grass, finally snapped. The grief that had blocked her chakra shattered, replaced by a roar of pure, unadulterated power. I am the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf! She screamed, her fist connecting with the ground. The earth shattered. The shockwave sent Orochimaru and Kabuto reeling. Tsunade stood in the center of the crater, the diamond mark on her forehead glowing as the seal of the 100 healings unfurled across her skin. Arisa watched, breathless, as Tsunade summoned Katsuyu, the giant slug. She's incredible, Arisa whispered. The hive, it could learn so much from her. With Orochimaru forced into a retreat, the battle for the Sannin soul was over. Tsunade stood over the battered Naruto, her hands glowing with a healing light far more powerful than anything Arisa had ever seen. She looked at Neji and Arisa, her expression softening. You too. You didn't run. Why? Neji looked at Arisa, then back at the woman who was now their leader. Because destiny is a choice, Lady Tsunade. And we chose to stay. Tsunade let out a short, dry laugh. Stubborn brats. Fine. If you're going to stay, you'd better get stronger. Konoha is going to need every sharp eye and every hungry bug we've got. As the sun set over the ruins of Tanzaku quarters, the new Hokage began her walk back toward the village. Neji and Arisa followed, the jade rings on their fingers humming a low, triumphant resonance. The world was still dangerous, and the Akatsuki were still out there, but as they looked at the woman leading them home, they knew the will of fire had found its new guardian. Neji, Arisa whispered as they walked. Yeah? I think the hive is going to like her. Neji smirked, the first real smile since the invasion. I think the eye agrees. Chapter 19, The Weight of the Crown. The return to Konoha was unlike the somber funeral march of weeks prior. While the village was still a patchwork of scaffolding and raw stone, the arrival of Tsunade, the legendary slug princess, brought a surge of frantic, hopeful energy. The transition of power was swift. The council, desperate for stability, ratified her appointment as the 5th Hokage within 48 hours of her stepping through the gates. For Neji and Arisa, the honeymoon period of their promotion was officially over. Tsunade's administration was one of efficiency and high stakes. The Hokage's office. At ease, Tsunade commanded, not looking up from a mountain of scrolls that seemed to be actively trying to bury her desk. Shizen stood to her left, clutching Tantan and looking as though she hadn't slept since Tanzaku quarters. Neji and Arisa stood before the desk, their posture perfect. Arisa noticed the faint scent of medicinal herbs and expensive sake that now defined the room. You two performed well under Jiraiya's lead, Tsunade said, finally leaning back and crossing her arms. Her violet eyes scanned them with a clinical intensity. But the world isn't getting any friendlier. Orochimaru is wounded, which makes him a cornered rat. And the Akatsuki, they've shown their hand. She tapped a finger on a map of the Land of Fire. I'm restructuring the sensory and tactical units. Neji, your Byakugan is wasted on simple border patrols. Arisa, your hive's ability to act as a localized nervous system for a squad is something we need to formalize. What are your orders, Lady Hokage? Neji asked. Training, Tsunade stated flatly. And specialized assignments. Neji, you'll be working with the Intel Division to refine long-range chakra identification. Arisa, Shizen will be supervising your integration with the medical corps. If you can teach those bugs of yours to carry antitoxins as effectively as they carry poison, our survival rate on S-rank missions will jump 10%. The training grounds, Midnight Resonance. That night, the pressure of their new responsibilities drove them to their sanctuary in Training Ground 3. The air was cool, the hum of the forest acting as a familiar white noise. Arisa sat cross-legged, her gourd open. She was practicing a delicate maneuver, trying to coax a swarm of medical mites to carry a single drop of water without breaking its surface tension. It was an exercise in extreme chakra control. She's pushing us hard, Arisa said, her brow furrowed in concentration. Neji was nearby, moving through the forms of the gentle fist. His movements were different now, less aggressive, more fluid. He was incorporating the soft rhythm he had learned from Arisa's hive. She has to, Neji replied, his voice calm. The village is vulnerable. We are the deterrent. He stopped his kata and walked over to her, sitting down on the grass. He reached out and took her hand, his thumb tracing the jade ring on her finger. The queen inside was buzzing a low, contented melody. Arisa, he said softly. The elders, they haven't stopped their pestering. Now that Tsunade-sama is in power, they think a union between the Hyuga and Aburame will cement the new Konoha dot. Arisa sighed, leaning her head on his shoulder. They see a political bridge. I just see you. I told Heishi-sama that I would not be a tool for the council, Neji said, his voice hardening with a flicker of his old fire. I told him that our lives belong to the leaf, but our hearts belong to each other. He actually smiled. He said my father would have been proud of that answer. The calm before the gale. Their moment of peace was interrupted by a sudden shift in the wind. Arisa's eyes snapped open, her amber-red gaze darting toward the village gates. Neji, she whispered. Neji's Byakugan flared instantly. He looked toward the perimeter, his expression shifting from calm to a sharp, tactical alertness. Chakra signatures, 3 of them. Moving fast. They aren't invaders. They're... Leave? No, Arisa countered, her scouts picking up a metallic, chemical scent. They're wearing the forehead protectors, but their chakra is suppressed by a sealing jutsu. It feels like cold iron. A messenger bird spiraled down from the Hokage tower, its sharp cry echoing through the clearing. Neji caught it, unrolling the small scroll. Emergency summons, Neji read, his jaw tightening. Sasuke Uchiha has left the village. He's headed for the border of the Land of Sound. The weight of the news hit them like a physical blow. The Uchiha, the boy Naruto had vowed to protect, was defecting. The retrieval team is being assembled, Neji said, standing up and reaching for his forehead protector. Shikamaru Nara is leading it. He's requested us specifically. Arisa stood beside him, her gourd snapping shut with a decisive click. The plum purple of her hair seemed to darken in the moonlight, her red eyes burning with the resolve of a queen. If he goes to Orochimaru, the village loses its last Uchiha, and the snake gets a new body, Arisa said. We can't let that happen. Then we move, Neji said. He didn't say stay safe. He didn't say be careful. He reached out and squeezed her hand, a final, grounding resonance, before they vanished into the trees. The Sasuke retrieval arc had begun, and the Hive and the Eye were about to face their greatest trial yet. Chapter 20: The Forest of the Damned. The pursuit through the borderlands was a frantic race against the setting sun. Shikamaru and Nara led the pack with a grim focus, but it was Neji and Arisa who acted as the group's sensory engine. The trail left by the Sound Four was messy, deliberately so, laden with traps that hummed with a foreign, jagged chakra. "They're slowing us down on purpose," Shikamaru called out, jumping over a tripwire laced with explosive tags. "They know we're gaining. Neji, give me a status update." Neji's Byakugan was strained to its limit. "They've split up. One signature has stayed behind to anchor a barrier. The others are pushing toward the border with the coffin. But there's something else, a massive surge of dark energy. It's the same frequency as the mark on the Uchiha's neck." "Arisa, what about the perimeter?" Shikamaru asked. Arisa was running with her hands held out, her web of whispers trailing behind them like a silken cape. "The forest is screaming, Shikamaru. My insects are dying in droves just by touching the trees they passed. Whatever that coffin is, it's leaking a necrotic chakra that's poisoning the land." Suddenly, the ground erupted. A massive web of sticky, chakra-infused thread snared the group, pinning them against the towering trunks of the ancient oaks. The spider's web. From the canopy descended a man with 6 arms and a third eye etched into his forehead, Kidamaru of the Sound Four. He hung from a thread like a grotesque marionette, a cruel smirk twisting his face. "So many little flies," Kidamaru hissed, his 6 hands already weaving more webbing. "I think I'll save the Hyuga for last. That bloodline will make a fine trophy for Lord Orochimaru." "Go!" Neji commanded, his voice cold and flat. "Neji!" Naruto started, but he was cut off by the sheer intensity of Neji's aura. "Shikamaru, take the others and move. I am the only one who can see his threads clearly enough to cut through this. If you stay, you'll just be targets." Arisa didn't move. She stood by Neji's side, her gourd vibrating with such force it sent ripples through the webbing. "Arisa, that means you too," Neji said, not looking at her. "No," Arisa replied, her amber-red eyes fixed on the Spider-Man above. "He's a long-range specialist. You're a close combat master. If you tried to close the distance, he'll pick you off with those golden arrows. You need a shield, and you need a distraction. I am both." Neji turned to her then. For a second, the mission, the war, and the Uchiha vanished. He saw the girl who had stood with him in the forest of death, the queen who had fed his chakra when he was empty. "1 minute," Shikamaru said, cutting through the webbing with a kunai. "That's all the time we can give you to clear the path. Don't die, you two. That's a direct order." The Hive versus the Spider. As the rest of the team vanished into the brush, Kidamaru let out a screeching laugh. 2 against 1? I like those odds. It makes the game last longer." He spat a massive glob of liquid gold that hardened into a rain of sharpened spikes. 8 trigrams, palm revolving heaven! Neji's blue dome of chakra deflected the spikes, but Kidamaru was already repositioning. He fired a thread directly into the katon, the sticky gold wrapping around the rotation, threatening to seize the mechanism. "Gourd release, corrosive swarm!" Arisa didn't release a cloud. She released a concentrated stream of acid-producing beetles. They crawled up the thread toward Kidamaru, their tiny mandibles chewing through the chakra-reinforced silk. "TCH! Annoying bugs!" Kidamaru shifted into his second state. His skin turned a dark, bruised purple, and horns erupted from his head. He pulled a massive bow made of solidified chakra gold from his chest. "He's found the blind spot," Neji whispered, his Byakugan scanning the trajectory of the arrow. "The small gap in the spinal cord's field of vision. He's aiming for my life, Arisa." "Then let him aim," Arisa said. She stepped behind Neji, her hands resting on his shoulder blades. She closed her eyes, and for the first time, she performed the total resonance. She didn't just give him chakra, she merged her insect's sensory input with his Byakugan. "Neji," she whispered into his ear. Don't just see the chakra. Feel the air displacement. My scouts are the wind. We are the 360 degrees. The killing blow. Kidamaru released the arrow. It traveled with the speed of a comet, spiraling with enough force to pierce a mountain. It headed straight for the blind spot at the back of Neji's neck. Neji didn't spin. He didn't move. At the last millisecond, a single heavy guard beetle, the one Arisa had hidden in the fold of his collar, sacrificed itself, its carapace shattering as it deflected the arrow by a fraction of a millimeter. The arrow grazed Neji's skin, but he was already moving. He grabbed the thread attached to the arrow, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, celestial light. I see you, Neji roared. He channeled his chakra through the thread, a surge of pure, white energy that traveled back to Kidamaru. Beside him, Arisa whistled, and a swarm of Vespa hornets followed the line, their stingers glowing with this sweet, chakra poison. Neji closed the distance in a single, gravity-defying leap. He hit the branch where Kidamaru sat, his fingers forming the spear hand of the gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The strikes were a blur. Every tenketsu in Kidamaru's 6 arms was shattered. The final strike hit the third eye in his forehead, the impact sending the Spider-Man crashing through the canopy to the forest floor. The silence after. Neji landed heavily on a branch, coughing up blood. The arrow had done more damage than he let on, the shockwave having bruised his lungs. Arisa was at his side in a heartbeat, her hands glowing with a frantic green light as she pressed them against his back. Don't speak, she commanded, her voice thick with emotion. The mites are sealing the internal bleeding. Neji leaned back against her, his head resting on her shoulder. He looked up at the moon, which was partially obscured by the smoke of the distant battles. We did it, he whispered. The path is clear. The path is clear, Arisa echoed, her grip tightening on his tunic. She looked at the jade ring on her finger. It was cracked, having absorbed part of the kinetic energy from the arrow's flight. Neji reached up, his fingers covering hers. I'll get you a new one, he promised. I don't want a new one, Arisa replied, her tears finally falling. I just want you to keep choosing to stay. They sat in the ruined canopy of the Forest of the Damned, 2 survivors of a battle that had pushed them to the edge of their souls. The Uchiha was still ahead, and the war was just beginning, but for this moment, the hive and the eye were the only things that existed in the world. Chapter 21. The Bitter Taste of the Horizon. The forest was eerily quiet following Kidamaru's fall. The oppressive, golden webbing that had choked the trees began to dissolve into gray ash, its chakra source extinguished. Neji lay back against the gnarled bark of the ancient oak, his breathing shallow and labored. The arrow had missed his spine, but the sheer kinetic force had rattled his internal organs, and the puncture wound in his shoulder bled a steady, dark crimson. Arisa's hands didn't stop their rhythmic glow. She had emptied the medical chamber of her gourd, sending thousands of micro-suturing mites into the wound to knit the muscle fibers back together. You're losing too much chakra, Neji rasped, his eyes fluttering. Go, catch up to Shikamaru. The Uchiha, he's almost at the border. Be quiet, Neji, Arisa snapped, though her voice lacked its usual bite. It was brittle, bordering on a sob. Shikamaru has Naruto and the others. You have me. And I am not leaving you in a crater. The arrival of the sand. A sudden gust of wind, sharp and familiar, cut through the canopy. Arisa tensed her web of whispers, flaring with a defensive hum. She reached for a kunai, but the figure that landed on the branch opposite them wasn't an enemy. It was Temari, her giant fan folded across her back, accompanied by Gaara and Kankuro. The Sand siblings looked down at the wreckage of the battlefield with grim curiosity. The Aburame and the Hyuga, Temari noted, her gaze softening as she saw the state of Neji. You look like you've been through a meat grinder. We were sent as reinforcements by the 5th Hokage. It seems we arrived just in time for the cleanup. Gaara stepped forward, his sand swirling around his feet like a protective animal. He looked at Neji, then at the hand Arisa was holding so tightly. The Uchiha has crossed the valley. Gaara said, his voice a low, hollow vibration. Naruto is pursuing him. But the Sound Four are not the only ones waiting at the border. He's gone? Neji asked, a surge of coughing racking his chest. For now, Gaara replied. But the bond he shares with the boy in orange is not so easily severed. Now stay still. My sand can provide a more stable litter than these branches. The long walk home. The journey back to Konoha was a blur of pain and cold moonlight. With the Sand siblings' help, the wounded were gathered. The mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha had failed in its primary objective, but the survival of the retrieval team was a miracle in itself. As they passed through the village gates, the sun was beginning to rise, a pale, mocking yellow against the gray stone. Medics rushed forward with stretchers. Tsunade herself was at the front, her face a mask of iron resolve that cracked only when she saw the state of her young Chunin. Get them to the intensive ward, Tsunade barked. Shizen, prep the chakra regeneration tanks. As Neji was lifted onto a stretcher, he refused to let go of Arisa's hand. The jade ring on his finger, cracked and dull, remained locked with hers. Arisa, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the shouting of the medics. I'm here, Neji. I'm not going anywhere, she promised, walking alongside the stretcher until the doors of the surgical wing forced them apart. The sanctuary of the ward. 3 days later, the intensive ward was silent. Neji sat up in his bed, his chest heavily bandaged, his long hair braided back by Arisa's steady hands. The room smelled of antiseptic and the sweet, earthy scent of the nutrient-rich incense Arisa burned to keep her insects calm. The news had been grim. Sasuke was gone. Choji and Neji had been on the brink of death. Lee had survived a battle he shouldn't have been able to fight. Naruto had returned with a hole in his chest and a heart shattered by betrayal. The village feels empty, Neji said, looking out the window toward the Uchiha compound, which now stood as a literal ghost town. Arisa sat on the edge of his bed, her plump purple hair loose and flowing. She reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 small, polished stones, obsidian and moonstone. The jade rings are broken, she said softly. The resonance was too strong for the stone to hold. But I spoke to my father. He said that when a hive outgrows its shell, it doesn't mean it's dying. It means it's evolving. She took Neji's hand and placed the moonstone in his palm. I'm going to forge new ones. From high-density chakra-conductive steel. Something that won't break when the world tries to tear us apart. Neji closed his fingers over the stone. He looked at Arisa, and for the first time since the forest of death, the weight of destiny felt truly light. He realized that while they had lost a teammate, he had found something far more permanent. Naruto told me something before he went back to his room, Neji said. He said he's going to leave the village to train with Jiraiya-sama. He said he won't come back until he's strong enough to bring Sasuke home. Arisa nodded. And what about us? Neji pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers. The quiet understanding was now a roar of shared purpose. We stay, Neji said. We train. We become the pillars this village needs so that when he returns, there is still a home for him to bring Sasuke back to. I am the eye, and you are the hive, Arisa. And from this day forward, we don't just follow destiny. We build it. He leaned in and kissed her, a long, slow promise that tasted of survival and the morning air. Outside, the hidden leaf began the slow process of rebuilding, but in the quiet of the ward, the hive and the eye were already whole. Chapter 22, The Timeskip 3 Years of Growth. The following 3 years in Konoha were defined not by grand battles, but by the relentless, grinding work of preparation. The village was no longer the peaceful sanctuary it had been. It was a fortress under construction. Neji and Arisa had ascended from the ranks of promising Chunin to the elite status of Jonin. They were no longer just a team within the structure of the village. They had become a specialized tactical unit that other nations whispered about in the dark. The training of the masters. In the high, misty cliffs of the Hyuga training grounds, Neji moved with a speed that defied the physical eye. He was no longer just striking tenketsu. He was manipulating the very air around his opponent. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher, extended! A blast of pure vacuum-compressed chakra erupted from his palms, shattering a boulder 50 yards away. Neji landed, his breathing perfectly controlled. His hair was longer now, tied back with a high-tensile steel wire, and his white robes were reinforced with light Aburame weave armor. Your range has increased by another 20 meters, Arisa noted, stepping out from the shadow of a cedar tree. She had changed significantly. Her plum-purple hair was shorter, cut into a practical, sharp bob that framed her face. Her forest green trench coat had been replaced by a custom-fit, dark charcoal tactical vest, and the clay gourd on her back had been replaced by a pair of sleek, matte black canisters made of the chakra-conductive steel she had promised. It is not enough, Neji replied, deactivating his Byakugan. The Akatsuki have been quiet for too long. When they will move like a landslide. Then we'll be the bedrock, Arisa said. She held up her hand, and a single, metallic-looking beetle landed on her finger. The Titan Shell breed is finally stable. They can survive a direct impact from a fire-style jutsu and still carry out the extraction. The hive is ready, Neji. The new vow. As the sun began to set behind the Hokage rock, now bearing the face of Lady Tsunade, the two of them walked back toward the village. The atmosphere in Konoha was tense. Rumors had reached the Intel division that Naruto Uzumaki's return was imminent. They stopped at the bridge that had seen so much of their history. Neji reached into his vest and pulled out a small, velvet-lined box. Inside were the new rings. They weren't jade anymore. They were forged from the black steel of a fallen meteor, etched with microscopic seals that glowed with a faint, pulsing blue light. I had the Intel division help me with the inscriptions, Neji said, taking her hand. They aren't just for resonance. They act as a permanent, long-range link. As long as we are on the same continent, I will know your heartbeat, and you will know mine. He slipped the ring onto her finger. It felt cold at first, then warmed instantly as it synchronized with her chakra. Arisa did the same for him, her fingers lingering on his. To the hive and the eye, she whispered. To the future we choose, he replied. The return. The moment was interrupted by a familiar, chaotic signature appearing at the village gates. It was massive, boisterous, and carried the scent of the open road and ramen. Neji's Byakugan flared, a genuine smile finally touching his lips. He's back. Arisa adjusted her canisters, her red eyes sparking with anticipation. Then the training wheels are off. Let's see if the failure has actually learned how to be a hero. As they leaped toward the gate, the wind of a new era began to howl through the streets of the Hidden Leaf. The peace was over, the Akatsuki were rising, and the great ninja war was looming on the horizon. But the hive and the eye were no longer children playing at war. They were the masters of the storm. Chapter 23: The Reunion at the Gates. The morning air in Konoha was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the distant, rhythmic hammering of the village's final reconstruction projects. At the main gates, two figures stood atop the watchtower, their silhouettes sharp against the rising sun. Neji Hyuga and Arisa Aburame watched as a tall, lanky teenager in a vibrant orange and black jumpsuit marched through the gates, followed by the towering, white-haired figure of Jiraiya. Naruto had grown, not just in height, but in the way he carried himself. The frantic, uncoordinated energy of his youth had been tempered into something denser, something far more potent. He's taller, Arisa noted, her arms crossed over her tactical vest. She adjusted the frequency of the Titan shell beetles in her canisters with a subtle pulse of chakra. But the smell hasn't changed. He still carries the scent of a storm. And the fox, Neji added, his Byakugan scanning the boy's chakra system. The seal is tighter, more refined, yet the power behind it is like a churning ocean. He's been busy. The new standard. They dropped from the watchtower, landing silently in front of the travelers. Naruto skidded to a halt, his blue eyes widening as he took in the two jonin. Neji! Arisa! Naruto yelled, a massive grin splitting his face. He rushed forward as if to tackle them, but Neji stepped aside with a fluid, effortless grace that forced Naruto to correct his balance instantly. "Your entry is as loud as ever, Naruto," Neji said, though his voice held a warmth that would have been impossible 3 years ago. Naruto straightened up, rubbing the back of his head. He looked at Neji's reinforced robes and then at Arisa's new matte black canisters. "Whoa, you guys look intense! Are those the new Jonin vests? And Arisa, what's with the cool black gear? Standard issue for those of us who stayed to do the work," Arisa teased, her red eyes glinting. She offered Naruto a rare small smile. "Welcome back, Naruto. You've missed a lot." "I can see that," Naruto said, his gaze shifting between the two of them. He noticed the black steel rings on their hands, the identical seals pulsing with a faint blue light. His grin turned mischievous. "Wait, did you two finally, Neji cleared his throat, his expression turning stoic, though a faint hint of color touched his cheekbones. "We are a unified tactical unit, Naruto. Our synchronization is a matter of village security." "Yeah, right," Naruto laughed. "Whatever you say, tactical unit." The Bell Test, 2nd generation. The reunion was short-lived. Lady Tsunade had wasted no time, summoning Naruto and Sakura for a re-evaluation of their skills. Neji and Arisa were invited to observe from the sidelines alongside Kakashi and the rest of the elite Jonin. As Naruto and Sakura faced off against Kakashi in the training grounds, Arisa sat on a low branch, her hand resting on Neji's shoulder. "They've improved," Arisa observed. Sakura's control over her internal chakra was now monstrous, her punches literally reshaping the landscape. "But Naruto is still relying on his instinct more than his strategy." "Instinct is a form of strategy for someone like him," Neji replied. He watched as Naruto used a clever combination of shadow clones and a transformation jutsu to outmaneuver Kakashi's Sharingan. "He's learned how to turn his unpredictability into a weapon. It's admirable. Coming from you, that's a standing ovation," Arisa whispered. The shadow of the sand. The test was interrupted by a messenger hawk bearing the seal of the hidden sand. The atmosphere in the clearing instantly turned cold. Tsunade unrolled the scroll, her expression hardening into a mask of iron. "The Akatsuki have moved. They've breached the hidden sand's perimeter. The Kazekage. Gaara has been abducted." The silence that followed was absolute. Naruto's face dropped, the joy of his return vanishing in a heartbeat. "Gaara?" Naruto whispered. "No, they can't have him. Team Kakashi is mobilized," Tsunade commanded. "But I need a support unit with high-speed tracking and long-range defense. Team Guy is already on a mission near the border, so I'm sending the two of you to rendezvous with them and head straight for the sand." Neji and Arisa stood up in unison. The resonance between their rings flared, a steady, rhythmic thrumming that signaled their readiness. "We leave in 5 minutes," Neji said, his white eyes fixed on the horizon. "The hive is ready," Arisa added, her canisters hissing as she primed her scouts for a long-distance flight. As they leaped toward the village gates, Arisa looked at Neji. The world was finally breaking, the war they had spent 3 years preparing for was at their doorstep. But as she felt the steady, unbreakable heartbeat of Neji's chakra through her ring, she wasn't afraid. "Neji!" she called out as they blurred through the trees. "I know," he replied, not needing to hear the words. "We won't let another friend be lost to the dark. This isn't the forest of death anymore. We are the masters of this sky." The chase for the Akatsuki had begun, and the hive and the eye were leading the charge. Chapter 24: Crossing the Great Sea of Sand. The journey to the hidden sand was a grueling test of endurance. While Team Kakashi pushed forward with Naruto's frantic urgency, Neji and Arisa moved with a calculated, rhythmic efficiency. The desert was an unforgiving expanse of shifting dunes and searing heat, a landscape where most insects would shrivel and die within minutes. But Arisa's hive was no longer ordinary. "Switching to Desert Wraith filters," Arisa commanded, her voice steady despite the wind-whipped sand. She tapped a sequence on her black canisters, and a thin, shimmering cloud of golden-brown beetles emerged. They didn't fly, they skimmed the surface of the dunes, their carapaces coated in a reflective, heat-resistant wax. Neji's Byakugan was active beneath his specialized tinted goggles. The heat haze is distorting the chakra signatures at the horizon. But I've locked on to Team Guy's frequency. They're 10 miles north of the Sunagakure gates, engaged with a series of traps. Temari is waiting for us at the perimeter, Arisa said, her eyes fixed on the distant, jagged silhouette of the Sands Mountain defenses. She's sent a distress pulse. The poison used on Kankuro, it's a metallic-based toxin. My medical mites are already cross-referencing the data Shizen gave me. The Gates of Sorrow. They arrived at the hidden sand to a scene of controlled desperation. The village was on high alert, its windswept streets filled with shinobi preparing for a counter-offensive. Inside the medical wing, the atmosphere was stifling. Kankuro lay on a stone slab, his skin a sickly, bruised purple. Sakura Haruna was already there, her hands glowing with a brilliant green light as she performed a delicate chakra extraction. It's a heavy metal poison, Sakura reported, not looking up. I can pull out the physical components, but the cellular damage is accelerating. Arisa stepped forward, her charcoal vest clicking as she unlatched a small, refrigerated compartment. I have the catalyst larvae. They're bred to consume necrotic tissue and replace it with a temporary chakra lattice. It will buy him time for your antidote to take root. She released a handful of translucent, glowing insects. They moved with surgical precision, entering Kankuro's pores. Beside her, Neji watched the process with his Byakugan, providing real-time feedback on the toxin's retreat. The heart rate is stabilizing, Neji noted. The resonance is working, Sakura. Keep the extraction steady. For a moment, the room was a symphony of modern medicine and ancient clan secrets. The hive, the eye, and the slug's disciple worked in perfect, wordless synchronicity. The tracking of the dawn. Once Kankuro was out of immediate danger, the focus shifted to the hunt. The Akatsuki had a massive head start, and they were heading for a secluded hideout within the land of rivers. We move now, Naruto said, his hand gripping the strap of his backpack. Gaara doesn't have time for us to sit around. Neji walked over to Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. We won't sit around. Arisa's scouts have already found the trail. It's a trail of dead desert life, scorpions and lizards drained of their vitality. It's the signature of the one they call Sasori. The puppet master, Arisa added, her red eyes darkening. He leaves a scent of bitter almonds and old wood. My beetles are tracking the vibration of his chakra strings. The boundary of the river. As they crossed the border into the lush, damp forests of the land of rivers, the desert heat was replaced by a heavy, ominous humidity. They reached the entrance of the Akatsuki hideout, a massive boulder sealed with a 5-seal barrier. Team Guy arrived from the opposite direction, meeting them at the clearing. Lee Tenten and Guy-sensei looked battle-worn but ready. The barrier requires simultaneous removal of the tags, Guy-sensei explained, his usual thumb-up gesture carrying a weight of serious intent. Neji, you'll coordinate the timing with your Byakugan. Arisa, I need your scouts at each tag location to ensure there are no secondary traps. Neji stood at the center of the clearing, his white eyes glowing as he linked with the 4 other members of Team Guy spread across the forest. On my mark, 3, 2, 1. Remove! The seals were ripped away, and Sakura shattered the boulder with a single, earth-shaking punch. As the dust cleared, the interior of the cave was revealed. 2 figures sat atop the lifeless body of the Kazekage. One was a hunched, monstrous puppet, and the other was a man with long, blonde hair and a smirk that promised explosions. So, the reinforcements have arrived. Deidara chuckled, his hand-mouths chewing on clay. And look at that, more eyes and more bugs to blow up. This is going to be true art. Neji's Byakugan flared, his heart hammering against his ribs as he saw Gaara's still form. Beside him, Arisa's canisters hissed, a swarm of titan shells forming a protective cloud around the team. The art of the hive, Arisa whispered, her red eyes locking onto Sasori, is that we never stop coming. Neji, give me the frequency. Locked, Neji replied, his hand finding hers for a split second before they lunged into the darkness of the cave. The rescue of the Kazekage had begun, and the Akatsuki were about to learn that the hive and the eye had no blind spots. Chapter 25: The Heartless Puppeteer. The air inside the cavern was stagnant, smelling of damp earth and the sharp, chemical tang of Daidara's explosive clay. But beneath those scents, Neji and Arisa detected a deeper, more unsettling aroma, the dry, airless smell of ancient wood and poison needles. "Naruto, Kakashi-san! Follow the blonde one!" Neji commanded, his Byakugan tracking Deidara as the Akatsuki member took to the air on a clay bird, dragging Gaara's body with him. "Arisa and I will anchor the defense here with Lady Chiyo and Sakura. Don't let him get away!" Naruto roared, his chakra flickering into a dangerous, bubbling red as he bolted after the bird. As the cavern cleared, only the hunched, segmented form of Hirako, the shell of Sasori, remained. Lady Chiyo stood at the front, her old hands trembling not with fear, but with the heavy weight of a grandmother facing her greatest failure. "So," a muffled, metallic voice vibrated from within the puppet. "The brat from the Aburame and the Hyuga genius. My collection lacks a Byakugan. It will be a fine addition to my 1,000-man army." The Iron Rain. Sasori didn't wait. Hirako's mechanical tail, tipped with a glistening purple poison, lashed out like a whip. 8 trigrams, palm revolving heaven! Neji's dome deflected the tail, but the impact sent sparks flying. The tail didn't just strike, it left behind a cloud of poisoned Senbon needles. "Gourd release, magnetic siphon!" Arisa didn't use her usual beetles. From her black canisters, a swarm of specialized pheromites erupted. These insects carried a natural magnetic charge. As the poison needles flew toward the group, the mites swarmed them, dragging the metal projectiles to the ground before they could touch skin. "Your tricks are predictable, old man," Arisa said, her bobbed hair shielding her eyes as she focused. "Neji, he's not in the center. He's shifted to the left leg of the puppet. Strike the joint!" The breaking of the shell. Neji moved with the speed of a falling star. He bypassed the tail's arc, his feet silent on the cavern floor. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He didn't strike the wood. He struck the chakra strings connecting the puppet's internal mechanisms. With a final massive vacuum palm, the Hirako shell shattered, exploding into a shower of splinters. From the wreckage emerged a man who looked no older than 20, his face frozen in a youthful, porcelain mask. Sasori of the Red Sand stepped out, his true form revealed, a living puppet, with a scroll on his back and a hollow cavity where a heart should be. "Impressive," Sasori murmured, his eyes devoid of life. "But you've only managed to break my clothing." He unrolled the first scroll. Summoning the third Kazekage. The air turned heavy as the puppet of the strongest Kazekage in history appeared. With a flick of Sasori's fingers, the legendary Iron Sand filled the room, swirling like a dark, sentient storm. "Arisa, the Iron Sand, it's saturated with poison," Neji warned, his Byakugan tracking the microscopic grains. "If even one speck touches our skin, the paralysis will be instantaneous." "Then we won't let it touch us," Arisa replied. She stepped beside Neji, her black steel ring glowing with a fierce, sapphire light. "Neji, the diamond formation. I'll provide the physical barrier, you provide the kinetic repulsion." The resonance of steel and spirit. The Iron Sand descended in the form of massive, sharpened spikes. Arisa unleashed her Titan shell swarm, thousands of beetles interlocking their metallic wings to form a hexagonal shield. "Now, Neji!" Neji placed his palms against the back of Arisa's beetle shield. He didn't use Kaiten, instead, he funneled a continuous stream of rotating chakra through the insects. The shield began to spin, turning into a massive, grinding turbine that pulverized the Iron Sand into dust as it hit. "A combined defense?" Sasori noted, his brow twitching. "Inefficient. Let's see how your resonance handles 1,000 hands." From the third Kazekage's arms, hundreds of hidden limbs erupted, reaching for them like the branches of a cursed tree. "Sakura! Chiyo-sama! The core!" Arisa shouted. "We'll hold the sand! You take the puppet!" While Neji and Arisa acted as an immovable fortress against the iron sand, Sakura and Chio surged forward. Sakura's fist, glowing with the concentrated strength of the Sannin's teaching, smashed through the puppet's defenses. The final chord. As Sasori fell, his heart pierced by the blades of the mother and father puppets, the cavern began to groan and collapse. Neji caught Arisa as a piece of the ceiling crumbled, pulling her into a protective embrace. They watched as Lady Chio began the forbidden jutsu to restore Gaara's life, her own vitality fading like a dying candle. "She's choosing her end," Neji whispered, his eyes fixed on the exchange of life force. "She's choosing the future," Arisa corrected, her head resting on Neji's shoulder. She looked at the cracked stone of the cavern floor. "The hive knows when it's time for the old queen to pass so the swarm can survive." As the morning sun broke through the entrance of the cave, Gaara's eyes fluttered open. Naruto was there, his face streaked with tears and joy. Neji and Arisa stood at the edge of the clearing, the sapphire light of their rings slowly fading to a steady, calm hum. They were exhausted, poisoned, and battered, but as they looked at the Kazekage standing once more, they knew the eye and the hive had done their duty. "Neji," Arisa said, her hand finding his. "I know," he replied. "We're going home." "Not yet," she smiled, looking toward the horizon. "Naruto still hasn't realized he's a hero. We should probably be there when it hits him." They walked toward their friends, two shadows merging into one under the rising sun of the land of rivers. The Akatsuki had been pushed back, but the war was far from over, and they were ready for the next chapter. Chapter 26: The Echo of the Desert. The journey back to the hidden sand was a slow, contemplative march. The victory was bittersweet. Though Gaara had been restored, the cost had been the life of Lady Chio. The desert wind seemed to carry her name in every gust, a mournful whistle through the sun-bleached canyons. Neji and Arisa walked at the rear of the procession, their specialized gear caked in the fine, red dust of the land of rivers. Neji's shoulder was stiff from the iron sand's impact, while Arisa's chakra reserves felt like a dry well. "The resonance took more out of us than I expected," Arisa murmured, her steps slightly uneven. "Using the titan shells as a kinetic conductor for your gentle fist, it was like trying to hold a lightning bolt in a glass jar." Neji reached out, his hand steadying her by the elbow. "But the jar didn't break. Your control was absolute, Arisa. Without that spinning shield, Sakura wouldn't have had the opening she needed." "We're getting better at it," she admitted, looking down at her black steel ring. "But Sasori was just one piece of the board. The blonde one, Deidara, he's still out there. And there are others. I felt them in the distance, Neji. Voids in the world that even my scouts were afraid to approach. The hero's welcome." As the gates of Sunagakure appeared on the horizon, the silence of the desert was broken by a rising roar. Thousands of sand shinobi and civilians had gathered, their voices erupting in a unified cheer as they saw their Kazekage walking among them. Naruto, standing beside Gaara, looked overwhelmed. For the first time, he wasn't the demon fox, or the loudmouth failure. He was the savior of a nation. "Look at him," Neji said, his Byakugan deactivated but his gaze sharp. "He's finally found the sky he was meant to fly in. He's not the only one," Arisa replied, leaning her head against Neji's arm for a fleeting second before they reached the crowd. The evening was spent in a whirlwind of diplomatic formalities and medical checkups. Temari and Kankuro, now fully recovered thanks to the combined efforts of Sakura and Arisa, hosted a private dinner for the Leaf Shinobi in the Kazekage's residence. "To the Hidden Leaf," Gaara said, raising a cup of tea. His voice was still quiet, but the cold emptiness that had once defined him was gone, replaced by a profound, grounded warmth. "You didn't just save my life. You saved the hope of my people." The quiet balcony. Later that night, away from the celebrations, Neji and Arisa stood on the rooftop of the residence, looking out over the moonlit dunes. The desert at night was a sea of silver, peaceful and treacherous all at once. "Tsunade-sama sent a message via hawk," Neji said, breaking the silence. We're to return to Konoha immediately. There's news regarding the spy Sasori mentioned, the one meeting with Orochimaru at the Tenchi Bridge. Arisa's expression hardened. The Uchiha. Perhaps. Or a lead that finally brings us to him. Neji turned to her, the moonlight catching the pale lavender of his eyes. The mission is changing, Arisa. We're no longer just reactive. The Hokage is forming a dedicated hunt unit. Arisa reached into her vest and pulled out a small vial of nutrient solution, feeding a few straggling pheromites. Then we need to refine the gentle hive further. If we're going after Orochimaru's inner circle, I need to be able to mask your chakra signature entirely. A silent eye is a lethal one. Neji stepped closer, his hand finding hers. The black steel rings hummed in unison, a low vibration that seemed to synchronize their very heartbeats. I don't like the idea of you straining yourself to mask me, Neji said softly. We are partners, not a cloak and a dagger. In a hive, the drones protect the center, Arisa replied, her red eyes locking onto his. And in this hive, you are the center I choose to guard. Besides, it's not just for you. It's for us. So we can come home together every time. Neji pulled her into a quiet, firm embrace. The desert wind whipped around them, tugging at his long hair and her plum-purple bob, but they were a mountain in the storm. We'll be ready, Neji vowed into the darkness. Whatever Orochimaru has waiting at that bridge, they've never faced the resonance of the Aburame and the Hyuga. The departure. At dawn, Team Kakashi and the support units gathered at the gates. Naruto was already bouncing on his heels, his determination renewed. Gaara stood at the entrance, his hand extended toward Naruto in a gesture that symbolized the death of an old era of isolation. As the Leaf Shinobi began their leap across the dunes, Arisa looked back one last time at the sand. She saw the dragonfly charm Neji had given her years ago, now tied securely to the strap of her canister, glinting in the first light of the sun. Ready? Neji asked, appearing at her side. Ready, Arisa said. They vanished into the horizon, two shadows moving with a single purpose. The hunt for the truth at Tenchi Bridge was calling, and the hive and the eye were moving with the speed of a strike that knew no blind spots. Chapter 27: The Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance. The transition from the arid heat of the desert to the lush, damp humidity of the land of grass was jarring. The forest here was dense, ancient, and thick with a pervasive mist that clung to the skin like a second layer of clothing. Team Kakashi, now restructured with the addition of Yamato and the enigmatic, pale-skinned Sai, moved with a tense, fractured energy. Naruto was a raw nerve, his focus entirely consumed by the prospect of finally tracking down Sasuke. Neji and Arisa followed as the specialized Overwatch. They kept to the high canopy, 50 meters above the forest floor, acting as the team's peripheral nervous system. The new guy, Sai, his chakra is like a stagnant pool, Arisa whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustle of leaves. It's cold and artificial. He's root, Neji. Danzo's influence is all over him. I see it, Neji replied, his Byakugan active behind his tinted lenses. His network is suppressed, designed to hide emotion. But that's not what worries me. Yamato-san is keeping a constant eye on Naruto. The seal is under immense pressure. If we encounter the Uchiha, Naruto might lose control. Then we act as the dampener, Arisa said. She adjusted the pressure on her canisters. I've loaded the soporific gnats. If the fox starts to leak, I can flood the air with a calming agent to buy Yamato time for his wood-style suppression. The Bridge of Betrayal. They reached the Tenchi Bridge as the sun began to dip below the jagged horizon. It was a massive, weathered structure of stone and wood spanning a deep, fog-filled gorge. Yamato, disguised as Sasori, walked onto the bridge to meet the spy. Neji and Arisa remained hidden in the rock face beneath the bridge's ledge, their bodies pressed against the cold stone, shielded by a hushed swarm of insects that absorbed sound and heat. The spy is here, Neji reported through their mental link. It's Kabuto Yakushi. He's early. Wait. Arisa's pulse spiked through the ring. There's another signature. It's moving through the ground. It's coming from behind Kabuto. The air suddenly turned acidic. From the shadows behind Kabuto, a pale, serpentine figure emerged. Orochimaru. My. The Sannin's voice hissed across the bridge. I expected a puppet, and I find a wooden man. Jiraiya has been teaching you new tricks, hasn't he? The trap snapped shut. Kabuto turned on the disguised Yamato, and the bridge erupted in a violent explosion of chakra. The four-tailed nightmare. The battle moved with a terrifying, chaotic velocity. Naruto, seeing Orochimaru, the man who had stolen Sasuke, snapped. The red chakra of the Ninetales didn't just leak, it erupted, tearing through the bridge and the forest. Naruto, stop! Sakura cried out, but she was blown back by the sheer pressure of the transformation. Neji, now! Arisa shouted. They leaped from their hiding spot, but they weren't heading for Orochimaru. They were heading for the center of the vortex. Naruto was now a four-tailed beast, his skin peeled away to reveal a raw, blackened form of pure malice. Yamato-san! The suppression! Neji roared. I can't get close enough! Yamato shouted back, his wood-style constructs being shredded by the beast's roar. Arisa slammed her palms together. Secret technique, Mist of the Silent Hive! She didn't release a swarm. She released a specialized aerosol of chakra-dampening spores. The cloud enveloped the four-tailed Naruto, briefly chilling the air and dulling the intensity of the red chakra. It gave Neji the window he needed. He moved with a speed that defied the laws of physics, his body a blur of white and steel. He used the gentle step, twin lion fists, his hands engulfed in sapphire blue chakra shaped like roaring lions. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, seal of the divine gate! Neji struck the tenketsu around Naruto's seal. Every strike was reinforced by Arisa's insects, which acted as a grounding wire for the fox's corrosive energy. He took the heat of the red chakra, his hands blistering, but he didn't stop. The final strike hit Naruto's solar plexus. The red chakra sputtered, and the fourth tail dissolved. The sight of the lost. As the dust settled and Yamato completed the seal, a new presence appeared on a high ledge overlooking the ruined bridge. He was dressed in white robes, a kusanagi blade strapped to his back. His eyes were cold, indifferent, and filled with a power that felt like a sharpened edge. Sasuke! Sakura whispered, her voice breaking. The Uchiha looked down at his former teammates, his gaze lingering on Neji and Arisa for a moment longer than the rest. He saw the black steel rings, the way they stood in a perfect, interlocking formation. You've grown strong, Sasuke said, his voice devoid of any warmth. But you're still playing at being shinobi. This village, these bonds, they are nothing but weights. Neji stood his ground, his Byakugan locked onto Sasuke's Sharingan. A bird that thinks it's free because it left its nest is often the first one to be caught by the hawk, Sasuke. You haven't found freedom. You've just found a different cage. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, a flicker of Chidori dancing across his fingers. Then let's see if your eyes can see through my lightning. Before the clash could begin, Orochimaru appeared beside him, his hand resting on Sasuke's shoulder. Not yet, Sasuke. We have what we came for. Let them rot in their loyalty. With a swirl of wind and a puff of smoke, they were gone. The aftermath. The forest was silent, save for the sound of the rushing river below. Naruto lay unconscious, his skin slowly healing under Sakura's hands. Arisa walked over to Neji, taking his scorched hands in hers. Her medical mites began to work immediately, but her eyes were fixed on the ledge where Sasuke had stood. He's gone into the deep dark, Neji, Arisa said softly. The resonance between us, it felt like it couldn't even find a foothold in his chakra. It was just empty. Neji looked down at her, his pale eyes reflecting the first stars of the evening. Then we'll have to be the light that brings him back. Or the wall that keeps his darkness from the leaf. He pulled her into a tired, grounding embrace. The Tenchi bridge was a failure, a ruin of stone and broken promises, but as the hive and the eye stood together in the wreckage, they knew their own bond was the only thing that hadn't cracked. Let's get them home, Neji said. Home, Arisa echoed. They began the long journey back to Konoha, two shadows moving through the trees, carrying the weight of a mission that was far from over. Chapter 28: The Hospital's Silence and the Heart's Noise. The return to the Hidden Leaf was a somber affair. The mission had ended in a tactical stalemate, but an emotional defeat. Naruto was transported to the Konoha hospital in a state of physical and mental exhaustion, the burns from the fox's chakra leaving his skin raw and sensitive. Neji and Arisa stood in the sterile, white hallway outside Naruto's room. The scent of antiseptic was overwhelming, a sharp contrast to the damp, earthy air of the Tenchi bridge. Neji's hands were still wrapped in bandages, the sapphire-blue chakra of his twin lion fists having pushed his tenketsu to their absolute limit to suppress the nine tails. He didn't even look at us, Arisa whispered, her back against the wall. Her plum-purple hair was messy, and her amber-red eyes were shadowed with fatigue. Sasuke. It was like we were just background noise in his revenge story. Neji looked at the black steel ring on his finger. The metal was cool, but he could feel the frantic, worried pulse of Arisa's chakra through the link. He has discarded everything that makes a shinobi human. He thinks isolation is strength. But we saw the truth, Arisa. He's just as much a prisoner as Naruto is. One is trapped by a monster, the other by a memory. A quiet intervention. The door to the room opened, and Sakura stepped out. She looked tired, her eyes red from crying, but she straightened her shoulders when she saw the two jonin. He's awake, Sakura said softly. He knows. He knows what happened at the bridge. Yamato-san told him. And? Arisa asked. And he's Naruto, Sakura said with a faint, sad smile. He's already talking about a new jutsu. He says if he's not strong enough to bring Sasuke back as he is, he'll just have to become someone who can. Arisa walked into the room, Neji following a step behind. Naruto was sitting up in bed, his arms heavily bandaged. He looked out the window, his expression uncharacteristically distant. Hey, Arisa said, leaning against the bed frame. You look like you went 12 rounds with a boulder. Naruto turned to them, and for a second, the old, boisterous grin flickered across his face before fading. Arisa. Neji. Thanks for, stopping me. I don't remember much, but I remember the feeling of the lions. It was cold. It helped. You were a fool, Naruto, Neji said, his voice firm but devoid of malice. You let your emotions override your training. If Arisa hadn't provided the dampener, I would have had to strike much harder. You could have lost your internal chakra network permanently. Naruto looked down at his hands. I know. But Sasuke, he's so far ahead of me, Neji. He's in a different world. Then we'll just have to pull that world down to ours, Arisa said, her hand resting on Naruto's shoulder. But you aren't doing it alone. The hive and the eye aren't going anywhere. The secret training grounds. 3 days later, once Naruto was discharged, a secret training session was convened under the supervision of Kakashi and Yamato. The goal was to help Naruto master his elemental affinity, wind, and incorporate it into a jutsu that could rival the Chidori. Neji and Arisa were invited as tactical consultants. They stood on the edge of a waterfall, watching as hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones tried to cut through leaves using only their chakra. It's a brute force method, Neji observed, his Byakugan tracking the microscopic fluctuations in the clone's energy. He's trying to learn through sheer repetition what usually takes years of meditation. It's the only way he knows, Arisa replied. She opened one of her canisters, letting a small swarm of wind-sensing gnats fly toward the clones. I'm having my insects map the air currents. If I can feed the data to Kakashi-san, he can help Naruto adjust the angle of his chakra release. As the sun began to set, the progress was slow but visible. Naruto was exhausted, but the leaves were beginning to fray. The Moonlit Vow Part 2. That night, Neji and Arisa sat on the roof of the Aburame estate. The village below was quiet, the lights of the market slowly flickering out. Everything is accelerating, Neji said, looking at the stars. The Akatsuki are hunting the Jinchuriki. Sasuke is with Orochimaru. And Naruto is chasing a power that might consume him. I feel like we're standing on the edge of a landslide. Arisa reached out, her fingers interlocking with his. The black steel rings hummed, a steady, grounding resonance that pushed back the anxiety of the coming war. Then we'll be the ones who hold the ground, Arisa said. She leaned her head against his shoulder. We've spent 3 years becoming the perfect unit, Neji. We aren't children in the forest of death anymore. If the landslide comes, we'll just have to be stronger than the mountain. Neji turned his head, his lips brushing against her temple. I'm going to request a joint mission with Team 10. Asuma-sensei is tracking 2 Akatsuki members near the border. They call them the Zombie Duo. One of them has a bounty that would bankrupt a small nation. The hive is ready, Arisa said, her red eyes burning with a cold, tactical fire. If they think they can walk into our land and take what they want, they've never met a swarm that protects its own. The peace of the night was a fragile thing, but as the hive and the eye looked out over their home, they knew the real battle was only just beginning. The shadow of the Akatsuki was lengthening, and the next hunt would be for blood. Chapter 29: The Shadow of Immortality. The mission briefing in the Hokage's office was devoid of the usual optimism. Tsunade stood behind her desk, her face etched with a grim fatigue that even her medical ninjutsu couldn't fully mask. On the table lay a series of grainy photographs, monks from the fire temple, fallen in a state of absolute, grisly desecration. The targets are 2 members of the Akatsuki, Tsunade stated, her voice like grinding stone. One is Kakuzu, a treasurer with a history that spans back to the era of the first Hokage. The other is Haiden, a follower of a dark faith called Jashin. They are responsible for the slaughter at the fire temple. Neji and Arisa stood alongside Asuma Sarutobi and Team 10. The air in the room was thick with the scent of Asuma's tobacco and the cold, vibrating hum of Arisa's canisters. Asuma-sensei will lead the primary assault team, Tsunade continued. Neji, Arisa, you are the tactical overwatch. Your job is to analyze their abilities from the perimeter and intervene the moment their rhythm breaks. We know nothing of their techniques, only that they appear to be immortal. Immortal, Arisa whispered, her amber-red eyes narrowing. Every hive has a queen, and every queen can be killed. We just have to find the stinger. The encounter at the bounty station. The hunt led them to a desolate bounty station on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. The sun was a harsh, unrelenting orb overhead, casting long, jagged shadows across the dry earth. Neji's Byakugan was active, his vision cutting through the stone walls of the station. There inside. One is counting currency, his chakra is fragmented, like 5 separate hearts beating in one chest. The other, his chakra is stagnant. Dark. It doesn't move like a living human's. They're coming out. Asuma warned, signaling Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino to take their positions. Haiden emerged first, carrying a massive, 3-bladed scythe. He looked more like a maniac than a shinobi, his laughter echoing through the clearing. Kakuzu followed, his body stitched together with thick, black threads that writhed beneath his skin. The battle erupted with a terrifying suddenness. Asuma engaged Haiden in a blur of trench knife strikes, while Shikamaru used his shadow possession to anchor the immortal. Arisa, look at the ground! Neji shouted from their position in the trees. Arisa's web of whispers picked up the vibration. Haiden had drawn a symbol in the dirt using Asuma's blood. The moment he stepped into the circle, his skin turned black with white markings, resembling a skeletal specter. It's a ritual, Arisa realized, her hands flying to her canisters. He's linking his nervous system to Asuma-sensei's. Any damage he takes, Asuma-sensei feels. Neji, he's going to stab himself. The resonance of the shield. Haiden raised a spear, a manic grin on his face. Lord Jashin, accept this sacrifice. Not today, Neji roared. He leaped from the canopy, but he didn't strike Haiden. He knew the physical blow would only transfer to Asuma. Instead, he used 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, not to damage, but to create a high-pressure shockwave that blew Haiden out of the ritual circle. Simultaneously, Arisa unleashed the Pheromites. They didn't attack Haiden. They swarmed the blood on the ground, their magnetic carapaces physically lifting the blood droplets away from the dirt, breaking the geometric integrity of the seal. "My ritual!" Haiden screamed, his voice a jagged edge of fury. "You meddling little gnats! I'll carve your hearts out! You'll have to find them first," Arisa countered. She landed beside Neji, her canisters hissing as she released a hush swarm to mask Asuma's retreating footsteps. The horror of Kakuzu. Seeing his partner humiliated, Kakuzu stepped forward. He unzipped his cloak, revealing 4 masks sewn into his back. The black threads erupted, forming 4 separate entities of pure elemental malice. "Fire, wind, lightning, and water," Neji reported, his Byakugan scanning the masks. "Each one has its own heart. Arisa, we have to divide their focus." The clearing became a hell's cape of elemental fire and crushing wind. Neji moved through the storm, his gentle fist striking the black threads, while Arisa used her titan shells to create a revolving barrier around Team 10. "Shikamaru! The shadows!" Arisa shouted over the roar of the flames. Shikamaru, catching her intent, used the distraction of the insect swarm to extend his shadow through the gaps in Arisa's barrier, successfully snaring Haiden once more. But Kakuzu was too strong. One of his masks released a blast of lightning that shattered Arisa's shield, sending her reeling back. "Arisa!" Neji's voice was a raw cry. He didn't hesitate. He bypassed the fire mask, taking a searing burn to his arm, and caught her before she hit the ground. The black steel rings on their fingers flared with a blinding, desperate sapphire light. "I'm fine," she gasped, her hands already glowing with a green medical light. "Neji, the masks, they're connected to his central nervous system by those threads. If we can sever the threads with a high-frequency chakra strike, the hearts will die." The vow in the fire. The battle was turning. Asuma was wounded, the team was exhausted, and the immortals seemed unfazed. "We need a diversion for a killing blow," Asuma said, coughing up blood. "I'll go in. I'll draw Haiden's ritual again. Shikamaru, you prepare the trap." "No," Neji said, stepping forward. He looked at Arisa, a silent conversation passing between them through the resonance of their rings. "We are the Overwatch. We take the risk." Arisa stood beside him, her bobbed hair whipped by the wind of Kakuzu's masks. She opened the final chamber of her gourd, the one she had never used in combat. "Secret technique, the Queen's Requiem." A single, massive moth emerged. It didn't fly toward the enemy. It began to beat its wings at a frequency that distorted the very air. The dust in the clearing began to shimmer, turning into a kaleidoscope of deceptive colors, a biological genjutsu. Under the cover of the shimmer, Neji moved. He didn't just strike. He became a whirlwind of white and sapphire. 8 trigrams, 361 palms. He hit every mask, every thread, every heart in a single, continuous blur of motion. Kakuzu's mask screamed as their chakra was forcefully sealed. As the dust settled, Haiden was trapped in Shikamaru's shadow, and Kakuzu lay incapacitated, his hearts failing. But the cost was heavy. Asuma lay on the ground, his life force flickering like a candle in a gale. Neji and Arisa knelt by his side, their rings humming a low, mournful tune. "You did well," Asuma whispered, his eyes finding the young Jonin. "The will of fire, it's burning bright in you too. Protect the king." As the sun began to set over the blood-stained earth, the smoker's last ember faded. The immortals had been broken, but the price of peace had been paid in the heart of the leaf. Neji and Arisa stood together in the silence, 2 shadows bound by a ring and a promise, ready to carry the weight of the fallen. Chapter 30. The Smoke and the Rain. The funeral for Asuma Sarutobi was held under a sky that seemed to weep in tandem with the village. The steady, rhythmic patter of rain against black umbrellas was the only sound as the 3rd Hokage's son was laid to rest. Konoha had lost a pillar, and the weight of that loss was visible in the hollowed eyes of Shikamaru Nara and the trembling shoulders of Ino Yamanaka. Neji and Arisa stood at the periphery, their black Jonin cloaks heavy with water. For them, the victory against the zombie duo felt like ash. They had neutralized two of the Akatsuki's most terrifying members, but they hadn't been fast enough to save the man who had taught them the true meaning of the king. He knew, Arisa whispered, her hand clutching the strap of her canister. He knew he wouldn't make it back. He was protecting the next generation until his last breath. Neji looked at the gravestone, his pale eyes distant. Through the link in their rings, Arisa felt a cold, sharp resolve crystallizing within him. The will of fire isn't just about sacrifice, Arisa. It's about ensuring the fire has a place to burn. We are the hearth. The strategy of the grieving. 2 weeks later, the silence of the village was broken by a secret mobilization. Shikamaru, his eyes sharper and harder than ever before, stood before Team 9 and Team 10 in the darkened woods outside the village. We're going back, Shikamaru said, his voice a low, steady blade. Haiden is still alive, buried, but alive. And Kakuzu's remains have been recovered by the Akatsuki's reinforcements. They're regrouping. We finish this now. Lady Tsunade didn't authorize this, Neji noted, though he made no move to stop him. I'm not asking for authorization, Shikamaru replied. I'm asking for your help. The zombie duo relies on their physical immortality. I've devised a plan to separate them permanently. But I need the hive and the eye to act as the sensory net. If even one thread of Kakuzu escapes, he'll regenerate. Arisa stepped forward, her red eyes burning in the moonlight. My necromites are already keyed to Kakuzu's chakra signature from the last battle. He won't even be able to shed a skin without me knowing. The final reckoning, forest of mourning. The confrontation took place in a dense, fog-shrouded forest at the border. Haiden was lured away by Shikamaru into a trap of shadow and explosive tags, leaving the remnants of Kakuzu to face the combined force of the leaf. Kakuzu was a monstrous sight, his body reinforced with new, stolen hearts, his black threads weaving through the trees like a spider's web. You again, Kakuzu hissed, his mask snapping at the air. I should have taken your hearts when I had the chance, Hyuga. They would have lasted a century. You won't get the chance to regret it, Neji said. He activated the twin lion fists, the sapphire lions roaring with a newfound intensity. But this time, the lions were shimmering with a strange, iridescent light. Arisa was standing behind him, her hands pressed to his back, her titan shells vibrating at a frequency that synchronized with Neji's chakra rotation. Gentle hive, lions roar! Neji struck the air. The shockwave wasn't just kinetic, it carried thousands of microscopic, chakra-stripping beetles that rode the vacuum of the strike. As the vacuum palm hit Kakuzu, the beetles burrowed into the black threads, eating the chakra that held his stitched body together. Kakuzu roared in agony as his masks began to fall away, their power drained in seconds. What is this? This is the end of your era, Arisa said. The wind of change. The finishing blow didn't come from the hive or the eye. A sudden, massive surge of wind chakra cut through the forest, a spiral of pure destruction that disintegrated Kakuzu's remaining hearts in a single, roaring blast. Naruto Uzumaki landed in the center of the clearing, his new jutsu, the Raisin Shuriken, still humming in his hand before it dissipated. He looked at Neji and Arisa, his face grim but determined. The old man. Asuma-sensei, he told me that wind is the only thing that can make a fire burn hotter, Naruto said. Neji looked at the devastation. The immortals were gone. The zombie duo was a memory. He felt the steady, calming pulse of Arisa's chakra through his ring, a reminder that they had survived another descent into the dark. It's over, Neji said, retracting his chakra. The king's legacy. That night, as they walked back to the village, the rain had finally stopped. A few stars were visible through the breaking clouds. Shikamaru buried Haiden in the Nara forest, Arisa said softly. He'll be down there forever, screaming into the dirt. Neji stopped by the bridge, looking at his bandaged hands. We're becoming different people, Arisa. The missions are getting bloodier. The enemies aren't just shinobi anymore, they're monsters. Arisa reached out and took his hand, her black steel ring clicking against his. We have to be monsters to protect the people who aren't. That was Asuma-sensei's choice. And it's ours. She looked at him, her amber-red eyes reflecting the moonlight. The king isn't the Hokage, Neji. It's the children. The future. As long as we're standing between them and the dark, it doesn't matter what we have to become. Neji pulled her close, his chin resting on the top of her head. The quiet understanding was now a profound, shared burden. They were no longer just the hive and the eye. They were the guardians of the flame. I choose you, Neji whispered, a callback to their vow years ago. In every battle, in every darkness. I choose you. And I choose the eye, Arisa replied. As the sun began to rise over a peaceful Konoha, the hive and the eye stood watch, two shadows ready for the next storm. The Akatsuki were moving, the world was changing, but the resonance was unbreakable. Chapter 31: The Serpent's Molt. The victory over the immortals bought the village a fleeting reprieve, but the gears of the world were turning with a grinding, inevitable force. While Naruto threw himself back into training to stabilize the recoil of his new jutsu, a different kind of storm was brewing in the north. Neji and Arisa were stationed at the northern border, monitoring the atmospheric shifts that often preceded an Orochimaru-led incursion. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and something sharper, the smell of burnt ozone and ozone-treated steel. The resonance is spiking, Arisa noted, her hand hovering over her black canisters. Neji, do you feel that? It's not a chakra signature. It's a vacuum. A sudden, massive withdrawal of power from the land of sound. Neji activated his Byakugan, scanning the horizon. His eyes widened as he peered through the layers of the earth. The hideout. Orochimaru's main laboratory. It's collapsing. But not from an outside attack. It's tearing itself apart from the inside. The Uchiha's ascendants. Inside the dark, damp halls of the hideout, the long-awaited moment had arrived. Sasuke Uchiha stood over the bed of the man who had intended to steal his body. Orochimaru, in his true form, a colossal, white serpent made of smaller, writhing snakes, lay broken and gasping. You have nothing left to teach me, Sasuke said, his voice as cold as the steel of his Kusanagi blade. With a single, blinding flash of Chidori, the great white snake was severed. The era of the Sannin's terror was over, but the era of the Uchiha's vengeance had truly begun. Sasuke didn't stop there. He moved through the bowels of the prison, releasing those who would serve his new purpose. Suigetsu Hozuki, the blade wielder of the mist, Karen, the sensory specialist, and Yugo, the source of the cursed mark. We are Team Hibi, Sasuke declared, his Sharingan glowing with a terrifying, absolute clarity. Our goal is Itachi Uchiha. Anything else is irrelevant. The hunt for the hawk. The news reached Konoha within hours. The eye of the village, Neji, was the first to receive the report from a relay of Aburame scouts. Sasuke has killed Orochimaru, Neji reported to Tsunade, his face a mask of calculation. And he's formed a rogue cell. They're moving toward the land of fire. He's hunting his brother, Arisa added, her arms crossed. And the Akatsuki won't just sit back and watch their prize be hunted. They'll be converging on that location like wolves. Tsunade stood up, her hands slamming onto her desk. We cannot let the Akatsuki get to Itachi first, nor can we let Sasuke fall into their hands. I'm forming a grand pursuit squad. Kakashi, Yamato, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and the two of you. The 8-man squad, Neji whispered. The calm before the convergence. The night before the departure, Neji and Arisa stood on the training grounds where they had first learned to synchronize their chakra. The moon was a sliver of silver, reflecting off the black steel of their rings. This feels different, Arisa said, her voice unusually soft. Tenchi Bridge was a scouting mission. The sand was a rescue. This feels like the end of something. Neji turned to her, taking both of her hands in his. The resonance between them was a low, steady hum, a physical anchor in a world that was rapidly losing its center. It is the end, Neji agreed. The end of the search. Whatever happens between Sasuke and Itachi will change the landscape of this war. We have to be ready to act not just as shinobi, but as the final line of defense for the Leaf Soul. He leaned down, his forehead resting against hers. Arisa, if the situation turns, if the Uchiha's power exceeds our combined suppression, I want you to fall back. Use the Titan shells to protect the others. Arisa's red eyes flashed with a sudden, sharp anger. Don't you dare, Neji Hyuga. We are a unit. There is no hive without the eye. If we're going into the eye of the storm, we're going together. That was the vow. Neji looked at her, the stoic walls of the Hyuga genius crumbling just enough to show the man beneath. He smiled, a small, tired thing. You're right. I apologize. The quiet understanding doesn't include self-sacrifice. Exactly, she whispered, pulling him into a firm, desperate embrace. The wind of the coming conflict began to howl through the trees, carrying the scent of lightning and old blood. The hunt for Sasuke Uchiha was no longer a mission, it was a race against destiny. And as the hive and the eye prepared to leap into the dark, they knew that their resonance would be the only thing keeping them grounded when the world finally shattered. Chapter 32: The Labyrinth of Odors. The 8-man squad moved through the dense woodlands of the Land of Fire with the precision of a clockwork mechanism. Kiba and Akamaru led the vanguard, their noses twitching at every shift in the wind, while Hinata and Shino provided a layered sensory perimeter. High above, Neji and Arisa tracked the high-altitude currents. The atmosphere was beginning to taste of ozone, a sign that the Uchihas, Team Hibe, was nearby, or perhaps the Akatsuki were already closing the net. The air is becoming crowded, Arisa noted, her eyes narrowed behind her tactical goggles. She released a specialized swarm of scent-nullifying mites to mask the squad's progression. I'm picking up traces of burnt ginger and sulfur. It's him. Deidara. And Toby, Neji added, his Byakugan scanning the horizon. Their chakra is erratic. They're setting a perimeter to intercept anyone pursuing Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. We have contact at 2 o'clock. The interceptor. Before the squad could adjust, the forest floor erupted in a series of white, clay-driven explosions. From the smoke emerged the blonde artist of the Akatsuki, perched atop a massive clay bird, and his masked, bumbling partner, Toby. Well, the leaf is persistent, Deidara shouted, his hand-mouths already churning out fresh clay. I was hoping for the Uchiha, but I suppose a few Jonin will make a decent opening act for my masterpiece. Neji, Arisa, take the lead on the aerial defense, Kakashi commanded, his Sharingan uncovered. The rest of us will handle the ground support and look for an opening to bypass them. The aerial dogfight. Arisa didn't hesitate. She slammed her canisters together, and a massive, swirling column of Titan shell beetles erupted, forming a literal staircase in the sky. Neji sprinted up the shifting platform, his movements a blur of white and steel. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher! Neji unleashed a massive wave of vacuum pressure at the bird. Deidara swerved, dropping a rain of small, bird-shaped bombs. Gourd Release, Iron Canopy! Arisa's beetles surged upward, interlocking their wings to form a dome over Neji. The explosions rattled the air, but the Titan shells held, their reinforced carapaces absorbing the thermal shock. You're fast, Hyuga! Deidara laughed, diving low. But can you keep up with C2? He began to mold a massive dragon out of clay. The creature let out a silent, terrifying roar as it began to spit landmines into the forests below. He's trying to trap the others, Arisa hissed. She looked at Neji, her black steel ring pulsing with a fierce, sapphire light. Neji, the heavenly spear. I'll give you the lift, you take the dragon's core. The piercing resonance. Arisa funneled every ounce of her chakra into the beetle platform. It didn't just support Neji, it propelled him. The beetles vibrated at a frequency that cancelled out the air resistance, turning Neji into a human projectile. Neji's hands glowed with the twin lion fists, but instead of a wide strike, he focused the chakra into a singular, rotating point at the tip of his fingers. 8 trigrams, 1-point breakthrough! He struck the clay dragon's chest, the exact location where the chakra thread from Deidara connected. The impact didn't cause an explosion, it caused a total chakra collapse. The dragon dissolved into lifeless gray mud in midair. What? Deidara screamed, forced to leap onto a smaller bird. Now, Shino! Arisa shouted. Shino, who had been hidden in the distraction, unleashed his Rinkachu, the venomous, microscopic beetles, directly onto Deidara's cloak. The Akatsuki member was forced to retreat, his arm turning a sickly shade of purple as the poison took hold. The departure of the artist. Toby! We're leaving! Deidara spat, clutching his arm. This isn't the stage I wanted. The Uchiha is the only one worthy of my final art. The 2 Akatsuki members vanished in a whirlwind of dust and smoke. The clearing fell silent, the smell of burnt clay lingering in the air. Neji landed beside Arisa, his breathing heavy. His hands were shaking slightly from the intensity of the 1-point strike. Arisa immediately took his hands, her medical mites working to soothe the strained Tenketsu. They were just a distraction, Neji said, his voice grim. Sasuke is moving toward the Uchiha hideout. Itachi is waiting for him there. Then we have to move, Naruto said, his face set in a mask of desperation. As the 8-man squad resumed the hunt, the sky over the land of fire began to darken with unnatural clouds. The storm was no longer coming, it was here. And as the hive and the eye looked toward the distant horizon, they saw the first flashes of Kirin, the lightning of the Uchiha, tearing through the heavens. The resonance is screaming, Neji! Arisa whispered as they leaped through the trees. I know, Neji replied. The world is about to change forever. Chapter 33, The Storm of the Uchiha. The sky over the Uchiha hideout didn't just darken, it curdled. Massive, cumulonimbus clouds swirled into a localized vortex, charged with a level of electrical tension that made the hair on Arisa's arms stand on end. Every insect in her canisters was buzzing in a panicked, erratic frequency, sensing the literal ionization of the atmosphere. The air is bleeding, Arisa gasped, her voice barely audible over the rising roar of the wind. Neji, the chakra levels at the temple, they've gone off the charts. It's not just Itachi and Sasuke anymore. Something ancient is waking up. Neji's Byakugan was focused on the summit of the mountain. Through the stone walls of the hideout, he saw the final, desperate clash. Sasuke is out of chakra. He's reached his limit. But the sky, he's not using his own power. He's guiding the lightning. A roar like a dying god split the heavens. A dragon of pure white lightning, Kirin, descended from the clouds, obliterating the temple in a flash of light so blinding that even the 8-man squad, miles away, was forced to shield their eyes. The Susanu's shadow. As the dust cleared, Neji's vision pierced the wreckage. Itachi is still standing, he whispered, shock coloring his voice. He's surrounded by a spectral armor, a titan of chakra. It's the Susanu. The squad pushed forward, but they were intercepted by a wall of black flames, Amaterasu. The fire didn't burn, it consumed, eating through the very earth and air. We can't get through! Kiba shouted, Akamaru whimpering at his side. Arisa, the void beetles! Neji commanded. Arisa didn't hesitate. She released a swarm of insects specifically bred to consume high-density energy. They didn't extinguish the black flames, but they created a temporary, microscopic tunnel by devouring the heat at the center of the blaze. Now! Move! Arisa roared. They reached the plateau just as the final act played out. Itachi Uchiha, coughing blood and flickering like a dying candle, walked toward his brother. He reached out, his fingers bloodied, and instead of taking Sasuke's eyes, he flicked his forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke, Itachi whispered. This is the end. Itachi collapsed, his life force vanishing as if it had never been. The rain began to fall, a heavy, black rain that washed the blood and soot into the cracks of the mountain. The arrival of the masked man. Before Naruto could reach the fallen brothers, a distortion appeared in the air. Toby, the masked member of the Akatsuki, stepped out of a void. His bumbling persona was gone, replaced by a cold, authoritative silence. "You're too late, Leaf," Toby said. He looked at the unconscious Sasuke and the corpse of Itachi. "The truth of the Uchiha is mine to tell now. Stay away from him!" Naruto yelled, charging forward. Toby simply phased through Naruto's strike as if he were made of smoke. He turned his masked face toward Neji and Arisa. "The Hyuga and the Aburame. Your resonance is interesting. A pale imitation of the unity the Uchiha once possessed. But unity without a shared pain is just a fragile dream." With a swirl of his cloak, Toby vanished, taking both Sasuke and Itachi's body with him. The bitter silence. The 8-man squad stood in the ruins of the hideout. The mission was a total failure. Sasuke was gone, and the last lead on the Akatsuki's true motives had died with Itachi. Naruto fell to his knees in the mud, his hands clawing at the earth. "Again. I was right there, and I couldn't do anything." Arisa walked over to Neji, her hand finding his. The black steel rings were silent now, their hum dampened by the absolute exhaustion of the day. Neji looked at the spot where the Uchiha brothers had fallen. "The cycle isn't over, Arisa," Neji said, his voice heavy with a grim realization. "Toby, his chakra felt like a mountain of old scars. He's going to use Sasuke. And when he does, the Leaf won't just be facing a rogue ninja. We'll be facing a storm that wants to erase the sun." Arisa leaned her head against his shoulder, her red eyes watching the black rain wash over the ruins. "Then we'll just have to be the eyes that see through the dark," she whispered. "And the hive that never lets go." As the squad began the long, silent trek back to a village that was about to be changed forever, the resonance between the hive and the eye was the only thing that felt real in a world made of ghosts. The hunt for Sasuke was over, the war for the world was beginning. Chapter 34: The Toll of the Rain. The march back to Konoha was conducted in a silence so heavy it felt physical. Even the boisterous energy of Kiba and the relentless optimism of Naruto had been extinguished by the events at the hideout. The 8-man squad was returning with empty hands and a newfound fear of the masked man who could slip through reality like a ghost. Neji and Arisa maintained their position at the rear, their eyes scanning the treeline not for enemies, but for the shadows of their own thoughts. The black rain had stopped, replaced by a humid, suffocating fog that clung to their tactical vests. "His chakra," Arisa whispered, her voice a mere thread of sound intended only for Neji's ears. "Toby. When he looked at us, for a second, my insects stopped moving. It wasn't a paralysis jutsu. It was as if their instinct to survive was overridden by a deeper instinct to hide." Neji's hand tightened on the strap of his pack. "I felt it too. It was like looking into a well with no bottom. He isn't just an Akatsuki member, Arisa. He is the architect. And Sasuke is now his cornerstone." The Hokage's grief. The debriefing in the Hokage's office was the shortest on record. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her hands folded under her chin, listening to Kakashi's clinical report of Itachi's death and Sasuke's abduction. When the report finished, the room remained silent for a long minute. "Dismissed," Tsunade finally said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. "All of you. Go to the hospital, get checked, and then go home. We will reconvene when the Intel Division has processed the battlefield remains." As they filed out, Arisa noticed the way Naruto's shoulders were hunched, his head bowed. He didn't head for the hospital. He headed for the roof of the academy, the place where he went when the weight of the world became too much to carry. "He needs time," Neji said, sensing Arisa's urge to follow. "Some wounds can't be healed by medical mites or words, Arisa. He has to decide if he's going to let this break him or forge him." The sanctuary of the Aburame. That evening, the two of them sat in the inner courtyard of the Aburame compound. It was a place of deep shadows and the constant, soothing white noise of 1,000 different hives. Arisa was meticulously cleaning the filters of her matte black canisters. The Titan shells were battered, their carapaces scarred by Daidara's clay and the heat of the Uchiha's lightning. "We're outmatched, Neji," Arisa said, not looking up from her work. "If Toby decides to come for the village, if he brings Sasuke back as a weapon, our current resonance won't be enough." Neji sat across from her, his long hair loose, the bandages on his hands finally removed to reveal the faint, silver scars of his overexertion. He looked at the black steel ring on his finger, watching the way the sapphire light pulsed in time with Arisa's breathing. "Then we evolve," Neji said. "The Hyuga secrets. I've been holding back. There are forms of the gentle fist that my father hinted at, techniques that don't just strike the body, but the spirit. They require a level of chakra synchronization that normally kills the user." Arisa looked up, her red eyes sharp. "But with the hive to act as a buffer, to distribute the heat of that chakra through 1,000,000 bodies, we could survive it," Neji finished. "We could become the ultimate suppression unit. The messenger of the toads." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden, jarring shift in the village's atmosphere. A summoning smoke billowed from the center of the village, large enough to be seen from the rooftops. Neji's Byakugan flared. "It's a toad. From Mount Miyaboku. But it's not Jiraiya-sama's." They leaped to the roof just in time to see the village elders and the Hokage gathering around a small, elderly toad with a scroll strapped to his back. The news traveled through the Jonin network like a wildfire, turning the humid night into a frozen nightmare. Jiraiya was dead. He had fallen in the land of rain, fighting the leader of the Akatsuki, a man known as Pain. The quiet understanding between Neji and Arisa shattered into 1,000,000 pieces of shared grief. Jiraiya had been more than a Sannin. He had been the mentor who brought Naruto back, the man who had seen the potential in the next generation, when no one else would. "The landslide," Arisa whispered, her hand finding Neji's in the dark. "It's finally here, isn't it?" Neji didn't answer. He simply pulled her closer, his gaze fixed on the Hokage rock. The world was darker than it had been an hour ago, and the storm they had been tracking was no longer on the horizon. It was at the gates. "The training begins at dawn," Neji said, his voice an icy vow. "We don't have any more time to be afraid." As the village began to mourn its greatest sage, the hive and the eye prepared for the final evolution. The war was no longer about a rogue Uchiha, it was about the survival of the leaf itself. Chapter 35, The Resonance of the Fallen. The morning after the news of Jiraiya's death, Konoha felt like a ghost of itself. The vibrant energy of the hidden leaf had been replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. At the stone monument of the fallen, Naruto sat alone, a cold popsicle melting in his hand, the same treat he used to share with the pervy sage. Neji and Arisa watched from the tree-line, giving the boy his space. "The light is gone from his chakra," Arisa whispered. "It's just gray. Like ash. He is processing a loss that would break most men," Neji said, his hand resting on the hilt of his kunai. "But we cannot wait for the grief to pass. The leader of the Akatsuki is coming, and he killed a Sannin. If we don't evolve now, we will be nothing more than markers on that stone. The forbidden training, the celestial hive." They retreated to the deepest part of the forest of death, to a clearing where the trees were so thick they blotted out the sun. This was the only place where they could attempt the technique Neji had found in the hidden Hyuga scrolls, the 8 trigrams, World Soul Pulse. "The theory is simple," Neji explained, his face pale and determined. "I release a burst of chakra through every one of my 361 tenketsu simultaneously. Normally, the blowback would incinerate my nervous system. But if you link with me, the hive becomes the heat sink," Arisa finished. She opened both of her matte black canisters, releasing the entire swarm of Titan shells. "I'll create a lattice around your body. Every beetle will absorb a fraction of the excess energy and ground it into the earth." They stood back to back, their black steel rings clicking together. "Resonance, initiate," Arisa commanded. Breaking the limit. The air in the clearing began to vibrate. Neji's Byakugan flared with such intensity that the veins on his temples began to glow with a faint, sapphire light. Ha! A shockwave of pure, unadulterated chakra erupted from Neji. It wasn't a vacuum palm, or a katon, it was a continuous, expanding sphere of force. Arisa screamed as the heat hit her insects. The titan shells glowed red-hot, their carapaces turning molten as they fought to redistribute the energy. Through the ring, Arisa felt Neji's heart hammer against his ribs like a trapped bird. She pushed her own chakra into the link, stabilizing his pulse, acting as the secondary battery and the cooling system. The sphere expanded, 10 meters, 20, 50. Everything within the radius, trees, rocks, even the ground itself, was pulverized into fine dust. There was no blind spot. There was no escape. When the light finally faded, the clearing was 3 times its original size. Neji collapsed, gasping for air, his skin steaming. Arisa fell to her knees beside him, her hands trembling. Half of her swarm lay dead on the ground, their duties fulfilled. We did it, Neji rasped, looking at his hands. The resonance held. But at a cost, Arisa said, looking at her fallen insects. We can only use it once per battle. If we miss, we're defenseless. The toad's departure. As they recovered, a message reached them. Naruto had made a decision. He was leaving with the great toad sage, Fukasaku, to Mount Myaboku. He was going to learn senjutsu, the power of nature itself. They met him at the gate. Naruto looked different. His eyes were hard, the grief replaced by a cold, burning purpose. I'm going to get stronger, Naruto said, looking at Neji and Arisa. I'm going to learn the pervy sage's power. And when I come back, I'm going to end this. Neji stepped forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We've found our own path, Naruto. We'll be waiting for you at the front lines. Don't let the nature energy consume you. Arisa offered him a small, rare vial of specialized honey from her remaining scouts. For the journey. It helps with chakra recovery. Naruto took it and nodded, disappearing in a puff of summoning smoke. The calm before the pain. With Naruto gone and the village preparing for the inevitable, Neji and Arisa spent their nights on the Hokage rock. The resonance between their rings was stronger than ever, a constant, comforting thrum that reminded them they weren't alone in the dark. Tsunade-sama has put the entire village on code red, Arisa said, watching the lanterns of the evening market. The Intel Division is decoding Jiraiya-sama's last message. The real one is not among them. It means we aren't fighting men, Neji said. We're fighting puppets. Just like Sasori, but on a grander, more lethal scale. He turned to her, the moonlight reflecting in his wide eyes. Arisa, if the village falls, if the world soul pulse isn't enough, it will be enough, she interrupted, her hand covering his. Because we aren't just fighting for the village anymore, Neji. We're fighting for the day after the war. For the home we're going to build. Neji pulled her into a quiet, firm embrace. Below them, the hidden leaf slept fitfully, unaware that the clouds of the land of rain were already gathering on the horizon. The leader of the Akatsuki was coming, and the hive and the eye were the only things standing between the dawn and the end of the world. Chapter 36: The Descent of God. The morning was far too bright for the tragedy it held. A single, high-altitude bird circled the sky above the hidden leaf, but it wasn't one of Arisa's scouts. It was a summon. Suddenly, the sky itself seemed to fracture. 6 figures, dressed in the iconic black cloaks with red clouds, appeared in the air above the village. There was no warning, no slow infiltration. This was an execution. Almighty push! A localized gravity distortion slammed into the village center, leveling the market district in a single, deafening pulse of force. The invasion of pain had begun. The total mobilization. Neji and Arisa were at the training grounds when the first shockwave hit. The ground buckled beneath their feet, and the web of whispers screamed with the vibrations of 1,000 dying structures. The resonance, it's everywhere! Arisa shouted, her canisters already hissing open. He's attacking from 6 different points. Neji, the chakra signatures, they're all linked. The 6 paths? Neji realized, his Byakugan scanning the chaos. They share vision. If one sees us, they all see us. Arisa, we have to sever the signal. They leaped toward the administrative district, where the animal path had just summoned a series of giant, multi-headed hounds that were tearing through the rooftops. Sakura! Get the civilians to the shelters! Neji barked as they blurred past her. The battle for the streets. They were intercepted by the Azura path, a mechanical nightmare of hidden missiles and extra limbs. It fired a barrage of heat-seeking projectiles toward a group of trapped academy students. Gourd release, Titan's Aegis! Arisa didn't just form a shield, she sent her Titan shells to intercept the missiles in midair. The explosions rocked the street, but the debris was caught by Neji's vacuum palms, redirected harmlessly into the rubble. Arisa, the frequency! Neji shouted. He engaged the Azura path in close quarters. Every time the puppet tried to fire a laser or a hidden blade, Neji's strikes were there, sealing the mechanical tenketsu. But the puppet felt no pain, and its shared vision with the other paths meant it was predicting Neji's movements with uncanny precision. He's reading me through the others! Neji realized. Then I'll blind them! Arisa countered. She unleashed a massive cloud of blackout spores, microscopic fungi that didn't just block sight, but absorbed chakra-based vision. For the first time, the Azura path hesitated. In that split second, Neji drove a sapphire-infused strike into its core. The mechanical monster sparked and collapsed, its connection to the shared mind severed. The eye of the storm. But the victory was short-lived. A massive shadow fell over the village. High above, the Deva path, the one who looked like Ihiko, floated with his arms outstretched. The world shall know pain. The voice echoed, a cold, divine vibration that shook the very foundation of the earth. Neji's Byakugan tracked the massive buildup of chakra in the Deva path's hands. Arisa, he's going to level the entire village. All of it. The pulse? Arisa asked, her voice trembling but her hands steady on her canisters. It's our only chance to shield the survivors, Neji said. He grabbed her hand, their black steel rings glowing with a desperate, white-hot intensity. We have to ground the shockwave before it hits the hospital district. The ultimate defense. They stood in the center of the street as the Deva path began his final descent. Around them, the village was a ruin, and the screams of the wounded filled the air. 8 trigrams. Neji began, his veins glowing blue. Celestial hive. Arisa added, her insects forming a massive, interlocking sphere around them and the nearest shelters. World Soul Pulse. As the Deva path released the Shinra Tensei, a force capable of flattening a mountain, Neji and Arisa released their resonance. The two forces collided with a sound that transcended hearing. The ground beneath them turned to glass. Neji's robes were shredded, his skin cracking under the pressure, but Arisa's hive held. They acted as a lightning rod, drawing the destructive force into their own bodies and funneling it into the deep earth. When the light finally faded, a massive crater sat where the hidden leaf once was. But in the center, a small island of stone and survivors remained, protected by a scorched Hyuga and an Aburame whose canisters were now empty and glowing red. Neji looked up, his vision blurring. In the distance, a puff of smoke signaled a new arrival. He's here, Neji whispered before his knees buckled. Naruto Uzumaki had returned, draped in a red sage cloak, standing atop the great toad boss. The counterattack was beginning, but the hive and the eye had already given their everything to ensure there was still a village left to save. Chapter 37, The Sage and the Dust. The crater was a silent, smoking testament to the power of a god. But as the dust settled, the air didn't remain empty. It filled with the heavy, natural pressure of Mount Myaboku. Naruto Uzumaki sat atop Gamabunta, his eyes no longer blue, but a deep, horizontal gold. Neji lay on the singular island of remaining stone, his breathing a wet, ragged sound. Arisa crawled toward him, her fingers scorched, her matte black canisters discarded like spent shells. Her web of whispers was gone. She didn't need insects to hear the heartbeat of the village stopping and starting in the rubble. Naruto! Neji rasped, his Byakugan deactivating as his chakra reserves hit absolute zero. Naruto didn't look back. He didn't need to. In Sage mode, he could feel the flickering embers of every soul left in the crater. He felt the cold, steady resonance of Neji and Arisa, the only reason the hospital district hadn't been vaporized. "I've got it from here," Naruto said, his voice echoing with a calm, terrifying gravity. "Take care of the others." The stand of the broken. While Naruto engaged the 6 paths of pain in a ballet of senjutsu-enhanced destruction, the rest of the village began to crawl from the wreckage. Arisa forced herself up, using a broken timber as a crutch. She reached into her tactical vest and pulled out a single, glowing queen larva, the last of her lineage. "Neji, stay with me," she whispered, placing the larva on his chest. It began to pulse, feeding him the tiny reserve of concentrated chakra it held. "The Deva path, he's still moving," Neji managed to say, his eyes tracking the blonde boy in the red cloak. They watched as Naruto dismantled the paths one by one. The animal path fell to a raisin shuriken. The Preta path was turned to stone by the very nature energy it tried to absorb. But the Deva path remained, his gravity manipulation holding Naruto at bay. Suddenly, a shockwave sent Naruto flying, pinning him to the ground with black receivers. "I'm going," Arisa said, her jaw set. "Arisa, no. You have no insects left," Neji warned, reaching for her. "I have the resonance," she replied, looking at her black steel ring. "And I have a debt to Asuma-sensei." The final interference. Arisa didn't charge in with a roar. She moved through the shadows of the rubble, her scent masked by the smoke. As pain stood over Naruto, lecturing him on the cycle of hatred, Arisa triggered the last hidden seal in her ring. It wasn't a physical attack. It was a sensory overload. She funneled her remaining life force into a high-frequency mental pulse, transmitted through the iron in the ground. For a split second, the Deva path's shared vision flickered. The purple eyes of the Rinnegan saw only a swarm of 1,000,000,000 imaginary shadows. "Now, Naruto!" she screamed. The distraction lasted only a heartbeat, but for a sage, a heartbeat is an eternity. Naruto shattered the black receivers, surging forward with a final, desperate Rasengan. The morning of peace. The battle didn't end with an explosion, but with a conversation. Naruto sought out the real pain, Nagato, and chose the path Jiraiya had always dreamed of, forgiveness. As the sun began to set, a miracle occurred. Nagato, moved by Naruto's resolve, used his final strength to perform the Gedo art, Rinne Rebirth. Green light flooded the crater. Neji felt the agonizing pressure in his chest lift. Around them, the shinobi who had fallen in the initial blast, Kakashi, Shizen, and countless others, gasped as breath returned to their lungs. Arisa fell back into the dust, her eyes welling with tears. "He did it! The idiot actually did it!" Neji pulled her into his arms, his chin resting on her head. They were covered in soot, blood, and the ash of their home, but as the villagers began to gather around Naruto, hoisting the hero of the leaf onto their shoulders, the resonance between the hive and the eye felt like a song. "We survived, Arisa," Neji whispered. "We did," she replied, her hand interlocking with his. "And look, the rings didn't even crack this time." The hidden leaf was a ruin, but as the stars began to appear over the crater, the hive and the eye knew that the foundation was stronger than ever. The god had fallen, the hero had risen, and for the first time in years, the future didn't look like a storm. It looked like a beginning. Chapter 38: The Architecture of Hope. The weeks following the invasion were a blur of dust, sweat, and the relentless sound of hammers. Konoha was no longer a crater, it was a construction site. The hero of the leaf was often found atop the scaffolding, but the true logistics of the rebuild fell to the Jonin who had survived the front lines. Neji and Arisa had traded their tactical vests for reinforced workers' tunics. Neji used his Byakugan not to track enemies, but to scan the structural integrity of the new foundations, identifying microscopic fissures in the stone before the weight of the buildings could cause a collapse. Arisa, meanwhile, had found a new use for her hive. She had bred a specialized generation of mason beetles that produced a resin stronger than mortar. They moved in rhythmic waves over the new walls of the academy, sealing the bricks with a waterproof, chakra-conductive finish. The Council of the New Era. One evening, as the orange sun dipped behind the partially restored Hokage rock, Neji and Arisa sat on the edge of the new administrative plaza. Naruto joined them, carrying 3 bowls of ramen from Ichiraku's, which, true to form, had been the first shop to fully reopen. "Tsunade-sama is still in a coma," Naruto said, his voice unusually quiet as he stirred his noodles. "Danzo is making moves to take the Hokage seat. Kakashi-sensei says there's an international summit being called. The 5 Kage are meeting." Neji looked at the steam rising from his bowl. "The world isn't going to wait for us to finish our houses, Naruto. The Akatsuki still has the Uchiha, and they still have the 8 tails. The piece we bought in the crater is a fragile thing." "I know," Naruto said, his golden sage eyes reflecting the flickering construction torches. "That's why I'm going. I'm going to find the Reikage. I'm going to beg him not to execute Sasuke." Arisa paused, her chopsticks halfway to her mouth. "He won't listen, Naruto. To the rest of the world, Sasuke is a criminal who attacked the hidden cloud. You're asking for mercy in a world that only understands retribution. Then I'll teach them a new language," Naruto vowed. The resonance refined. After Naruto left to prepare for his journey to the land of iron, Neji and Arisa retreated to the Hyuga compound, or what was left of it. The main gates had been restored, but the inner gardens were still a graveyard of uprooted cherry blossoms. "Our resonance has changed," Arisa said, holding her hand out. The black steel ring pulsed with a steady, rhythmic violet light, a shift from the desperate sapphire of the invasion. "It's deeper. More anchored. We've seen the end of the world and back," Neji said, stepping into her space. He took her hand, and the connection was instant, a silent flood of shared memories, from the forest of death to the center of the Shinra Tensei. "The quiet understanding is no longer a technique, Arisa. It's a state of being." He reached into his tunic and pulled out a small, weathered scroll. "The elders want me to take over the training of the branch house. They want me to teach them the world soul pulse. They realize now that isolation is what nearly killed us." "And the Aburame?" Arisa asked. "Your father has requested you lead the new sensory division," Neji replied. "A unified front. The eye and the hive, teaching the next generation that they don't have to stand alone." The shadow of the summit. Their moment of peace was interrupted by a messenger hawk bearing the red seal of the Intel Division. Neji unrolled the scroll, his expression darkening with every line. "Sasuke has arrived at the 5 Kage summit," Neji whispered. "He's attacked the samurai. He's declared war on the 5 nations." Arisa's hand tightened around Neji's. The quiet understanding flared with a sudden, jagged spike of alarm. The construction sounds of the village suddenly felt very far away. "It's not just Sasuke," Neji continued, his eyes scanning the bottom of the scroll. "The masked man. Tobi. He appeared before the Kage. He's declared the 4th Great Ninja War." The silence that followed was absolute. The war they had been fighting in the shadows, in the forests, and in the craters was finally stepping into the light. It wasn't a mission anymore. It was a struggle for the survival of the human race. "The resonance," Arisa said, her red eyes burning with a cold, fierce light. "We're going to need it to be louder than it's ever been." "Then we stop building houses," Neji said, his voice like iron. "And we start building an army." As the moon rose over the half-finished village, the hive and the eye looked toward the north. The 5 Kage were meeting, the Uchiha was falling further into darkness, and the Great Ninja War was no longer a prophecy. It was the next chapter. Chapter 39, The Call to Arms. The announcement of the 4th Great Ninja War acted like a cold front sweeping through the reconstruction of Konoha. The hammers didn't stop, but the rhythm changed, from the steady beat of building homes to the frantic clatter of forging kunai and preparing supply seals. The village was no longer just a home. It was the heart of the allied shinobi forces. For the first time in history, the headbands of the 5 great nations were being laid aside for a single, unified symbol, shinobi. Neji and Arisa stood on the training grounds, watching the first joint regiment drills. Cloud, stone, mist, sand, and leaf shinobi stood in rows, their inherent distrust palpable in the stiff way they held their weapons. "The resonance is fractured," Arisa observed, her red eyes scanning the crowd. "It's like a hive where the drones speak 5 different languages and all of them are shouting. If we go into battle like this, the Akatsuki won't even need the white setsu to finish us. Then we give them a common pulse," Neji replied. The Allied Sensory Division. Under the directive of the new Allied Command, Neji and Arisa were tasked with integrating the sensory networks of the different villages. They were stationed at the Communications HQ, a massive sphere of water and chakra-receptive crystals located at the heart of the Alliance's base. Arisa worked alongside Inoichi Yamanaka and the sensory specialists from the Hidden Cloud. She didn't use her Titan shells for combat here. She used the web spinners, microscopic insects that could link with the Yamanaka's telepathic signals to create a physical, bioorganic map of the entire continent. "The range is incredible," Inoichi remarked, sweating from the mental strain. "With your insects acting as the relay stations, we can pinpoint a chakra signature from the land of lightning to the land of wind." "It's not enough to see them," Arisa said, her brow furrowed in concentration. "We have to be able to feel the intent." "Neji, are the relays stable?" Neji stood at the center of the crystal array, his Byakugan active for hours at a time. He was the eye of the entire alliance, filtering the raw data through the lens of the Hyuga's absolute perception. "The cloud's radar system is clashing with the mist's thermal sensors. Arisa, adjust the hive's frequency to 440 Hz. We need to harmonize the dissonance." The night of the White Setsu. The war didn't begin with a grand charge, it began with a whisper. As the first divisions moved toward the coast, reports started coming in of infiltrators, allies who looked and acted like friends but possessed the cold, white chakra of the Akatsuki's clones. The fear of the unknown began to tear the alliance apart from the inside. "I can't tell who's real," a cloud ninja shouted in the mess hall, his blade drawn against a leaf comrade. Neji stepped into the center of the room, his presence a calm, cooling shadow. "Be silent." He activated the World Soul Pulse, not at its destructive level, but at a low, humming vibration that rippled through everyone in the room. Beside him, Arisa released a cloud of purity spore gnats. The spores landed on a ninja in the corner. Instantly, the man's skin began to bubble and turn a sickly, translucent white. The white setsu shrieked as Neji's gentle fist struck its core, neutralizing it before it could detonate. "The resonance doesn't lie," Neji said to the stunned crowd. "The hive and the eyes see the truth of your spirit. Trust the connection, and the enemy has nowhere to hide." The departure for the front. The following morning, the great company prepared to march. Naruto was still being kept in isolation on a secret island to protect the Ninetales, leaving the veteran Jonin to lead the charge. Neji and Arisa stood at the edge of the camp, their black steel rings glowing with a steady, resolute violet. They were dressed in the new allied tactical gear, their canisters sleek and ready. "This is it," Arisa said, looking at the thousands of shinobi moving toward the horizon. "The last war. Or the first day of a world that actually understands peace," Neji added. He turned to her, his hand finding hers, their fingers interlocking with a familiarity that had survived a dozen near-deaths. "No matter how many Zetsu they send, no matter what the Uchiha brings to the field, the resonance remains. Always," Arisa whispered. As the horn of the allied shinobi forces echoed across the mountains, the hive and the eye leaped forward. The fourth great ninja war had truly begun, and the resonance of the leaf was about to become the heartbeat of the world. Chapter 40: The Shoreline of the Dead. The first company, led by Dari of the Hidden Cloud, reached the coast of the Land of Lightning under a sky the color of bruised iron. The ocean air, usually sharp and salty, was thick with a stagnant, ancient chill. Neji and Arisa were stationed on the high bluffs overlooking the beach. Their role was the sensory anchor, the bridge between the frontline combatants and the communications HQ miles away. "The sea is boiling," Arisa whispered, her red eyes fixed on the horizon. "But it's not heat. It's chakra. Thousands of signatures, Neji. They're cold, like they've been pulled from the bottom of a grave." Neji's Byakugan flared, his vision cutting through the morning mist. "The reanimation jutsu. Kabuto has brought back the legends. I see the gold and silver brothers, and Kakuzu. He's back." The tide of white and gold. The water erupted. Thousands of white Setsu clones surged from the waves, followed by the towering, terrifying figures of the Edo Tensei. The beach became a chaotic mosaic of lightning, fire, and the relentless clatter of steel. "Regiment 2, move to the left flank!" Neji's voice boomed, amplified by Arisa's vocal frequency beetles. "The Zetsu are attempting to tunnel beneath the sand. Earth-style users, solidify the ground now!" As the battle joined, a familiar, stitched-together figure leaped from the surf. Kakuzu, his black threads more aggressive than ever, targeted the sensory bluff. "I remember that ring," Kakuzu hissed, his mask detaching from his back. "I'll take the Hyuga's heart first this time." The resonance of the shore. Arisa stepped forward, her matte black canisters vibrating. "You've already lost to us once, monster. This time, there's no heart left for you to steal." Secret technique, salt crust swarm. Arisa didn't use her usual insects. She released a swarm of hygroscopic mites that began to pull the moisture and salt directly out of the sea air. As they swarmed Kakuzu, the salt crystallized on his black threads, turning them brittle and sluggish. Neji didn't waste the opening. He moved with a fluidity that was almost liquid, his twin lion fists now glowing with a stabilized, violet-tinted chakra. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, allied variant. Every strike Neji landed was backed by a pulse from the resonance ring. He wasn't just sealing Tenketsu, he was injecting Arisa's chakra-eating mites directly into Kakuzu's core. The threads didn't just snap, they withered and turned to ash. "The resonance, it's different." Kakuzu gasped as his mask shattered one by one. "It's not two people, it's a single entity. We are the hive in the eye," Neji said, his final strike piercing Kakuzu's central heart. "And we are the wall you cannot cross. The fog of war." As Kakuzu was sealed by the allied sealing teams, the victory felt hollow. To the north, the gold and silver brothers had unleashed the Nine Tails chakra from within their own bodies, turning the beach into a cratered wasteland. "Neji, the communications HQ is under attack!" Arisa cried out, her hand flying to her ear. "Inoichi-san says the masked man has summoned something, a statue. The Ghetto Mazo!" Neji looked toward the center of the battlefield. A massive, demonic wooden statue had emerged from the earth, its roar shockwave enough to knock shinobi off their feet. It began to inhale the souls of the fallen, its eyes opening with a terrifying, ancient hunger. "He's gathering the chakra for the final plan," Neji realized. "The infinite Tsukuyomi." The Knight's resolve. As the first day of the war drew to a close, the beach was littered with the bodies of Zetsu and the remnants of sealed legends. The allied forces were exhausted, their numbers thinned, but their spirit was still flickering. Neji and Arisa sat by a small fire on the bluff, their black steel rings glowing dimly. The violet light was steady, a lighthouse in the dark. "Tomorrow will be worse," Arisa said, leaning her head on Neji's shoulder. "The Uchiha hasn't even shown his face yet. And the masked man, he's still out there, watching." Neji took her hand, his fingers tracing the microscopic seals on her ring. "Then we make tomorrow the day the resonance reaches the sky. We are the architects of the new world, Arisa. We don't stop until the dawn is real." The ocean continued to churn in the dark, a cold reminder of the power they were up against. But as the hive and the eye looked toward the tomorrow, they weren't afraid. They were ready. The fourth great ninja war had only just begun, and the resonance was the only thing the dark couldn't swallow. Chapter 41. The Crimson Moon Rising. The second day of the Great War broke not with a sunrise, but with a horizon stained the color of rusted iron. The air over the battlefield was thick with the static of high-density chakra, making the very oxygen taste like copper. Neji and Arisa had been redeployed to the Central Plains. The news from the other fronts was grim. The 7 swordsmen of the mist had been resurrected, and the legendary Kage of the past were tearing through the allied lines like scythes through wheat. The resonance is straining, Arisa reported, her hands pressed against the earth to sense the subterranean movements of the white Setsu. The allied shinobi forces are losing their rhythm. The fear is spreading, Neji. They can feel the difference between fighting a living enemy and fighting a memory that won't stay dead. Neji's Byakugan was active, but he wasn't looking at the ground. He was looking at the sky. A massive distortion in space-time was manifesting, a swirling vortex that heralded the arrival of the one man who defined the nightmare they were living. "He's here," Neji whispered. The arrival of the ghost. From the vortex stepped Madara Uchiha. Not the masked man Tobi, but the true Madara, his skin the cracked porcelain of an Edo tensei, his eyes the swirling purple of the Rinnegan. He stood atop a stone pillar, looking down at the thousands of allied shinobi with a gaze of absolute, chilling indifference. "So," Madara's voice carried across the plains, amplified by pure chakra. "This is the alliance the world has managed to scrape together in my absence. It seems the quality of shinobi has dwindled into a pathetic whimper." With a single leap, he descended into the center of the 4th Division. It wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. He moved with a grace that defied the laws of physics, a blur of blue armor and dancing blades. "Arisa, the pulse!" "Now!" Neji roared. The counter-resonance. Neji and Arisa launched themselves from the bluffs. They didn't aim for Madara, they aimed for the space around him. They knew they couldn't seal him alone, but they could disrupt the gravity of his dominance. "Secret technique, Hive of the Thousand Eyes!" Arisa released her entire remaining swarm. Each insect carried a microscopic fragment of Neji's Byakugan-infused chakra. They formed a localized nebula around Madara, a sensory interference field designed to jam the Rinnegan's shared vision. Neji followed through the cloud, his twin lion fists roaring. He struck at Madara's pressure points, but the Uchiha blocked every blow with his bare hands, his movements seemingly ahead of the resonance itself. "Interesting," Madara mused, catching Neji's wrist. He looked at the black steel ring on Neji's finger. "A link based on spiritual synchronization. A primitive attempt at the sage's unity. But your quiet understanding is nothing more than a shared delusion of safety." He kicked Neji back, the force sending him skidding 50 meters through the dirt. Madara raised his hand, and the heavens began to groan. "Have you ever wondered?" Madara asked, his voice calm. "What happens when the sky falls?" The shattered sky. 2 massive meteors, each the size of a mountain, broke through the cloud layer. The shadows they cast swallowed the entire battlefield, plunging the allied forces into a premature, terrifying night. "Gaara! Anoki-sama!" Arisa screamed, her hand reaching toward the Kage. The Kazekage and the Tsuchikage moved to intercept the first stone, but as the second meteor slammed into the first, the shockwave was absolute. The earth shattered. The resonance rings on Neji and Arisa's fingers flared with a blinding, jagged violet light, not of power, but of pain. "Neji!" Arisa cried out, falling to her knees as the link nearly snapped from the feedback of the mountain's impact. Neji crawled toward her, his white eyes bleeding from the strain. He pulled her into his arms just as the dust of the impact reached them, a wall of pulverized earth and broken dreams. The last stand of the leaf. As the dust cleared, the battlefield was a graveyard of thousands. Madara stood in the center of the ruin, his armor untouched, his Rinnegan glowing with a bored, ancient hunger. But through the smoke, a golden light began to flicker. Naruto Uzumaki, now in full Nine-Tails chakra mode, landed in front of Neji and Arisa. He looked back at them, his face a mask of fierce, unyielding determination. The orange glow of his shroud pushed back the gray gloom of the meteors. "He's not a god," Naruto said, his voice a low growl. "He's just another guy we're gonna take down." Neji stood up, leaning on Arisa for support. He looked at his ring, then at Naruto. The resonance began to hum again, lower, deeper, more desperate. It wasn't just the hive and the eye anymore. It was the entire alliance, pinned under the heel of the Uchiha, finally finding its voice. "We aren't done yet, Madara," Neji vowed, his Byakugan flaring one last time. The third day of the war was beginning, and the resonance was no longer a secret. It was the only light left in a world falling into the infinite dream. Chapter 42: The Ten-Tails Awakening. The battlefield had become a landscape of nightmares. The arrival of the true Madara Uchiha, followed by the reveal of the masked man's identity as Obito, had shifted the war from a struggle against reanimated legends to a fight for the very existence of reality. High above the central plains, the Geto Mazo statue began to convulse. The chakra of the 7 captured tailed beasts, combined with the fragments of the 8 and 9 tails, had reached critical mass. The sky turned a bruised, electric purple, and the ground groaned as a massive, singular eye opened at the center of the world. The Ten-Tails had been reborn. The divine tree's wrath. Neji and Arisa stood at the vanguard of the allied shinobi forces. Their resonance was no longer a quiet hum. It was a screaming siren, vibrating against their bones as the primordial beast unleashed its first roar. The shockwave alone leveled hills and vaporized the nearest battalions. "It's not just chakra!" Arisa shouted over the wind, her canisters rattling as she struggled to keep her remaining Titan shells from scattering in terror. "It's nature energy in its rawest, most violent form. Neji, my insects, they can't find a frequency to counter this. It's like trying to sing against a hurricane." Neji's Byakugan was focused on the beast's head. "It's gathering chakra for a tailed beast bomb. If that hits the HQ, the Alliance's mind is gone. We have to divert it!" Naruto yelled, his golden shroud flickering as he stood alongside them. The cost of the shield. The Ten-Tails didn't just fire a blast, it unleashed a storm of wood style, cutting sprigs. Thousands of jagged wooden spikes rained from the sky, each one seeking out the chakra signatures of the living. "Earth style, barrier!" The allied shinobi cried out, but the spikes pierced through stone and iron alike. Neji and Arisa moved in a blur of synchronized motion. Neji used Kaiten to deflect the rain of needles from a group of wounded medics, while Arisa used her silk weaver beetles to create a high-tension net, catching the projectiles before they could reach the ground. But the beast was relentless. A second wave of spikes, faster and more numerous, targeted Naruto directly while his chakra was momentarily depleted from a previous clash. "Naruto!" Hinata cried out, stepping in front of him. Neji didn't think. The resonance between his ring and Arisa's spiked with a cold, clear finality. He saw the trajectory. He saw the blind spot. The ultimate resonance. Neji leaped, putting his body between the spikes and his kin. But he wasn't alone. Arisa, sensing his intent through the quiet understanding, threw her last canister into the path of the wooden spears. The canister exploded, releasing a concentrated cloud of pheromites that clung to the wooden spikes, momentarily slowing them with their magnetic weight. It wasn't enough to stop them, but it was enough to change the angle. The spikes tore through Neji's shoulder and flank, and another pierced Arisa's leg as she lunged to pull him back. They fell into the dust together, the wood splintering against the earth. "Neji! Arisa!" Naruto screamed, rushing to their side. Neji looked up, his breathing shallow. He looked at the black steel ring on his finger, which was now cracked, a thin line of violet light leaking from the metal. He looked at Arisa, whose red eyes were wide with a mix of terror and relief. "The bird is finally free," Neji whispered, his hand finding Arisa's. "Don't you dare!" Arisa choked out, her medical mites desperately trying to seal the massive wounds in his chest. "We are a unit, Neji. You don't get to leave the hive." The will of the fallen. Neji reached out, his bloody fingers touching Naruto's cheek. "Your life is no longer just your own. Remember that. Hinata is willing to die for you. Arisa is willing to sacrifice her lineage for you. Because you called me a genius." With a final, trembling breath, Neji's eyes clouded over. The mark on his forehead, the seal of the branch house, faded into nothingness. The resonance ring on Arisa's finger shattered. The silence that followed was louder than the ten tails' roar. Arisa pulled Neji's head into her lap, her scream lost in the rising wind of the battlefield. The quiet understanding was gone, replaced by a void so vast it threatened to swallow her whole. Naruto stood up, his golden chakra erupting into a pillar of flame that touched the clouds. His grief wasn't a weight, it was a weapon. "I won't let it be for nothing!" Naruto roared, his eyes locking onto Obito and Madara. The fourth great ninja war had reached its turning point. The eye had closed, leaving the hive to mourn in the wreckage. But as the allied shinobi forces saw their genius fall, a new, unified rage began to pulse through the ranks. The resonance wasn't dead, it was transforming. It was no longer the song of two people. It was the war cry of a world that refused to be forgotten. Chapter 43: The Ghost in the Resonance. The battlefield was a cacophony of destruction, yet for Arisa, it had gone terrifyingly silent. The mental link that had hummed in the back of her mind for years, the steady, cool presence of Neji's chakra, was simply gone. She sat in the churned earth, cradling his cooling frame. Around them, the war raged on, the ten tails thrashed, and the allied shinobi forces began to rally around Naruto's explosive grief. But Arisa was anchored to the red-stained dirt. "Neji," she whispered. She looked at her hand. Her black steel ring lay in 3 jagged pieces in the palm of her hand. The violet light had vanished, leaving only cold, dead metal. Beside her, Hinata was trembling, her hand pressed to her mouth, her Byakugan deactivated as tears carved tracks through the grime on her face. "Arisa-san," Hinata choked out. "We have to, the ten tails is—" "I know," Arisa said. Her voice didn't sound like her own. It was flat, brittle, like dry parchment. "The Phantom Hive." As the ten tails prepared another tailed beast bomb, Naruto began distributing the nine tails chakra to every member of the alliance. When the golden shroud touched Arisa, it didn't just provide warmth, it acted as a jump-start to her stalled heart. She stood up, her legs shaking. She didn't have Neji's eyes to guide her anymore, but she had his memory. She reached into her hidden pouch and pulled out the shattered pieces of his ring. "You said the bird was free," she muttered, her amber-red eyes hardening. "But you didn't say the hive had to stop flying." She slammed her palms into the ground. She didn't have her canisters, they were buried somewhere in the rubble, but the Aburame were never truly empty. From the pores of her skin, a new kind of insect emerged. They weren't titan shells or pheromites. They were translucent, shimmering with the golden hue of Naruto's chakra. Secret technique, the Morning Shroud. The insects didn't fly toward the enemy. They swarmed over the allied shinobi near her, forming a sensory network that mimicked the Byakugan's 360-degree field of vision. She was using her own nervous system as a processor, trying to fill the void Neji had left. The resonance of the living. "Hinata!" Arisa shouted, her voice cutting through the roar of the beast. "I can't see the Tenketsu, but I can feel the pressure points through the hive. Direct the air palm strikes to the coordinates I feed you." Hinata looked at Arisa, seeing the raw agony behind her eyes and the fierce resolve in her posture. She stood tall, her own resolve hardening. "Understood." Together, they became a fractured version of the unit that had once been the hive and the eye. Arisa provided the peripheral awareness, and Hinata provided the Hyuga precision. They carved a path through the ten tails' wooden clones, protecting the medical units as they retreated. The final echo. In the distance, the 4 Hokage had been reanimated and arrived at the battlefield, erecting the 4 red yang formation to trap the ten tails. The tide was turning, but for Arisa, every victory felt like a ghost of what should have been. She looked toward the center of the fray, where Naruto and Sasuke, finally reunited, were launching a combined assault on Obito, who had become the ten tails Jinchuriki. "He would have loved to see this," Arisa whispered, her hand instinctively touching the empty space where Neji used to stand. She felt a phantom warmth on her finger, a flicker of violet light that shouldn't have been there. She looked down at the shattered pieces of the ring in her pouch. For a fleeting second she felt it, a quiet understanding that transcended life and death. The resonance doesn't end just because the song changes, Arisa. It wasn't a voice, but a feeling, a cool, steady pulse. Arisa wiped the blood from her brow and looked at the moon, which was slowly being eclipsed by the infinite Tsukuyomi. The war was entering its final, most desperate phase. The eye was closed, but the hive was still humming. "I'm not done yet, Neji," she vowed. "I'll see the dawn you bought for us. I'll see it for both of us." As the world prepared to fall into the ultimate dream, the Aburame stood her ground, her golden insects glowing in the dark, a single, flickering lighthouse in the storm of the Uchiha. Chapter 44: The Infinite Dream and the Waking Soul. The world did not end with a bang, but with a blinding, celestial glow. The moon, now carved with the ripples of the Rinnegan, cast a pale, oppressive light over the scorched earth. One by one, the allied shinobi fell silent, their eyes reflecting the pattern of the moon as the divine wrappings of the infinite Tsukuyomi descended from the sky. Arisa felt the pull, a sweet, numbing warmth that promised a world where the crater was gone, where Asuma was still smoking his cigarettes, and where Neji was waiting for her at the village gates. "No!" she gasped, her hands clawing into the dirt. Her golden insects, infused with Naruto's remaining chakra, swarmed around her in a frantic, humming sphere. They were dying by the thousands, sacrificing their tiny lives to act as a chakra buffer against the lunar genjutsu. Through the thinning veil of her consciousness, she saw the Susanoo of Sasuke Uchiha descend like a violet curtain, shielding Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. They were the only ones left. "Arisa!" Hinata's voice was a fading echo as the white bandages wrapped around her. Arisa reached out, but the light was too bright. The last thing she felt was the cold metal of the shattered rings in her pouch before the dream finally took her. The world within. In the dream, the sun was always at a gentle afternoon slant over the hidden leaf. The village was whole, the air smelling of pine and fresh ramen. Arisa stood by the stream near the Hyuga estate, her matte black canisters polished and full. "You're late," a voice said. Neji stood on the bridge, his long hair tied back, his pale eyes soft. He wasn't wearing his flak jacket, just a simple white kimono. He looked healthy, vibrant, and entirely real. "Neji," Arisa whispered, her heart aching with a joy so sharp it felt like a blade. She ran to him, and he caught her, the embrace as warm as she remembered. For a moment, the war was a nightmare from which she had finally woken. They talked about the training session they would have tomorrow, about the tea they would drink at the Aburame Gardens. But then, she felt it. A small, jagged weight in the pocket of her dress. She pulled out the 3 pieces of the shattered black steel ring. In this perfect world, they should have been whole. They should have been shining. But they were broken, dark, and caked with the red dust of the battlefield. "Arisa? What's wrong?" Neji asked, his brow furrowing. She looked at him, the Neji who didn't have a scar on his shoulder, the Neji who hadn't died protecting the future. "This isn't you," she said, her voice trembling. "The Neji I love, he died a hero. He chose to be free. This Neji is just a cage." The dream began to flicker. The blue sky cracked like glass. "Stay," the dream Neji pleaded, his hand reaching for hers. "Why go back to the dust and the blood?" "Because the resonance was real," Arisa said, the tears streaming down her face. "And I won't insult your sacrifice by living in a lie." She slammed the shattered pieces of the ring together. The quiet understanding didn't return, but her own will did. With a mental roar that shook the foundations of the Tsukuyomi, she tore herself out of the light. The dawn of the goddess. Arisa's eyes snapped open. She was wrapped in the white cocoons of the divine tree, suspended in midair alongside millions of others. But she wasn't alone. A sudden, catastrophic surge of chakra erupted from the center of the battlefield. The masked man, Obito, and the legend, Madara, were gone, replaced by a presence so ancient and cold it made the Tentails feel like a flickering candle. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of chakra, had been revived. The gravity of the world shifted. Arisa felt the cocoons begin to unravel as the dimension itself warped. Naruto and Sasuke were fighting a goddess across seas of lava and mountains of ice. Arisa fell from the tree, her legs giving out. She was one of the few who had woken early, her Aburame constitution and the memory of the ring acting as a psychic anchor. I can't reach them, she coughed, watching the flickers of gold and violet lightning in the distance. She looked at the ground. There, half buried in the white roots of the tree, was Neji's body. He was the only one not wrapped in the dream, for he had no life left for the tree to steal. Arisa crawled to him, shielding him from the falling debris of the crumbling world. She held the shattered ring to his chest one last time. The bird is free, Neji, she whispered into the chaos. But the hive is going to make sure you have a world to fly over. The final seal. The battle for the end of time culminated in a single, unified strike. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and a redeemed Kakashi launched their final assault. With the strength of the Sage of Six Paths and the indomitable spirit of the Team 7 bond, they touched the goddess. 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei! The moon began to pull Kaguya back into its core. The dimensions collapsed, the white cocoons withered, and the infinite Tsukuyami finally began to fade. As the sun, the real sun, began to rise over the horizon of the land of fire, the survivors began to fall from the trees, blinking away the fog of 1,000 fake lives. Arisa sat by Neji's side as the world returned to the living. Naruto and Sasuke stood on the fingers of the fallen statues of the final valley, their arms gone, their blood mingling in the dust. The war was over. The hive was broken. The eye was closed. But as the first true dawn in years touched the ruins of the world, Arisa felt a tiny, microscopic movement in her pouch. One of the Pheromites had survived. It crawled out onto her finger, its wings vibrating in a low, steady frequency. Buzz. It was the first note of a new song. Chapter 45: The Resonance of Remembrance. The days following the war were not filled with the triumphant parades the history books might have suggested. Instead, there was a heavy, sacred stillness. The world was waking up from a dream, only to find itself in a graveyard of its own making. The allied shinobi forces had disbanded, the shinobi of the 5 nations returning to their respective homes, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades and the weight of a unified memory. In the Hidden Leaf, the reconstruction resumed, but this time, it wasn't just about buildings. It was about the heart of the village. Arisa spent her days in the shadow of the new Hyuga Memorial. She had refused a position in the new council, choosing instead to assist in the final rites for the branch house. The final exchange. The funeral for Neji Hyuga was held on a clear, breezy afternoon. The white mourning robes of the Hyuga clan moved like a sea of clouds in the wind. Naruto stood at the front, his missing arm replaced by a bandaged prosthetic, his face etched with a maturity that looked strange on a 19-year-old. As the ceremony ended, Arisa stayed behind. She stood before the stone marked with the bird in flight, the symbol Neji had finally claimed for himself. The resonance, it hasn't stopped, she whispered to the stone. She pulled the shattered pieces of the black steel rings from her pouch. She had spent the last week in the Aburame archives, searching for a way to preserve the connection. She hadn't found a jutsu, but she had found a truth: energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed. She knelt and pressed the shards into the soft earth at the base of the monument. As she did, she released the final swarm, the legacy mites. They weren't meant for war. They were designed to feed on chakra-conductive minerals and silk, creating a living, self-sustaining tapestry. The weaving of the future. Months passed. The Hidden Leaf blossomed under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake, the 6th Hokage. Peace was no longer a fragile hope, it was a daily practice. Arisa had returned to her duties as a Jonin instructor, but her methods had changed. She no longer taught her students how to fight as individuals. She taught them the resonance. A shinobi's strength isn't in their isolation, she told a class of young genin, her amber-red eyes scanning their eager faces. It's in the way they vibrate in harmony with their teammates. Every hive needs a center, and every center needs a hive. She looked at her hand. The finger that once wore the black steel ring was bare, but a faint, silvery scar had formed in its place, a perfect circle of skin that shimmered slightly when she molded chakra. The quiet understanding. One evening, Arisa walked to the rooftop where she and Neji had once watched the stars before the descent into the land of rivers. The village below was vibrant, the lights of the new residential districts glowing like a sea of grounded stars. A figure landed softly beside her. "The village looks different from up here, doesn't it?" Hinata asked. She looked at Peace, her own path finally clear as she walked alongside Naruto toward their future. "It looks like a world he would have been proud of," Arisa replied. "He is proud of it," Hinata said, her hand resting on Arisa's shoulder. "He lives in the way we protect each other. Especially you, Arisa-san. You were his anchor. And he was my wings," Arisa whispered. As Hinata left to join Naruto at the ramen shop, Arisa stayed in the silence. She closed her eyes and focused on the center of her spirit. Deep within, beyond the grief and the war, she felt it. Thump thump. A low, steady vibration. It wasn't the world soul pulse, or a tactical link. It was the quiet understanding, the lingering echo of a bond that not even the fourth great ninja war could sever. She looked up at the moon, which was now just a moon again, free of the Rinnegan's glare. A single dragonfly, a deep indigo color, landed on the edge of the roof. It beat its wings once, twice, and then took off, heading toward the horizon where the sun was beginning to peek through. Arisa smiled, a small, genuine thing that touched her eyes. "I'll see you tomorrow, Neji," she said to the wind. The hive was whole. The eye was watching. And the resonance was forever. Chapter 46, The Indigo Thread. The seasons in Konoha began to turn with a newfound gentleness. The harsh, metallic tang of the war years had faded, replaced by the scent of damp earth and blooming wisteria. For Arisa, the passage of time was marked not by missions, but by the slow, meticulous growth of the resonance garden she had cultivated at the edge of the Aburame grounds. It was a sanctuary built on the principles she and Neji had discovered in the heat of battle. The plants here were chakra-sensitive, vibrating at frequencies that mirrored the human heart. In the center of the garden sat a simple stone bench, where Arisa often sat to process the data of a world finally at peace. The new generation. One morning, the quiet of the garden was interrupted by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a training session. Arisa looked up to see a young boy with the pale eyes of the Hyuga and the wild, dark hair of the branch house performing the gentle fist against the training post. It was a student she had taken under her wing, a boy named Sora, who struggled with the rigid expectations of the clan elders. "Your palms are stiff, Sora," Arisa said, her voice cutting through the morning mist. "You're trying to force the chakra. The Hyuga style is an art of redirection, but without a counterweight, you'll only ever be a spear. You need to be the shield, too." The boy stopped, wiping sweat from his brow. "But Arisa-sensei, Neji-sama was the greatest spear the clan ever had. I want to strike like he did." Arisa stood up and walked toward him. She held out her hand, and a small, indigo-winged beetle, a descendant of the survivor from the final valley, landed on her fingertip. "Neji was a spear because he had to be," she said softly. "But his strength came from the fact that he was connected to something larger. He didn't just strike, he felt. If you want to honor him, stop trying to hit the post. Try to hear it." The unspoken bond. That afternoon, Arisa received a visit from Shikamaru Nara, now the chief advisor to the Hokage. He looked as tired as ever, but there was a light in his eyes that hadn't been there during the war. "The new sensory grid is fully operational, Arisa," Shikamaru said, leaning against a cedar tree. "The council is impressed. They're calling it the aura of the leaf. No one can get within 5 miles of the walls without the insects picking up their intent. It's a shared awareness, Shikamaru," Arisa replied. "Not just a defense. It's the village learning to breathe together." Shikamaru nodded, his gaze falling on the silvery scar on Arisa's ring finger. "You've done a lot for this village. More than people realize. You carried his weight when he couldn't. We carried each other, Arisa corrected. Even now, when I'm mapping the chakra flows of the forest, I find traces of him. A certain way the wind moves through the leaves, a silence that feels like a question he once asked. The echo in the dark. That night, as a crescent moon rose over the village, Arisa sat alone in the center of the garden. She closed her eyes and performed the internal synchronization she had practiced every night since the war ended. She reached out with her mind, moving past the sounds of the village and the hum of her own hive. She went deeper into the quiet understanding that still sat like a warm ember in her chest. Buzz. The indigo beetle on her shoulder vibrated its wings. For a fleeting second, the space beside her didn't feel empty. There was a shift in the air, a cool presence that smelled of white tea and old scrolls. She didn't open her eyes, she didn't need to. In the world of the resonance, sight was the least important sense. The village is safe, Neji, she whispered. The children are learning to see without fear. And the bird is still flying. She felt a phantom touch on her hand, a sensation of fingers interlocking with hers, solid and real for a heartbeat before dissolving back into the night air. Arisa breathed in the cool night, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. It wasn't a tear of grief, but of completion. The hive was thriving. The eye was at rest. And as the indigo beetle took flight, spiraling up toward the stars, Arisa knew that the resonance wasn't just a memory of the past. It was the foundation of everything that was yet to come. The war was over. The peace was won. And the story of the hive and the eye had become the song of the leaf itself. Chapter 47: The Weaver's Legacy. The years continued to flow like a steady river, carving new paths through the landscape of the hidden leaf. The village had transformed into a sprawling metropolis of innovation, yet the ancient forests that cradled it remained untouched, preserved by the very aura Arisa had helped create. Arisa herself had become a figure of quiet legend, the grandmother of the swarm. She no longer went on frontline missions, but her presence was felt in every sensory relay, every diplomatic mission, and every heartbeat of the village's defense. The last lesson. On a crisp autumn afternoon, a young woman with the sharp features of the Aburame and the calm, analytical gaze of a tactician stood before Arisa in the resonance garden. This was Hannah, Arisa's grandniece and the primary heir to her specialized techniques. The resonance is fluctuating, great aunt, Hannah said, holding up a small glass sphere containing a single, glowing beetle. I can maintain the link with the perimeter, but when I try to reach the deep pulse, it feels like I'm hitting a wall of glass. Arisa, now gray-haired but with eyes that remained as sharp as amber flint, gestured for the girl to sit. The deep pulse isn't a technique you maintain, Hannah, Arisa said, her voice a mellow rasp. It's a surrender. You're trying to control the resonance. But the eye and the hive, we never controlled it. We lived within it. She reached out and touched the girl's wrist. You're looking for a person. But the resonance is no longer about a single person. It's the collective memory of everyone who stood in that crater. It's Neji's sacrifice, Naruto's hope, and the breath of every child who has never known a great war. The final passing. That evening, Arisa felt a familiar, rhythmic cooling in her chest. It wasn't the jagged pain of a wound, but a gentle, inevitable slowing of the clock. She walked to the center of her garden, seating herself on the stone bench that had become her anchor to the world. She looked at her hand. The silvery scar on her ring finger began to glow with a soft, indigo light, the first time it had shone in decades. Is it time? She whispered to the shadows. The indigo-winged beetle, now an ancient creature in its own right, landed on her knee. Its vibration was perfectly in sync with her slowing heartbeat. Suddenly, the garden wasn't just a garden. The boundaries of the physical world blurred. She saw the village, not as buildings and streets, but as a vast, interconnected web of light. She saw the spirits of those she had lost, Asuma lighting a cigarette in the breeze, Jiraiya laughing in the distance, and the thousands of shinobi who had become the foundation of this peace. And there, at the end of the path, stood the eye. Neji looked exactly as he had on the day they had first synchronized their rings. He was young, his white robes pristine, his Byakugan deactivated to show the warm, intelligent eyes of the man she had loved. He didn't speak. He simply held out his hand. The infinite resonance. Arisa felt her spirit detach from the tired frame on the bench. She didn't feel fear, she felt a profound sense of arrival. As she took Neji's hand, the two black steel rings, the ones she had buried long ago, reappeared on their fingers, whole and brilliant. The resonance erupted. It wasn't just a violet light, it was a spectrum of every color the world had ever known. It was the quiet understanding, reaching its final, absolute form. In the physical world, Hannah found Arisa the next morning, sitting peacefully among the wisteria. There was a faint smile on the old woman's face, and her hand was resting over her heart. But the village didn't mourn with the heavy grief of the past. For at the moment of Arisa's passing, every sensory ninja in the leaf felt a sudden, beautiful surge of clarity. The aura didn't flicker, it strengthened, turning a deep, protective indigo that could be seen from the stars. The hive was everywhere. The eye was eternal. And the story of the resonance had finally become the atmosphere of a world at peace. The bird was free. And the weaver had finally finished her masterpiece. The end. And that concludes this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the resonance of Silk and Stinger, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Crimson Blessing, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.